Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Darker Luffy Had Overpowered Devil Fruit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Luffy frowned as he let his eyes rest on the blank page before a sigh drew his attention to his blonde-haired bunkmate. Sorry, did I wake you? Luffy asked with a sheepish small smile, and Basil shook his head. Is the middle of the night. You can write the letter tomorrow. Luffy nodded, although slightly displeased, before he stood up from the small desk. He walked to the bed the blonde was occupying and settled against him. What is truly bothering you? Do you think they'll be pissed? The Nekomimi asked, his face totally expressionless, making Basil nod reluctantly. Probably, but if I may, I think they are more worried than pissed. I know I would. The Nekomimis cuddled close to the blonde, who smiled indulgently before putting out the light. Luffy was oddball, full of contradictions. He didn't usually let other people touch him, but was quite affectionate with a small few. Loved the attention, but at the same time was a reclusive bastard who didn't like being pestered. Basil was sharing with Luffy a small but homely room on the ship with one desk and one closet and two beds. That's why it had been so weird to find a small ball of adorable kitten sleeping in his bed the first morning he slept aboard the ship. The blonde was pretty certain they had both gone to sleep in separate beds. Basil got used to having his bed and privacy invaded on a regular basis. He had been sailing with the red-haired pirates for months by now, after all. I never asked, but how are you going to send the letters? Basil asked, finally, not even trying to hide his curiosity. And the boy smiled mysteriously in a way befitting of a cat. Have you even wondered how the morning coups work? Well, it's fine, I didn't for a long time either. Not until I found a wounded news coup. You know about my devil fruit. Thanks to it I have an ability that lets me communicate with other animals. But even though I say communicate, most animals don't have a sense of self like humans do, but that isn't what I was trying to explain. I took an interest in the bird because it was one of the most intelligent animals I have yet to meet. While most animals can only convey to me feelings, there are only a few that manage to understand complex sentences that I form. For example, if I were to ask an average animal to bring me water, most would understand my need, that I desire or that I require something, but there are a few that would understand the concept of water at first. That being said, if I say to them I'm thirsty, they would probably get me something to drink, but not necessarily water. That depends on the level of their intelligence and on their character. Character. Yes, animals possess character. Most small rodent are, for example, high-working. Monkey are usually tend to be playful. What about felines? Proud. Most felines are proud. The blonde chuckled. Sounds right. Now to answer your first question, I'm going to deliver the letter simply by doing this. The boy held out his hand, and a loud screech could be heard before a white flash flew close and landed on the outstretched hand of the Nekomimi, who smiled gently at the bird. Yo, that's not a news coup. The bird's sharp gaze turned at him, making Basil raise an eyebrow. No, not exactly. He's a cross between a red-tailed hawk and a seagull, which given the red-tailed hawk's bloody nature is almost impossible. Feathers here is what you'd call an anomaly, so he was not welcomed in the colony being so different. Feathers. The Nekomimi shrugged. I like to call him nicknames. So you think you can take this to Ace and Sabo? The boy asked with a tilt of his head, and the bird screeched in what seemed agreement because the small boy nodded back satisfied and tied the letters to the bird's feet. Be careful, and no, I won't take the morning paper from anyone else till you come back. The bird leveled him a look before he seemed satisfied and took off. He screeched once more as he circled in the air, and Luffy shouted, safe journey to you too, before the bird disappeared. Basil was looking at the small boy with a curious look, making Luffy smirk slightly. Believe me, this is not even the weirdest thing that you shall see in our journey. I'm aware, the blonde replied. Still, if you could contact them so easily, why wait until now? The Nekomimi glared at the horizon before he turned to the blonde. That unpleasant news. He didn't want to say it out loud. You know, you can't believe everything you read. I know. Still, it's not like I can exclude the possibility. The three of us were, after all, never supposed to be on the same ship. I only traveled with them to Longtown, and Ace was heading to the Grand Line. He made quite a few nakama even while we were traveling the blues, but you're worried about Sabo. He's strong, but I can't help but worry. He never made any nakama while we were traveling together, and he didn't appear to want to either. If the two truly split up, you are worried that he might be out there all alone. It was not a question, and they both knew it. Basil, you know, I always believed that being alone is more painful than being hurt. The blonde looked starstruck for a small second before a gentle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Is fine, Captain. I'm sure he'll be just fine. After all, you will be there for him. Luffy blushed and muttered a small but. It was so different from his usual self, and Basil couldn't help but find it endearing. It was a face only a few had been privileged to see after all. That's what you want, the blonde countered. That's why you should just follow your desires recklessly. After all, that's the kind of captain I'm following. Luffy let out a loud, Shishishishi before he nodded with a renewed fire in his eyes. That's right. Shanks and the crew was laughing and Luffy was a blushing and stuttering mess. That must be quite flattening, Luffy, Shanks said, teasing his apprentice who could barely formulate any sentence. Thaw that tattoo, the Nekomimi said and blushed even more. The black cross-like tattoo on the boy's neck was way too similar to the ones his devil fruit powers made when he accepted a promise to be just a coincidence. Why are you so surprised about? Basil asked with only a raise of his eyebrow. I pledged my life to you. You said you wanted to join my crew. You have misunderstood me. I will join your crew of course, but my loyalty only lies with you. Luffy's eyes widened. Basil sighed before he started speaking again. Very well, let's do this the way it's supposed to be done. Shall we? Do what? I believe it is better for me to stay on this island for a while longer. I cannot accompany you to Grand Line just yet. I know I lack the power and I do not wish to hinder your progress. The blonde started making Shanks look a bit torn. It was true. The small vacation time in the Blues was coming soon to an end. Beside, the main reason for their tour in the Blues was to make sure Luffy was ready for Grand Line. But the boy was stronger than they thought. Not that he'd whine. He enjoyed partying and the freedom, but the 4 Blue were just too, dare he say, boring. Everything was just too easy and they were getting relentless. Their allies assured them that everything was fine, but he felt it was time for them to return. Basil was surprisingly insightful. He was still too weak for Grand Line, not to mention the island they currently were visiting was a good place to start his training. He saw the boy in combat. He wasn't too shabby, quick on the uptake and generally good. But good wasn't enough for paradise, and he doesn't even want to think about New World. It was possible even Luffy wasn't prepared for that. I understand, Luffy said with a pained voice. There was the reason he let the blonde join them in the first place. Getting a nakama and losing him so quickly, it was a painful experience. He didn't want to put the Nekomimi boy through it so soon, not after the smoker incident. That's why, Captain, this time you better take my oath serious, the blonde said before he bowed in front of the small Nekomimi who was about to beg his friend to stand up but was unable to move when the blonde's voice resounded on the entire ship, which was too silent at that moment. I, Basil Hawkins, have voluntarily sworn to my captain, Cheshire D. Luffy, to live and to die for his sake, until death takes me, to be his shield and sword. I so pledge my life and honor to be always true, faithful, listen and help him according to the laws of God and the order of the world. Nor will I ever with will or action through word or deed do anything which is unpleasing to him. So have I swore, so it shall be. Basil, my captain, is something the matter? The blonde asked. You can't. I will not take away your freedom, Luffy said in a serious voice, making the blonde smile. You haven't. I did as I pleased. I had my pledge selfishly. But why would you? You have not realized it yourself, my king, just how many people would die to be in my position soon, the blonde said as he stood up with a dignity and his head held high that made the pirates wonder if what they saw truly happened or it had been just their imagination playing tricks on them. King? Shanks asked in surprise. Of course, the man I follow is the future pirate king. That's why I myself need to grow stronger. I won't allow myself to become his weakness or a nuisance, the blonde said with conviction. Is it because you believe he will be the pirate king that you follow him? Ben couldn't help but ask. While the oath had been nice, he couldn't help but be displeased if that was the reason behind it. I do not think that's any of your concern, however. I do realize that you care for Luffy and him for you, so I'd rather not upset him. Basil made it pretty clear that he wasn't telling the first mate because the man asked. I don't follow him because he will be the pirate king. And he will be. The blonde had no doubt about it whatsoever. I follow him because he is Luffy. Pragmatic, cute and annoyingly stubborn little bastard. Does that satisfy your query? Ben nodded with a small smirk. You do realize you just blow every chance of becoming a first mate with that speech of yours. Basil huffed. I only spoke the truth. I do not plan on getting along with my crewmates. Luffy is my first and only responsibility, therefore I believe I'm unfit for the position of a first mate. At least you are mature enough to admit that, Ben said, laughing slightly at the blonde's misfortune. Well, aren't you happy, Luffy? Shanks' teasing voice interrupted their chat. Shut up. The small Nekomimi was blushing so hard that his face resembled a tomato. Goodbyes were always the hard. There was a good reason he hated them. Basil also made him promise to write him regularly before they left the island, so at least they had a way to keep in contact, and on that note he just got his first reply from Ace and Sabo. It wasn't like he hadn't been expecting it. Both of them were ragging on and on about how furious, worried they were that he just left in the middle of the night without so much as a see you, and that he could start and prepare himself for an ass-whopping the next time they meet for taking so long to write to them. Ace also added that he was well and that Grand Line was amazing. He was enjoying himself, and then confirmed the rumor. Sabo had left the ship on the first island they docked at in Grand Line. It was to be expected after all. His oldest brother was also happy for him for finding a nakama so fast. Sabo meanwhile seemed more concerned about Basil. He kept asking questions about the blonde and barely touched the subject about his own well-being. It was only 2 lines, almost like a footnote, where he said he was fine and he was currently training in hand-to-hand combat on a rocky island with some monks. Luffy was happy hearing from both of them and prepared to immerse himself in training even more. Learning swordsmanship from Shanks was a treat in itself. The man was quite a fighter when he got serious. It was sad that they still couldn't find a blacksmith skilled enough to repair his sword. Shanks had assured him a dozen times that it was no big deal, but the sword was the first gift he ever got from the man. It meant a lot to him, and seeing it in such a state saddened him to no end. Luffy's encounter with the Sea Kings was a different experience for the entire crew. They were just entering Grand Line when it appeared. The boy had a weird gleam in his eyes. The way his ears twitched and tail moved, Shanks could tell that the boy was seconds away from pouncing. So the red-haired captain quickly made a grab for the small chibai. "No, Luffy," the man said as he stopped the boy by his tail, making the boy let out a painful yowl. "Sorry," the man said apologetically as he let go of it and grabbed the boy by the back of his cloths instead. Luffy felt a bit embarrassed by being manhandled like that, but in the end the anger won over. "Shanks," the boy said with an annoyed and pleading tone all in one. "Let me at that damn fish," he asked, begged the man as he was dragged back, leaving small scratch marks on everything he could get his claws on. He needs to know who's the boss. So that was it. Luffy animal instincts try and hold them back. It looked like Bakenikos were extremely proud animals that didn't take well on being ignored or looked down upon. They considered themselves on the top of the food chain. They had quite a god of predators complex. It was funny. He was sure the kid had quite an interesting future ahead. But back at the problem at their hands. You can't just attack the Sea King, you're like pin-sized. Oi, the boy resented being called that. Besides, my height doesn't really matter. I just need to kick that thing's ass. The boy will end up on the top no matter which path he chooses. His instincts wouldn't tolerate anyone lording over him, that's for sure. You ate a devil fruit, you can't just jump at it on the open sea, Shanks said with a small frown. That's common sense, he continued, not noticing Ben appear beside them. I don't think you of all people should lecture others about common sense. Also, we took care of the problem, the man said, earning from both an expression of disappointment. Luffy's obviously for not getting a chance to show that thing who was the boss, and from Shanks, well, he didn't like his first mate saying that. He obviously had common sense. Right, cheer up Luffy. Here, the first mate said, placing a blue fluffy clue in his hands, making the boy smile a bit trouble. He wasn't a cat kinda. Still, no matter how many feline instinct he had, he just couldn't find anything interesting about a clue. Mayu, Nico. Luffy attacked the clue with a battle cry. Shanks was laughing with tears in his eyes while Ben, well, he had his record dial now. The navigator sighed. It looked like he was the only one taking this seriously. He adjusted course to the next island they planned on visiting, then looked at the small anchor, as Shanks lovingly nicknamed the boy, all tangled up in the clue. He stifled a chuckle. Okay, he gave up. The kid was really cute, all right. Do you think he's trying to shake us off? Shanks asked over Luffy's head. Ever since they had ventured into the Grand Line, Shanks and the others grew oddly overprotective of him, and Luffy couldn't help but find it troublesome. Yup, Ben's answer came immediately. I can hear you and I'm not. Annoyance was visible on the boy's face. Besides, why are you even following me? So cruel, Shanks said in mock hurt. Don't you like us anymore? Luffy's dark glare was enough to make the first mate step in between the two. You didn't really think we'll just let you wander in an unfamiliar city on an island we know nothing about by yourself? The tone the man used was enough to make him understand that there was no way that was gonna happen. Well, not if they could help it. He was touched that they cared enough to worry about him, but at the same time he was more than a bit annoyed. He was strong, damn it. He didn't need to be babied. They were walking around sightseeing for a while before Luffy got lost. For real, he looked around and raised an eyebrow. For one, he should be happy that this happened. On the other hand, well, Shanks and gang were strong, so they will be fine. And he'll just have to make sure not to attract too much attention. It couldn't be that hard. He will think later of the scolding he will no doubt get when he returned to the ship. As he turned his head ahead, he was met with a strange sight. The one who cast his eyes was a girl around his age, with long pink bubblegum-colored hair held up in 2 ponytails, wearing a pink, black-colored one-piece goth dress that ended around her knees with black matching boots. She had a downcast gaze, holding close a patched-up teddy bear while surrounded by 5 boys at least 2 times bigger than him. Bullies, Luffy wondered as he walked a bit closer. They were shouting mean words and clearly picking on her. It reminded him about the villagers' whispers, the calls of monster and freak. He could feel his temper raising already, so he fought it down the best he could as he approached one of them and grabbed his outstretched hand, effectively stopping a punch. Who the boy didn't manage to finish the sentence as Luffy kneed him in the stomach before pushing the boy away with enough power to make him crash into one of his buddies. While those 2 straightened themselves, the third tried to attack him with a loud bastard, carefully sidestepping him. The Nekomimi simply tripped the boy, making the bully number 3 crash into the ground before Luffy grabbed the leader of the bullies that attacked him by his clothes. He twirled him around, then threw him into the wall with enough force to leave behind an imprint. The second attacker, seeing his friend get dispatched so quickly, brought out a knife from only God knows where. Luffy assessed the situation carefully. Bully number 3 was behind him that will try to jump him and hold him in place. "Jio!" the boy shouted as he lunged. Luffy wasn't impressed or scared. He waited until it was time was right. He elbowed the one approaching from behind, then simply kicking the knife out of Big Mouth's hand before punching him with the hand he elbowed the one behind him. The boy was better than most bullies he faced. He was still conscious somehow, and trying to get up, maybe because he didn't use his full strength. Using his full strength on stupid kids didn't appeal him. Besides, he promised Shanks not to get in more fights with the stupid people over stupid things. It just wasn't worth it. The one behind him didn't fall to the ground either, only took a few steps back disorientated. Luffy spun around and kicked the one behind him in one smooth move. The boy was sent flying. Then the Nekomimi turned to the girl, who looked at him with an indescribable expression. "She just knocked the others out, didn't she?" The pink-haired girl didn't look scared. Come to think of it, she didn't seem scared when the bullies surrounded her either. Sad yes, scared no. Whatever, thinking too much hurts. Luffy dusted off his cloths and turned to walk away, but his path was blocked by a ghost. Was the girl a devil fruit user too? Then again, he was in the Grand Line. Something like this shouldn't surprise him anymore. "Who are you, and where do you think you're going? You can't just show up, beat them, and just walk away like nothing happened," the girl shouted, annoyed, while the boy only blinked. There was only one word he could use to describe the girl before him. "Annoying," he muttered loud enough for her to hear. The girl shouted in anger and the ghost moved toward him. He stepped away, but the thing followed closely. "Who you're calling annoying?" Somehow he managed to ignore the question successfully as the ghost attempted to hit him or something. "Say," the boy asked in an albeit monotone voice as he jumped on the roof of the house close by. ... Can you stop?" The boy dodged again. "Attacking me? Huh? The nerve. Why don't you stop dodging?" "She got to be kidding me. Why would I do that?" he asked, truly curious now. "I know," she said with a mischievous voice. "I'll stop if you become my servant. Horo. So she totally ignored his question. ... Oh well, it seemed fair now that he thought about it. He did the same moments ago. Maybe he shouldn't act like that towards Shanks. Actually, he liked annoying the man, so that was a big no. "What's your answer?" "Again, no way," the boy said, slightly annoyed as the girl became even more enraged. Luffy saw a flash of something else on her face too before it quickly disappeared. "How dare a commoner like you say no to me? Do you even know who I am?" "No idea," he replied absent-mindedly before mentally chiding himself. Why was he answering this annoying girl's questions? "Grrr. How dare you, mini hollow." Many small ghosts or hollows appeared from her hand and begun moving toward him. Luffy turned into his hybrid form carefully so his Nico features won't be discovered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, "Shimeto, we lost him," a certain red-haired pirate shouted in panic. Luffy was indisputably strong, but this was the Grand Line, who knew just what kind of dangers waited at every turn. "What should we do, Ben?" "Calm down. We'll find him soon enough." Ben chided him while shaking his head fondly before his eyes landed on some suspicious people. Luffy managed to get lost or wander off on every island they docked. It was no surprise, but this time he just couldn't shake of the feeling of dread and danger always found Luffy after all. Well, it looks like a peaceful town. He probably can't get into too much trouble. Shanks had no chance of dodging the fist that hit him in the head. "What was that for? You just had to go and say that." "Oh, come on, Ben, be serious. He fought Marines and an entire cult. Do you really think he could get in more trouble than that?" The first mate had to concede the man had a point. "I don't think either of us had forgotten just how close we came to losing him." "Not this time," the Red Emperor said with conviction. There is no way he'd let Luffy go through that again. Not on his watch. The boy was good, she'll give him that. He kept dodging all her ghosts, not to mention he was quite young too. She never thought there was a kid on this island strong enough to fight her. He didn't even call her a freak, not to mention looked so cool and composed that it was just simply aggravating. Why couldn't he just act normally and run away screaming? That's what most people do right before bowing to her and her powers. Then why wouldn't he submit to her? She was strong. He should be growling at her feet already. Why wasn't he? Only one. She needed only one hit, but the damn boy dodged every time. "You tired already?" he asked, and she raised an eyebrow. She was panting already. How long has she been using her powers? Grrr. Okay, so she was angry. Maybe he should finish it up. Luffy certainly had enough of this game of cat and mouse. Running straight to the tree, he jumped up the branches until he reached a level he deemed high enough. He observed earlier that the ghost could go only to a certain range from their creator. He smiled widely, making the girl cry out in unfairness and start shouting at him. It slightly reminded him of a scene he saw not long ago of a dog barking at a cat sitting in a tree. He practically toned out every insult. Nothing he haven't heard yet, and just waited till she ran out of breath. "Finished?" he asked with the same wide smile making her pout. You live around here? HMPH, why would you ask that? Before he could answer she got a dreamy look on her face. Oh well, yes I do for now, but I was born elsewhere in Grand Line. Oh no, I got caught up in his pace. Luffy's sweat dropped. So you know where I can find a certain shop in this town? Of course I know. I know every shop on this island, just like the back of my hand, she boasted, which made him smile gently. So you like shopping? I'm a girl. The boy snickered. I can see that. The boy's eyes were lit up with excitement as he jumped off the tree and landed right beside her, making her take a step back as he got right into her face. Help me out. The girl first looked shocked, but then she blushed slightly. Luffy watched it closely. It was fun to see her make so many emotions before settling on her usual mightier-than-thou one. Horo, I see you recognize fine taste when you see it. Horo. Don't worry, my crude servant Perona-sama will help you out, she shouted, amused while striking a pose, before looking his way intently as if judging him. I mean, really, what material are this horrid clothes made of? Totally uncute. I can't even see your face in this thing. She let out a sigh. I have my work cut out. I'm trying to find only one shop, he shouted as the girl took him by the hand and begun to drag him toward the finest shops in the area. Are you listening? He asked finally, but she didn't seem to hear him over her own ramblings. Or maybe choose not to. Luffy sighed. He wasn't this bad, was he? There is no way I'm wearing that, shouted an annoyed familiar voice, bringing both Yasopp and Lucky's attention to the small pair of arguing teens and the pale shop attendant behind them. Isn't that Luffy? The sniper asked as he and Lucky both blinked at each other. Wasn't he with Captain and Ben? The other asked before he took a big bite out of his meat. Abe, he ditched them. But who's the girl? You don't think is his girlfriend? Lucky asked as both of them grew mischievous smiles. Then, are they on a date? If their grin was scary enough to make the people around them jump away, they didn't care. Let's follow them, they shouted in sync. Later, Lucky and Yasopp sighed. Don't matter how I look at this, the sniper began with a cloud of depression hanging over his head. They have been stalking the pair for over an hour now, and it became painfully obvious. This just isn't right. I mean, just what's wrong with the brat? Not once he listened to the girl or hears her out till the end. Like he couldn't care less of what she says. He ignores her and didn't even hold the door open for her. He practically smacked her in the face with it. The other added unhelpfully. He's acting like a real bastard. Gwa, I'll teach him a thing or two of how to act with ladies, the sniper shouted with sharp teeth while folding up his sleeves. Luckily Rue held him back. Are you all right? Luffy asked the girl who was holding her bruised nose. He didn't mean to hurt her, she just tripped and ran into him while the door he tried to open. It wasn't his fault that he had good reflexes and dodged. Jayo, Baka, I hate you. She's crying now. Great Luffy. Good job. The boy commended himself, sarcasm lacing every word. Still, his mind was coming up blank. What was he supposed to do in this type of situation? Okay, you can't stop me now, Yasopp shouted as the boy walked away, leaving the crying girl behind. Wait, look, Lucky pointed out the vendor the boy ran up to. Have more faith in him. Here, Luffy practically showed the red thing under her nose as he returned. What's this? She asked, still crying. Kami girls were troublesome. You like this kind of things, right? He asked as he opened a red cute umbrella shaped as a mini devil and twirled it around before he closed it and placed it in her hands. The girl's eyes grew larger as she admired the umbrella and spun it around in her hands. Then opened it, then twirled around before she closed it. Opened, twirled, closed it, and repeat. Luffy sighed as she skipped around him happily. This was tiring. Say, why aren't you scared of me? Perona asked finally in a snappy tone. They were sitting in a fancy place Perona liked, which had an open view to the ocean. It was almost sunset, so the sky was decorated by many beautiful colors. Luffy looked at the parfait and the ice cream he brought for themselves before returning his gaze to the ocean. He truly didn't understand her, the way she asked that question. What did she want to know in the end? You're not scary. The girl blushed slightly. But, then why don't you want to be my servant? I want to be free. Free, she repeated like she couldn't understand the words. A gentle smile appeared on the boy's face, although she could barely see it thanks to his hoodie on ... like Gold Roger, the king of the pirates. What does he have to do with anything? Nee Perona, what is your dream? She hugged the bear closer. I want to have a servant, someone cute who won't ever betray me and will be loyal to me. That won't die and leave me alone, someone who will go shopping with me and listen to me. And truly she had no idea why she just told him that and was half expecting him to laugh at her. Luffy's eyes widened as he listened to her. Servant, she said, but wasn't that description more fitting of Nakama's? Perona looked at him. Luffy's voice was steady. He wasn't teasing her or laughing at her. Again, why was the boy so aggravating? Nakama's. People who will be there for you, look out for you. Someone who truly care for you. That was not what she'd describe her shipmates like. They were simply soldiers that wreaked havoc and only answered to their captain. And where do I find them, Nakama, like that? Her voice was slightly hopeful. Was that even possible? I don't know, but I'll find them, Luffy said with a smile as he looked out at the sea. They are probably waiting for me out there. She barely caught a glimpse of it, the longing, care, and love in the boy's eyes. She wanted that too, someone to look at her like that. Why wasn't he looking at her like that? Why other people he didn't even met? What was she lacking? Was there someone waiting for her too? You talk about freedom in Nakama. Are you a pirate then? Yes, that means we are enemies, Perona said silently, making Luffy hum as he swallowed a bite from his parfait. Do you want to be my enemy? The Nekomimi boy asked as he looked into her eyes, and the pink-haired girl couldn't help but feel as if those golden orbs were judging her with one simple look. The boy's lips stretched into a small but sincere smile, and she couldn't help but aggravate her even more. Jijiga, you're annoying, the pink-haired girl said before she sent 2 ghosts at the boy, who didn't seem to be bothered enough to stand up and dodge them. Instead, he just leaned out the way and let them fly past him, seemingly totally unbothered by the attack. Bastard, the pink-haired girl said with a pout before she leaned back with a small scoff. It still doesn't matter. My captain is Moria, and he won't hesitate to attack you and the crew you are part of if you cross his ways. Is that so? But that still doesn't answer my question. I'm part of his crew. Isn't that enough of an answer? ... It is answer, Luffy said with an amused voice. Do you enjoy being a pirate? Sometimes, Perona admitted truthfully. I only joined the crew because I had nothing else to do. But after a time only fighting intruders and having nothing else to do, it gets boring. It is the reason she had come to this island. That seems boring, Luffy commented with a small chuckle. HMPH, as if a chibai like you should talk. I might look. Young Luffy admitted, somehow pained. He was not small, he was just waiting for the growth spurt to kick in. But I'm already 15. And of course the girl started laughing. Yasop raised an eyebrow as they boarded the ship. What's happening? Why is everyone jumping around? Lucky, Yasop, did you see Luffy? One of their crewmates asked in panic. Ah yes, Lucky said before he took a bite of his meat. What? Everyone shouted in disbelief. The sniper grinned. He was on his date with this cute girl. What? There was something suspicious about the way their crew was reacting. Yasop repeated his sentence just to make sure nobody misheard it. Like I said, he was on a date with his girlfriend. Anyway, what's with your reaction? Grrr, that brat, Shanks said with gritted teeth. I can't believe him. The sniper turned away from the fuming captain to the trustworthy first mate. Okay, Ben, explain please. What are we missing out? The man sighed before he let out a long puff of smoke. He apparently ditched us, and the rest of the crew has been searching for him this whole time. Wow, talk about luck and contradictions. He was able to avoid all you who were searching for him, yet us the ones who weren't searching saw him. The sniper said with a small laugh. Yeah, thank you for your observation. Now mind telling me where you saw him last time and why you didn't stay with him. The others around Shanks took a step back at the dark aura he was emitting. Take it easy, he was only on a date. Captain, no need to worry and act like a kid's father who grounded said kid only for the boy to sneak out on a school night. And he didn't even finish his homework. He's going to throw his whole life away, and why just for a date? Now everyone was gapping at the sniper. Sometimes his imagination worked overtime and made no sense whatsoever. Anyway, how the hell could have we known that he ditched you? At the same time, we couldn't intrude on his date any longer. Following them around felt wrong, like we were violating the Chibai's intimacy. Yasop asked, finally turning his attention to their captain. I don't act like that. I mean, I would never stop my son from going on a date. Who the hell calls himself a man and chooses good grades instead of a hot chick? Shanks shouted, making the crew shout back. That's what you're angry about. Ben shook his head. I'm afraid we still have to find him ... or them. The situation have changed. What do you mean? Yasop asked, worried. We aren't the only pirates on the island, Shanks said with a serious voice. Perona, if you don't enjoy sailing with Moria, why don't you just quit the crew? The pink-haired girl's face grew cold. What do you even know? You barely even a pirate. Moria is one of the warlords. He's strong. Is that so? But warlord or not, doesn't it make you miserable? Shut up, I don't want your pity. The pink-haired girl shouted as she threw the ice cream to the floor, and as the girl hastily jumped to her feet. You are nothing compared to real pirates, just a mean idiot, she shouted before she ran away. Wait. He quickly jumped back, but too late. The ghost Perona sent his way hit him full force. But he didn't feel pain instead. If I'm reborn, I want to be Flea. Why the hell was he depressed? Perona-sama, you are already back, one of the servants asked, slightly shocked. While one of the core members of the crew, the pink-haired girl, was quite a troublemaker. She used to skip on her duty and go the different island, and she usually won't come back before Moria forced her to, or she either destroyed the city in a rampage. I have met a truly infuriating person today. Prepare to set sail. I want to leave this island as soon as possible. Hi, as you command, the pirate shouted before leaving quickly to notify the others. Running away so soon. I still didn't hear your answer. The monotone voice sounded so dangerously tempting at the moment. The pink-haired girl spun around to face her aggressor. The boy was standing right in front of her with an unmovable gaze that seemed to reach deep into her soul. Someone who knew so little about her had no right to judge her. All he was speaking of were but the devil's sinful temptation, a dream she'd been yearning for, but it was just that, a dream. A place where she could truly belong to. Who doesn't search for it? Who doesn't dream of escaping, and who doesn't yearn for freedom? She thought she had it, once a long time ago. But then she realized she only changed her golden cage to another one. Bigger and shinier, but still just a jail to the end of the day. The chains binding her to Moria while invisible were much heavier than the ones she had before. But she was still hoping. Something inside her had been still wishing. Maybe things were just fine the way they were. The warlock treated her good. She was already part of the mysterious four, a privilege that had never been given to someone so young, and all her achievements were rewarded. Gold, pretty clothes, and everything she could wish for. She never knew hunger or had to worry about the lack of a roof overhead, yet why was her heart still left unsatisfied? Like a big gaping hole in her stomach, and with every passing day it just grew bigger. She felt more and more sick of trying, more tired of smiling, and with every fight something inside her felt like it was just dying. Battle after battle, there was no end, was there? There was no turning back. Even the days she spent in peaceful small towns indulging in her cravings, she felt useless, lost and frightened, scared and alone. Was her only reason of living to fight? Was she really just a monster? Was there truly no one to care about her? No matter how much she tried, was she still not good enough? It was all fine. She repeated to herself. She had accepted it after all, didn't she? There was no reason for her to try, and no more tears left to cry. It was useless to try and change things that couldn't possibly be changed. Stop talking like there was anything you could offer me beside empty words. That's right, dreaming with eyes open. When every waking moment seemed like a nightmare was tiring after all. Who wanted to remember all the things they could not have after all? Wasn't it better to just forget everything? That way the pain that tugged at her heart tickled away, and slowly everything just turned into numbness. I guess there are not many things I could offer you. I am not a warlord after all, nor am I my own captain yet. I have no fortune to speak of. The Nekomimi said with a humorless chuckle. Apparently I'm just a stubborn idiot that has nothing but his dreams to share with you. It's true, I barely know you, and I have no idea where my journey will take me. I can't promise you anything, and the road to fulfill my dream will be dangerous, full of hardships and challenges. I could die even tomorrow, and if that happens there is no guarantee you won't share my fate. Even still, won't you keep me company? That's impossible, Perona shouted, outraged. Was the boy mocking her, trying to make fun of her weakness? And there was it again, like a cockroach she trying stamping on. That thought was back. Was it hope? She was sure she had killed it off long ago, but it just kept ringing inside her ears. What if he could accept her? What if the boy was speaking the truth? What if someone truly wanted her? What if there was a place for her to belong? What if? Impossible, the boy asked, tasting the word on his lips with a small frown. You never know until you. But all this time the pink-haired girl said as she clutched her head. It couldn't be possible. There was just no way. This couldn't be, shouldn't be so easy. It hurt her head. She felt dizzy and couldn't help but fall to the ground. Luffy's voice was incredibly gentle as he started to speak again. Every adventure requires a first step, the boy said, extending his hand. Yours is just to take this hand. It's impossible, her mind kept repeating. Nothing good will come out of this. Moria would never let her leave. What of her loyalty and pride? Even if they managed to get away, it was all too risky. Moria was a warlord after all. He had resources, he could easily find them. He'd crush them. He wouldn't forgive her betrayal, and yet she couldn't help it. Her heart in her hand reached out for Luffy's, and she couldn't stop it, didn't want to stop it. Just like that, the boy smiled, and she felt that nothing mattered anymore. If they will be hunted or persecuted, she wished to stand by his side until the very end. You truly are the devil, aren't me? You tempt me with my sweet lies and an angelic face. Ah, but didn't they say that the devil was an angel before he fell? But it doesn't matter in the end, since there is nothing left for me to lose. There was nothing she held dear after all. I rather chose to believe in them, in your lies, so even if just for a little while, please turn those lies into reality. In exchange, take whatever you wish for, my soul, my body, my abilities. Use me however you want to, just don't leave me numb anymore if you have to. Either kill me, I'd prefer to die instead of going on like this for even one more day. It's all right, the boy said as he hugged her close, making the almost hysteric girl's breath hitch as her tears started to overflow. Everything will be fine, I'm here. The boy let her cry her heart out, while whispering gently into her ear. He was no good when it came to consoling someone, but he tried his best. It must have been real hard on her. It took some time, and he was ashamed to admit it, for him to realize what those flashed in her eyes were. Loneliness. He thought he knew what it looked like, but she was good at hiding it. The pain of being alone had been slowly eating her up from inside. He knew that pain all too well, couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. And her character was damaged so badly, only a shell of her true self remained. He wouldn't be surprised if even herself wouldn't know who she was behind all those masks of expectations she had been hiding. No reason to live for. He was like that once. She needed something, a reason to keep her going, to light a fire in her eyes. It wasn't old age or wars that killed most people. Most people die because they simply give up. If you have nothing left to live for, then Luffy started, and the pink-haired girl looked up at him with curiosity, making him smile at her. Live for my sake. The girl blushed as her brain registered those words and then returned his smile. Yes, my captain. The whole thing seemed surreal to the pirates. The small hooded kid just appeared on the deck, right behind Perona-sama, and before they could step in, an almost see-through wall appeared and surrounded the two from every direction. They couldn't breach it. The hooded figure was probably a devil fruit user, so they had no choice but to stand by and prepare for the inevitable fight that would follow when the wall came down. Perona-sama was too, after all, a devil fruit user, and while she herself was quite young, she was also one of the strongest fighters they had. She could surely win, but it didn't happen. The two seemed to argue for a few minutes, but that was it. Perona-sama just collapsed to the floor and started to cry. Just what was going on? Was that guy bullying their ghost princess? Or were they maybe lovers? The fact that Perona-sama hugged him back surely pointed that way. By the time those blasted walls disappeared, all the pirates were just standing there with weapons in their hand and staring awkwardly at the two. Perona-sama, what is happening? One of them asked, and the hooded figure smirked. I decided to steal her from you guys and make her my nakama. Whh. The pirates shouted as one. Perona-sama, please don't tell me you agreed to this. Ah, this is embarrassing. The pink-haired girl said with a small blush. But we're eloping. That's how it is, so see you guys. Perona said with a nice smile. Wait, I can't let you leave. Think of what Moria-sama would say. One of the pirates argued, and many murmured in agreement. This will count as a betrayal. Divided by Perona-sama, please forget about this madness and just come with us. Divided by we won't tell Moria-sama. Divided by just leave the chibai. No, Perona replied stubbornly, making the pirates' sweat drop. It was impossible for them to argue with her. Only a few people could make her change her mind after all. You know the captain will demand blood and retribution. He will not let this insult go unpunished, even if it's you, Perona-sama, one of the pirates started, but before he could speak another word there was a hand around his throat. You dare and threaten my nakama in my presence. Luffy's voice was cold, but his hands, they were hot enough to burn the man. The rest of the pirates all attacked at once, and Luffy simply let a burst of his flames envelop the entire ship save his new nakama. It didn't take too long for the people to start dropping to the ground like flies. The man in his hand was utterly terrified. The man in front of him was dangerous. As the flames subsided, Luffy let the man drop to the ground. Tell your captain this. My name is Cheshire D. Luffy, and I'll fight him whenever he wants to, but if he dare and harm my nakama, death will seem like a relief for when I'm done with him. Those poisonous green eyes seemed to glow, and the man didn't dare even breath until the hooded figure turned around and left with Perona-sama in tow. Luffy breathed in relief as they left the ship, and he couldn't help but yelp slightly as she was glomped from behind. That was so awesome. What are you? The girl asked as she glomped him while rubbing her face into his shoulder. I ate the devil fruit like you. Luffy replied, a bit flustered by her reaction. I know that's silly, she said with a smile as she petted his hair gently. The boy smiled at that. It felt good. Also, she was more intelligent than she wanted to look like. I believe I ate the Nico. No, my type bake Nico. Isn't that a mythical creature? The boy nodded, making her hold on him tighten. So you're like super strong and can turn into a cat. No, my strength is from training with my grandpa. And yes, I can turn into a cat, but more importantly I can do this, he said, holding out his hand and letting his particles become visible around it. The girl watched with awe. So pretty, she said as she put her hand through it and giggled as it tickled her. This isn't all. He turned his hand and the mist flew in front of him and became a platform in the air. It had a glass-like appearance. Perona touched it gently. It was soft, but it hardened. She took her hand back gingerly while Luffy grinned and snapped his fingers, and the structure seemed to combust and burn in blue flames that evaporated in a brilliant blue mist again. Wow, yeah, pretty neat, right? He asked before realizing that they were nearing people again and put up his hoodie. Yes, she chirped happily. Hey, is that why you wear your hoodie all the time? Yes, I sometimes, when I get excited or sad or startled, my ears pop out without wanting to. He admitted, a bit embarrassed. Ben said is because. Shit, the boy swore, making the girl beside him panic slightly. I forgot, and it's so late already. Shanks is going to kill me, Luffy shouted while clenching his head in despair. Who's Shanks? Perona asked quietly. So Luffy had a good day? Shanks asked with a twitching eyebrow as he greeted the two teens. Two teens, which was suspicious in itself. Last time he took someone back to the ship, it was Basil, and the boy become part of Luffy's crew and then ended up traveling with them for a good while. It surely wasn't like that. That was a unique situation that wasn't going to be repeated. Right, Luffy probably just wanted to introduce his girlfriend. He shouldn't jump to conclusions. Luffy knew there was no way saving his hide this time, so why not make it amusing at least? The Nekomimi shrugged and started speaking in a bored manner. Pretty normal. I explored the city, got lost unintentionally, he quickly added. Meet new people, got in a fight, eat some delicious parfait and ice cream, made a nakama and an enemy. Oh, and I may have threatened a warlord after stealing his nakama. So pretty normal, I guess. How about your day, Shanks? It had been 4 days since they started fighting, and the only thing keeping Perona from rushing to the small Nekomimi's side was the red-haired pirate's first mate, who had to forcibly push her away. She of course fought back, but she realized she was weak. The man didn't need to make a big effort to stop her attack and push her back. She had yet to cross the line he had made with his gun on the first day they landed. I'm sorry, Ben said finally as she once more fell to the ground. Perona's eyes widened as she finally gazed up at the man. It was the first time he spoke since all this had started. Her clothes were but rags, her nails all broken, and her once beautiful pink hair looked dirty and greasy. No surprise, since she had yet to take a bath since they landed on this godforsaken island. But how could she? How could she just take her time and relax when her captain was fighting without rest? She at least slept when darkness overtook her, but Luffy wasn't permitted such luxury. It was painful. She was so close. She could see the battle as it just dragged on. She could see the wounds, the way her captain was bleeding, but she was powerless to do anything. It was pure torture. Had she always been this weak? The illusion of power was shattered, and all that remained was the feeling of hopelessness. I'm sure you think we are cruel, the man said, and Luffy finally fell to the ground as the 4th day drew to an end. And you are not completely wrong. Someday you will understand, the first mate finally said as he stood up and fell in step with his captain. Perona couldn't help but glare at the red-haired man, a look of pure hatred on her face before she forced herself to move. Her legs refused to even twitch, so she gave up on them and crawled closer to the small boy who lay defeated on the ground. Luffy, she sobbed, and his eye fluttered open, one because the other was too swollen too. She choked in a cry of relief and pushed herself even more so she could stand up somehow and place the boy's head into her lap. I made you cry, sorry, he said with a wince, and she couldn't help but sob even louder as she patted his hair gently. The pink-haired girl was afraid to touch him, didn't want to cause him even more pain. No, it's all my fault. The boy only gave him an unimpressive glare. I should have left you alone. You tried to save me and I brought you pain. Is not. I'll leave and everything will go back to the way things were, so please stop this. No, that word carried so much power that even she couldn't help but falter for a second. But only for a second. Please, I can. No, but I don't want to make you hurt. Then stay by my side. But, you are my nakama. I won't let you go back to him. If I have to, I will storm Moria's ship to take you back. Your place is right here by my side, Luffy said as she reached out and wiped away her tears. Seeing you cry like this is more painful than the training I did. Training? Perona asked, enraged. This is not training. This is one-way brutal beatdown. So that's what it looked like, the Nekomimi said with a bitter voice. I'm sorry you have such an uncool captain. What are you talking about? Uncool? Tell me how many teens can go head-to-head with a Yonko? Head-to-head? Shanks held back and I still lost. It doesn't matter, you were still cooler than that. Man, seeing the hate on her face, Luffy sighed. Don't be angry at him. I made him do this. Out from the two of us, this hurt him more than it hurt me. How can you say that? How can I not? His face. The entire time we fought he looked like he was about to start crying himself. He hates himself for hurting me. Listen, this was by no way your fault. I had it coming. I was getting a big head and thought I could take down a warlord all by myself. It was what set Shanks off in the first place. Not the fact that he rushed into things just because he felt like it. He was Luffy, but his overconfidence. He knew he hadn't been like that in the beginning. But the fact that he remained undefeated outside of training sessions for so long made him become lazy and ignorant to the truth. He was only a small fish in the pod. It could get him killed one day, so the man corrected it in the only way he knew it would stick. After all, it was the reason Shanks was the captain and him the apprentice. That's why they fought, and Luffy had been decimated. He knew it since the battle started. He had been outclassed in almost every way, and it filled him with dread and awe. This was the captain of the red-haired pirates. This was the Yonko, the apprentice of the Pirate King, Shanks' true power to which he couldn't hold a candle. He tried everything he could and he came up short, but at least he didn't give up. Even then, he wasn't sure if it was his power that made the man continue the fight or if the man just played along. But the fact still remained he made the man do this, forced Shanks' hand so like hell he'd fall that easily. He had his stupid pride to consider and milked the opportunity for all it was. He knew he always strived in death and life situations, and this had been one. Luffy managed to last for 4 days, and the feeling of constant danger upon his life, it had not been pleasant. How could one even fight when everything in his head screamed, I'll be killed, I will die at him? Even now, just thinking about it, he couldn't help but shudder slightly. I need to learn that I can't do everything alone. It's a lesson I thought I knew, Luffy replied with a small frown. Thinking back, he had been constantly acting alone. All the time in almost every situation. The crew was there for him, but he never even considered it seriously. Quite a bad habit, and he had been rushing into yet another possibly deadly situation without even considering the crew's feelings. Should he apologize? Would it even be enough? Why was it so hard for him to ask for help? Had Perona not been there, he would have surely shouted out in frustration by now, but he didn't want to show her such an uncool side of him yet again. I'll send Doc with some food, Ben said silently as he followed Shanks, and the man stopped and threw his sword at the sand before he looked at his blood-filled hands with disgust, then marched into the sea to at least try and wash it off. The first mate only watched in silence before the man let himself fell back into water. Ben, I might have done something awful, Shanks said, and his trustworthy first mate walked up to him. Luffy isn't stupid. He understood. But I heard him and he wouldn't back down. Strong-headed bastard, and I just... The man's voice was almost hysteric at that point. ... What if he hates me now? Shanks asked in a small broken voice that seemed so unlike him that Ben had been taken aback. He doesn't. But he looks at you with eyes filled with admiration. There is no mistaking that. And anyone who doesn't see it is either blind or lying. No... He did so before this, the man motioned with hand vaguely. Happened. And I did this. He loves you. You are like a father to him. That kind of love doesn't just go away. Father. What good is a father who treats him like this? What kind of father would hurt his child like that? Have you seen how many wounds I gave him? The man's voice just kept raising and raising. By the end of the sentence he was right out shouting. Shut it, Captain. Ben replied, feeling quite angry. You are a good man and Luffy knows this better than anyone. Have some faith in him. I'm scared, Shanks admitted finally. It will be fine. Come on now, the crew is waiting. Let's go back to the ship, Ben said as he pushed the sword toward the redhead, who looked at it with contempt before he took it. Yeah, we need to send someone for those two, Shanks said, feeling just a bit better. Yeah, unless they got bored of waiting for you to stop freaking out and already send someone, Ben said teasingly. That's... Shanks thought of denying it but couldn't, so he instead settled on a pout. ... Rude. Yes, stop pouting. No respect whatsoever. I'm your captain, you know. Yes, I heard too many times to ever forget. Gee, I'm sorry, Luffy said with a deep bow, making everyone on the deck but in special Shanks speechless. Also, I know I'm being a greedy bastard and probably have no place to ask this, but he still didn't raise his head, and Perona was silently freaking out by his side. Please all lend me your strength in the battle against Moria. Dehahaha. Shanks couldn't help but laugh. Stupid. That is not even a question. I feel slightly insulted. Yasopp started, and soon the others joined with nods. Yes, I know what you mean, Ru added with a grin. Aren't we, Nakama? Rockstar asked with a raised eyebrow. Why would even feel the need to ask that? That's right, Ben said with nod as he reached out and pat Luffy on the head. Raise your head, Luffy. There is no reason for you to bow, Shanks commanded, and the Nekomamu's eyes were filled with tears as he rose. Thank you. The boy's voice was heart-filled, and it made the pirates all blush in embarrassment, and some, Perona included, squeal. Baka, Shanks said, although there was no bite behind his words. Being thanked for it is almost as insulting. The man quipped, annoyed, before Luffy got dizzy, and Perona quickly reached out to steady him. What did I tell you about moving around? Get back to the bed this instant, Doc shouted, annoyed. They all threw themselves at training with renewed efforts. For Perona, who only cared about superficial things, those 4 days had been a real eye-opener. She was weak, she knew that, but she refused to just accept that. She would never allow herself to weak again, to be helpless as someone hurt her captain right in front of her. Never again. Not when he finally found some place to belong. This was everything she had dreamed of, and she'll fight to her last dying breath to protect it. The only way someone was ever allowed to hurt Luffy was through her dead body. It was like something had snapped inside her, and she found herself not caring about her broken nails anymore. To act spoiled, she realized, was the privilege of the strong, and she had yet to earn that privilege. She started at the basics, strengthening her body. She couldn't be weak, and without her devil fruit she was. It annoyed her how easily Ben had pushed her aside, like she was just some weak girl. She hated being looked down upon, but she knew physical strength never was and never will be her strong point. Still didn't mean she just had to accept that, so she trained her body, but her focus was on something else entirely. His letter was delayed, and Basil had not been happy about it. He knew something must have happened and couldn't stop cursing himself for his own weakness. He had to remain behind so he wouldn't drag down Luffy, and he hated it. The blonde knew the Nekomamu was alive, and yet worse and worse images sneaked inside his head to torment him. His captain would never break a promise made to his Nakama, and yet someone or something made the letters stop. Who knew in just what kind of situation the Nekomamu has been in, and he could do nothing to help. He was useless. He could do nothing from where he was, and he hated it. When he learned about what took place, almost a week later, he had been both happy and sad about it. His captain had made a dangerous enemy, and yet here he was, not even able to step foot in Grand Line. On the other hand, at least Shanks finally stepped up his active captain. And while he had been grateful for not letting Luffy go against the warlord alone, he had been annoyed that he resorted to psychical violence. This, of course, he had not known from Luffy, since the Nekomimi refused to speak in deeply about it, but from his cards, which showed him quite a bloody battle. For Luffy it was a must. He wouldn't allow himself to fail. Not when he had dragged so many people into this mess. There were people, precious to him, supporting him, and he couldn't let them down. This was the start only, he had realized. There were many enemies more dangerous than Moria out ahead, and he won't let his nakama be hurt by them. He refused to. He'd rather die than let them get hurt, because he couldn't be bothered to train seriously as a result of his overconfidence. Not to mention his inability to accept help that was just as dangerous as his overconfidence. He didn't have to and wouldn't do this alone. Not now, not ever. He knew his nakama wouldn't let him. Those people he could count on, and they together will soon shake up the world. That's why he had to be stronger and stronger and even stronger than that. Because even if the entire world was against them, he won't allow them, his enemies, to touch his treasure, not his nakamas. Ben frowned as he looked at the two teens train. They had, and he was sure Basil too was, running themselves ragged. While their attitude was a welcome change, he knew that it was not a healthy one. At this pace they will be out of gas, or so to speak, before the battle even started. There was a choice in his hand, and he sighed inwardly. They will not be happy about it, but it couldn't be helped. It was unavoidable no matter how he looked at it. The first mate knew the Nekomimi had singled out Moria for himself, and that it wouldn't be an easy battle. Luffy swore it was not his fault. Not this time. The Nekomimi sighed inwardly as his eyes locked with his kidnapper's golden eyes that followed his every move as they both tried to size each other up. The man looked at Luffy, who returned the look with a blank gaze of his own behind his long black hoodie, which he was quite grateful he had been wearing. A simple long red and black striped t-shirt under his hoodie, held in place by two heavy black belts that crossed each other in X in front and back, and matching black pants tucked inside same colored boots. The man frowned at something, and Luffy refused to flinch as the man reached at the table between them. He grabbed the vine and refilled his cup. His open black coat that had red flower patterned designs on both its sleeves and collar moved elegantly as it to complement the man's movements as the man stood up. He was wearing white pants held up by a decorated belt and were tucked inside his boots. The golden cross-shaped necklace clicked silently as it pressed against the man's collarbone and bare chest. But more importantly, the large sword on his back that made it quite easy for anyone to recognize his person. The black sword Yora, in the shape of a crucifix, with a golden crossguard decorated by blue and green cabochon, its hilt wrapped in bandages and a particularly big cabochon at its extremity. And the owner, Dracula Hawkeye's Mihawk, currently the greatest swordsman in the world and one of the warlords. How and why Luffy knew this. Simple: Shanks and Mihawk were rivals of sorts. That's why the crew felt the need to inform Luffy when they heard whispers about the warlord approaching the island they currently were. Kind of a heads up. The Nekomimi truly blamed his luck sometimes, because here he was, not even a day later, looking at the man in real life. Still, he had no idea why the man sought the need to practically kidnap him. He probably knew he was Shanks' apprentice, so was this some kind of scheme to get to the Yonko? Or was Shanks playing a prank, or him? What was happening? We shall depart as soon as you finish your meal. Mihawk spoke up and made Luffy blink stupidly for a second. Depart? Yes, that's what I just said, isn't it? Luffy resisted the urge to sigh. Excuse me, does Shanks know about this? Most probably not. Then I can't go. Ben will have my head if I pull another disappearing act. He did not want to get scolded yet again. Scrubbing the deck was not as fun as it seemed. I doubt the first mate will be angry, seeing as it was him who requested this. Hey, am I missing something here? Are you always this slow on the uptake, or is this a special occasion? Before Luffy could get worked up, the man continued to speech. Ben asked me to take you to a certain blacksmith. I see. So it was Ben's idea, but why didn't he told Shanks about it? It was no use thinking about it. He will surely find out sooner or later. But I do not have my sword. There, the man pointed at the luggage in the chair that Luffy just now saw. Ben really thought about everything, didn't he? Still, the man's attitude toward him was aggravating. He wasn't a genius, but he could read the disappointment when the man looked at him. Like he let down some unknown expectations. He had never bothered with them too much, but somehow disappointment coming from this man was annoying him. Of course, the Nekomimi didn't let it show. He smiled slightly as he stood up. All right, Luffy said as he inwardly pondered how to make the man change his ideas. Let's go then. We're wasting precious time after all. He threw the luggage on his back and stood at ready. The man didn't comment and simply walked by him and put the empty glass on the table. He didn't stop as he headed to the door, knowing too well the little boy would follow. He didn't know what to think of Luffy in the beginning. No, true to be told, he was slightly disappointed. Shanks said when he came back from East Blue that he meet someone who reminded him of Captain Gall D. Roger, but it didn't matter how much he looked, the man only saw a simple young boy. There was nothing special about the teen. He tried to mask his disappointment but knew he didn't quite manage to. The boy Luffy was silent. He had yet to try and speak with him, which was a surprise in itself. Not something he'd expect from Shanks' apprentice, that's for sure. After all, everyone who knew the man could tell you that silence and Shanks did not mix well. They had been traveling for days now, and the boy kept himself busy with his book. He was sure the red-haired Yonko was probably quite annoyed by now, and that somehow made it all worth the effort. The fact that the boy wasn't terribly annoying was definitely a plus. "We are here," the hawk-eyed man said, and Luffy practically threw the book in his bag in the hurry to lay eyes on said island. There was an indescribable thrill that he couldn't put in words whenever they landed on a new island. Mihawk could practically see the excitement rolling off in waves from Luffy. One weird thing, the Nekomimi remarked, there was no sand-filled beaches no matter how far he looked. Only rocks. They docked and Luffy took a moment to absorb everything. The city is not that far. If we can rent some horses from the villagers, we'll be there, I reckon, by nightfall. The swordsman's voice quickly snapped him out of his awe. All right. Luffy followed Mihawk close by. The man obviously knew more about the island they were currently visiting than himself. The scenery slowly started to change. Still rocky, but some greenery started to sweep in, and in the far distance he could see the beginnings of a forest. They walked for about an hour or so until they finally arrived to the village. It was small and kind of reminded him of Fuchsia. There were few people passing them by, though, he remarked. "Wait," the swordsman finally said as they arrived at some stables of sorts. Luffy nodded and slightly wondered just what did Ben tell Mihawk about him to make the man look at him so suspiciously as he walked away. An uproar, Luffy asked himself as the noise grew, just like his curiosity. He should wait here. He totally should. They were in a hurry too. Aw, damn it. He will just take a look and be back before Mihawk came back. The taxes will be raised again. The people were disgruntled. What? Aren't you happy you are able to provide for your country? The man, probably some kind of soldier judging by the armor he wore, shouted loudly, as a few more behind him snickered greedily. That's insane. Divided by we barely have any money. Divided by you can't take even more. Divided by what about us? Shut up. Who do you think protects you? You should be grateful. That's why I hate stupid hicks. The man grumbled the last part to himself. Luffy shouldn't get himself mixed in this, and he was just about to walk away when the soldiers started asking the people for money, and some resorted even to violence to get it. Not his problem. But god damn it, what are you doing? The soldier shouted as Luffy squeezed the man's hand hard enough for him fell to his knees. That's my question. The Nekomimi replied as he looked over his shoulder at the covering elder on the ground. Just what do you think you all are doing here? It was only when the other soldier, the one who had been speaking till now, started to approach him he let go of the hand he had in grasp. You don't look like the rest of them, or you possibly a newcomer? The soldier in the front asked as the others gathered around him. Probably their leader, a traveler of sorts. Telling them he's a pirate couldn't possibly end well. His response made the soldiers laugh. A traveler, huh? Then you should pay the protection fee and keep on traveling, stranger. But I don't waste money on useless things, he said with a monotone voice. Useless? Boy, you really need to learn how to shut up. Do you even know who you're talking to? Nope. The man got a few shades redder in anger. Beat him up, he ordered, and the others attacked. Like trained dogs, the boy must silently as he dodged a punch and started his counterattack. A quick succession of kicks and punches followed, and almost all the soldiers were left on the ground grunting in pain. It seemed impossible someone so small to defeat them so effortlessly. Another soldier attacked him from behind. Idiot should have at least stopped screaming if he was aiming for a sneak attack. He grabbed the man by his shirt and threw him into the ground, hard. He caught a spear aimed at his head and broke it in two, like one would a small twig. The leader who had threw it flinched as Luffy's eyes found his. The soldier looked just about ready to piss his pants. Get lost, loser. There was no need to say anything else. The soldier shouted retreat. The soldiers who could move grabbed the unconscious ones before they all hightailed out of there. He hadn't been expecting thanks, but the silence that pressed on was quite disconcerting. He turned to face the elder man who was helped up sometime in the middle of the altercation. Slowly, whispers of what should we do now? Returned to the older man. If the whispers were anything to go by, the villagers were scared of something attacking them. I shall at least thank you, young lad, for stopping them, the old white-haired man said as he stroked his beard. Then prepare for the inevitable. We need to fortify the walls and... Excuse me, Luffy interrupted. I can't help but think my involvement might have caused you trouble. The old man smiled grandfatherly hearing his words before he turned a stern gaze at the villagers that fumed and agreed with the boy's words. There were different opinions, the Nekomimi boy realized. Some were happy that he stepped in and welcomed his help, others thought he was meddling was unnecessary. There were a few who the boy remarked were quite angry that he had caused them trouble. You didn't, kid, I would have done the same. A middle-aged beardy man answered as he adjusted a shovel over his shoulder. He had a tall, muscular build for having worked on the field for so many years. What is done is done. Now we need to prepare before those beasts. You, Mihawk's voice cut through the crowd like a sword. Everyone sans Luffy stepped out of his way. The man was pissed and the teen gulped loudly. Sorry, he offered as a peace offering. The swordsman sighed in himself. He should have expected it. It was after all Shanks' brat. No way the boy wouldn't give him a headache. If the broken spear at the boy's feet and the scruff marks on the ground were anything to go by, he already found trouble. What happened here? he asked slowly but harsh enough for the people to take a step back. It sounds like you are in trouble, kid. The man by his side whispered, totally unhelpful. Now the man shouted cheerfully as he put his hands up in a placating manner. Don't be too harsh on the lad. He helped us out, you know. Is that so? Mihawk still wasn't happy. The old man, the village chief, invited them both inside and explained everything that took place. The soldiers that patrolled this part of the country were getting more and more greedier, taking away the citizens' money and provisions. If they continued like this, the elder wasn't sure how long they could pay them. On the other hand, the forest was full of dangerous animals that hunted humans, and without the soldiers' help, the villagers weren't able to protect themselves. They were struck between a rock and a hard place. This is most displeasing, Mihawk said with a sigh. I agree, Luffy said before he looked at the elder man, who seemed amused by their antics. Still, this village is quite old. I can't imagine this situation as anything new. The boy was sharp, Mihawk will give him that. So what changed? The truth is, a beast of sorts is lurking in the forest. Is quite deadly and fast. The other animals are restless because of it and attack almost anything in sight. Another village was attacked last night. We hoped the soldiers would protect us against them, but thanks to Luffy's involvement, it wasn't a viable option. Seeing how easily you took them down, I doubt they would have been of any help. The man added, and it did nothing to help the Nekomamu's conscience. So, if that beast is taken out, you reckon things will go back to the normal? Luffy pressed on. I hope so. All right, the hooded boy said with a familiar smile as he turned to Mihawk. We're in a hurry. The man commented like it explained everything, and it did kind of. Luffy himself disliked using too many words on irrelevant things. He had mastered this kind of speech a long time ago after all. The fact that the man hadn't said no was a good sign. It gave him an opening to persuade the man. Oh, come on, it's gonna be fun. I smiled, hoping to convince the man to join his adventure. But it fell short. Define fun. Mihawk on his part refused to budge. It was not his problem, and he didn't want to waste any unnecessary time. Stingy, Luffy said with a displeased frown, making the swordsman narrow his eyes. Not what the Nekomamu had been going for. Back on the ship, the crew would be trying their best to console him now, but Mihawk wasn't one of them. I believe you are mistaken. You are 100 years too early to talk to me in such way. Mihawk's insult did have its desired effect. It was funny how quickly the tables turned. Luffy did try its best to rein in his temper. Yes, he knew he was out of his league here, but it didn't matter. I know, he finally said with a hard in the distance. If you are that man's rival, you must be strong. The boy was talking about Shanks, Mihawk realized, but it doesn't mean I'll have to listen to you. Those yellow eyes hardened and the Nekomamu smirked at him. After all, my stubbornness is in a league of his own. Is that a threat? He wasn't the boy's captain, so he didn't imagine for a second that the boy would just follow his orders blindly, but the fact that the little bastard had the nerve to throw it in his face so rudely. Let's just say he had killed for less. I'm just saying it's easier if you just give in now and help me, the boy said, watching him from the corner of his eyes. Such audacity. To think you'd challenge me so bluntly. He kind of started to see why the kid was Shanks' apprentice. After all, Luffy himself admitted that he wasn't strong enough to challenge him, and yet here he was, not budging an inch. It was time to use that. Luffy decided Ben's rules of negotiations. First rule: be friendly and appear ready to compromise. After all, negotiation was the resolution of a conflict through by mutual compromise. The problem was that Mihawk didn't see it as a conflict. The warlord knew he was strong enough to just make Luffy do what he said. First problem he should address: I have a devil fruit. The pirate's voice brought the warlord out of his mussing. And that's supposed to be relevant. Who was the boy trying to kid? This was grand line. Devil fruits weren't unheard of. Did he perhaps think Mihawk would be intimidated by that? That's why he hated stupid, overconfident brats. Shishishi, Ben did not tell you about it, did he? The boy asked with a gigantic grin, knowing that he was right. For safety issue, the man might have mentioned that he had a devil fruit, but he wouldn't go as far as to tell Mihawk which one. That would be too much like divulging another's personal information. And knowing Ben, he asked you to take care of me. It wasn't a question. The first mate was too much of a mother hen not to do so. I have Moria gunning for my head after all. And you are a man of his word, are you not? Somehow the swordsman didn't like what the brat was implying. Just what are you trying to say? Mihawk asked, truly annoyed. The boy didn't just resemble Shanks, he realized. No, this kind of cunning. Ben Backman, he was truly starting to hate the man. Who knows? Luffy wouldn't admit it, but he enjoyed annoying the man. Mihawk was starting to see the problem, and his lack of information was an ace in Luffy's hand. I'm just saying that we are not on the clock. The boy was trying to make him change his mind. I don't make myself clear. I don't want to spend more time in your company than strictly necessary. Ouch, the man was harsh. Since you value your time so much, I'd hate to make you waste it needlessly. Provided you could do that, Mihawk countered. I can be a pain in the ass if I want to. They're a branch of olive. The man was smart enough to realize it was a peace offering. Mihawk sighed. They were wasting time, and the boy was troublesome even when he wasn't trying to be. Did he really want to find out how much trouble Shanks' apprentice could be when he wanted to? Fine, just because when dealing with stubborn idiots it was easier to just go along the flow, more time efficient too. Luffy cheered on the inside hearing that. Now the next step was simple, never negotiate with yourself. To help the village he needed to dispose of the beast, that was his objective. Now then, to make sure the man won't use the fact that they hadn't clearly stated their objectives to his advantage, he would clarify them. The beast has to be killed then. Yes, the swordsman's reply was fast. I will dispose of the beast and we can be on our way. It will be the quickest way. He managed to make Mihawk give the first offer. Good. Things finally started to become interesting. Are you a proficient hunter or tracker perhaps? Luffy asked, playing along. Like hell he was letting Mihawk kill his prey. Plus rule number 3, never accept the first offer. There was always a better one behind it. Adequate. The man answered back, and it made Luffy shake his head. I am the best tracker on the ship. There was a rule against lying, and while he was allowed to speak half-truths, not this time. You can ask anyone. It was not boosting either. They held a few competitions on the ship and he won them all. Through Luffy admitted that he had quite an edge over anyone else. That's irrelevant if you can't deal with the threat fast enough. Was Mihawk trying to make him angry by implying he's weak? Hope he'd make a mistake. The man knew he wouldn't back out until they did dispose of the beast. Mihawk going to the swordsman made the most sense. He was the strongest out of the two, but Luffy had yet to say he wanted the man to do so. Did Mihawk think perhaps that Luffy was trying to make him clean up the mess he made? If so, he had the wrong idea about him. The Nekomimi after all admitted he had trouble accepting help, more so he disliked others getting in his way. But Mihawk didn't know that, so he tried to use his help as a bargain chip. The man wasn't going to give it for free after all. He wasn't a beginner who would lose such a good opportunity to strengthen his position. And you propose. It didn't hurt to let him think so for a while longer at least. Let him think he had the higher ground. Simple. Till we end this trip you will listen to me. Oh, obedience. It started to make sense. The man was vexed Luffy had rebuked his orders. Nope. There is only one person I call captain. Luffy's eyes were glowing with pride. Shank was the only person who had earned his respect as a captain. I don't take orders from others. Mihawk had to admire the boy's guts. To simply take his offer and throw it back into his face in such a disrespectful way. How long has it been since someone refused his help? He simply didn't get the boy. What was his objective in the end? When he agreed that the beast had to be killed, he expected the boy to try and offer him something to compensate his effort, but the boy didn't. Much more, he had the nerve to tell him his skill sets weren't suitable for such tasks. What was the boy playing at? It was, he had to admit, slightly amusing. Had the boy accepted this offer, he would have lost all the growing respect he gained from him in the last half an hour. Mihawk disliked mindless drones that did what was expected of them. The fact that he hadn't accepted the first offer he got showed he wasn't a simple rookie who was scared to actually bargain. Although in this situation he wasn't sure if it was an admirable trait or not. It wasn't a shame to yield in face of a stronger opponent. After all, wasn't it better to accept defeat with dignity than continue and to struggle meaninglessly? Then I suppose you'll have to care of the problem alone. Luffy tried to contain his smirk. It would do him no good to give away that this had been his objective. All right, he said in a monotone voice before he turned to the elder and gave him a nice smile. Where do I find this beast then? Mihawk did not like this. While on the surface it might have looked like he won, he couldn't help but feel he had been duped. The boy had accepted it all too easily. Someone who bargained so fearlessly would never do so unless it was what he had been after for. Mihawk's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the young boy in an entirely different way. The teen wanted to do this alone all along, didn't he? Mihawk used the time Luffy spent with the village chief to go over the previous conversation once more. He made a fatal mistake. The swordsman realized right from the start. He had assumed that the boy would try and convince him to take care of the beast. He foolishly assumed Luffy was like most people who, given his title, would try and manipulate him into doing their binding. But it was never so. The boy didn't agree with him, nor did he object it. He just played along and let him draw his own, wrong he might add, conclusions. Not to mention it was him who told the boy to do it alone then. Indeed, he believed it would be an effective threat, but it was just what the boy had been waiting for. Well played. Ben Backman pupil indeed. Luffy and the elder barely paused their conversation to look at the man who was smiling amused at the young pirate. So he figured it out, Luffy mused. Not like he hadn't expected it, but it was still surprisingly fast. But then again, this was Dracula Mihawk. The lack of information on the man's part had been a gigantic advantage. Someone like Ben or Shanks who knew his character would have saw through his ruse ages ago. Still didn't change the fact that he wasn't going to use the same trick again. It just wouldn't stick. The boy was silent and moved quite fast. He was obviously used to the forest terrain, Mihawk observed. True to be told, he had done a lot of that, observing. He had been quite displeased with himself ever since they left the village. He had believed himself above judging others by the first impression they made. But he had. He simply wrote off the boy as nothing impressive the first time they meet. The swordsman admitted he had been wrong. It didn't happen many times, but he was secretly pleased it happened so. Luffy was only different that he had imagined and didn't even seem to care that he didn't fit in the criteria he had been placed in. That's why he was following the teen through the forest. He was trying to find out the real character of Shanks' apprentice. It was getting darker, the man contemplated, but they were getting closer. And while he wasn't a trained hunter, he knew they were on the right track, but the fact that the boy could trace the beast so easily was amazing. The boy was seemingly dissatisfied with whatever he found. He had been sniffing the air and it made Mihawk curious. The boy looked like a dog or a cat doing that. Did you found something? He inquired. Yeah, the boy said silently as he walked toward some bush and gently pried them open. It was full of half-buried mangled corpses, adults and even children. It was a horrifying sight, and even Mihawk had to admit it was enough to make one lose their appetite quite fast. The small boy didn't say much, but he must be quite affected by the sight. What would do something like this? It's a canine, Luffy said as he turned toward the other man and showed him some fur. A big one, gray fur and sharp teeth. If the marks that thing left behind was anything to go by. Burying meals is not something uncommon for animals to do, usually to hide the smell so it doesn't attract other predators. The boy explained and he hummed in agreement. We should be quiet, he's quite close. And you know this, he just couldn't help his curiosity. I can smell him. The man took it at face value, which Luffy had been grateful for. The boy jumped up in a tree that provided him with enough cover and Mihawk followed after. Something is troubling you. He spoke silently, in merely a whisper, but the boy heard him well. An above normal sense of smell and hearing then. Oh, you saw that? Luffy said, slightly embarrassed. The swordsman noted. If you want, Mihawk couldn't finish his offer. It's fine, I'm doing this. Luffy clarified. He didn't want the man to think he was scared of fighting the stupid mutt. We had an understanding. You let me handle this. I'm not scared. But, the boy sighed as he dropped his hoodie, letting the warlord see his face the first time since they started traveling. The boy was handsome. Mihawk would have said cute if only didn't find that word so ineffective in describing the teen. He had a long black hair that was held in a high ponytail. I just have a bad feeling about this, like something is very, very wrong. Mihawk would have guessed it was because of the corpses they saw, but somehow it didn't seem like it. No, the boy had been on guard for quite some time now, so it probably had to do with something else then. But what? Is just too intelligent, Luffy said, hoping it would be enough of an explanation. He erased almost all of his presence. It was an incredible feat. If Mihawk wouldn't have seen the boy, he would have thought he wasn't there. But regarding his words, there were just so many ways to understand that sentence. The boy said it was a wolf and that it was too intelligent, so possibly an experiment. He heard Dr. Vegapunk has created some cyborg like those. Seeing how bloodthirsty the creature was, it probably a failed experiment. It's here, Luffy said, and just like he said, a large wolf-like creature walked by dragging another human body in his maw. Mihawk analyzed the creature for a few seconds while Luffy get in position to launch an attack. The creature was massive with strong jaws. The boy aimed two throwing knives carefully at the beast's head and then let them loose. They were fast and precise, something Mihawk had to admit would have a bit of trouble dodging if he was attacked in a similar manner. The boy had an incredible aptitude toward assassination. It reminded him of the Shinobis in Wano, but it wasn't enough to kill the beast. A black shadow-like substance snapped the knives out of reach, and Luffy dropped from the tree and ran to the beast, not hesitating even for a second the moment his hands were free. So he had expected the beast to dodge it. Thanks to his eyesight, Mihawk could see the boy's additional features quite well, even so deep in the dark forest. A black lustrous tail and two cat ears. Not to mention the boy's eyes were almost of a glowing golden color with black pigmentation around his eyes, making the feline orbs stand out even more. The beast sneered as it laid eyes on him, and Luffy grinned, just like a cat. The two run at each other, a blue almost see-through substance stopping the black plasma one as the boy dodged the beast's claw. No doubt it was part of the boy's devil fruit powers. He was a Zoan. Luffy tried to kick the beast since he was already doing a handstand, but the beast simply attacked with the other paw. So Luffy had no other choice but to redirect the kick and stop the claw from reaching him. The Nekomimi was careful to hit not the claws but higher up. Impressive flexibility. To redirect an attack at such a moment in such a manner took quite a bit of effort and self-control. Mihawk could feel the impact even from the tree. The boy was no doubt a power horse. The beast snarled and was going in for a bite, but the boy dropped his other foot on its head. It was enough to push the beast into the ground. Luffy pushed himself up while pressing down on the head, using it as a kind of platform before he tried to drop a knee on the beast's head. Uselessly, the plasma substance reacted strongly, sensing the danger, and Luffy was forced to retreat. The man or beast? Mihawk wasn't entirely sure what it was. Stood up on two legs and started to gain the silhouette of a human. The swordsman couldn't help but frown at the implication. If it was a human, those mangled bodies meant cannibalization. He couldn't help but be disgusted. You finally showed yourself. Luffy's voice was calm as he laid eyes upon the man. Poor bastard. Has it already devoured you completely? The boy asked silently, and Mihawk raised a curious eyebrow. Apparently the boy knew more of what was happening than he himself. He looked at the man the boy was facing and saw the vacant look on its face. Had the man gone mad perhaps? Mihawk had met crazy people before. People who weren't all there and their eyes looked the same, lifeless. The wolfman extended his hand in a gesture that wasn't all that unfamiliar to Luffy, and dark plasma followed his command. Soryu, Luffy said silently as he dodged the substances that followed him. Mihawk easily recognized the move the boy utilized. He had the pleasure of meeting a few CP agents after all. It had been a wise move from Luffy's part, even though the swordsman was aware of the strain it put on the user's body. The boy's speed was astounding, but he won't be able to keep it up for long. Not with the way he was using his devil fruit abilities. He was creating platform after platform and shield after shields to dodge the incoming attacks that seemed to come from different directions. The wolf, since it was easier to think of the man as a wolf, attacked instinctually while Luffy thought rationally. Against a normal human it would have been probably an easy win, but the small time Luffy spent on reading the attack, defending or dodging, was enough for the wolf to follow up with another attack. Not to mention the black substance had a quick corrosive and or poisoning effect if the way the plants in its vicinity reacted to was anything to go by. Getting hit by it would have been fatal. It did not take long for the boy to be overwhelmed. Mihawk was ready to step in when Luffy's eyes caught his. He understood the message, stay out of this. Right before Luffy was engulfed by what looked like a black wave of the plasma. There was a defeating silence for a fraction of a second before something broke through the black substance. And then the doom exploded in brilliant blue flames. The beast snarled and forced even more power in his attack. Meanwhile, Luffy, who was standing in the middle of the chaotic flames, simply raised his hand and the fire rushed to protect him. Mihawk admitted to himself that he had always disliked devil fruits. To him it felt like a cheap way to obtain a power that wasn't even theirs. They had been borrowing powers from the devil, and many paid the price for that. He had been never sympathetic toward those sob stories. But looking at those flames, he had to admit they were breathtakingly beautiful. They danced around the boy wildly, yet didn't burn anything Luffy didn't want it to. Mihawk didn't doubt for a second their deadliness, but the boy's control over them was fascinating. They almost seemed alive. No, Mihawk corrected himself. They looked alive, like it was an entity made of fire. There was no almost in it. The difference between those two became apparent as the fight progressed. The wolf was getting pushed back slightly, seeing that the beast simply jumped away and tried to attack the teen from another direction. He gave up on a power confrontation, knowing all too well he was overwhelmed. He turned back to the form of a gray wolf and continued his attacks. His physical abilities were obviously all enhanced in his beast form, and Luffy was quickly losing his stamina. He tried blitz-like attacks from more directions, and they were wearing the kimikomsy down. Slowly but surely the teen's defenses were chipped away. It didn't take long before the first blow reached him. It took it directly to the chest and it sent him flying, but the boy managed to right himself midair. The battle turned bloodier as Luffy brought out his claws to play. He shouldn't use Soryu anymore, but he didn't have much choice. They were both trading blows, and it seemed like the battle was drawing to an end. Another hit sent both the kimikomsy and the wolf through the air. The two righted themselves before they hit the ground. It was going to be the last attack they both knew. Around the wolf, black plasma gathered in dangerous quantities. Mihawk observed both of them carefully, and while the beast summoned lots of black goo, Luffy instead simply seemed to breathe in slowly and call back all of his flames. They seemed to disappear under his skin, leaving only a small amount that seemed to move playfully on his body, almost like an armor. The beast seemed even more annoyed by this if possible and launched the attack first. Luffy uttered a simple command of step, as jumped in the air and landed on a hovering platform that he used as a launching pad. The wolf's entire plasma missing the teen almost by a hairline. Seeing Luffy in midair, the beast hurled himself at the boy in rage. The flames seemed to gather around Luffy's hands as the kimikomsy launched himself, his appearance again having been changed, this time taking a monstrous turn. His tail split in two. The black spots around his eyes extended, and there were small patches of aquamarine fur in strips all over his body, sans the lower half of his face. The until then black-colored fur now gained a stripped pattern. His mouth turned into a grin that grew bigger and bigger, displaying the impossibly sharp row of teeth. Hell, he even grew slightly, reaching a high expected of a 15-year-old teenager, his foot almost completely turning into feline ones. His eyes were almost neon green. Beast King's brilliant fire fist. It was one punch. He didn't need more to break through the plasma substance that appeared. But he didn't stop at one. His hands were ablaze, and small flickers of light similar to electricity danced around them. Luffy continued to punch the wolfman, creating a fiery explosion after each subsequent contact. Luffy outclassed his enemy at every turn, be it power, speed, agility, or flexibility. The outcome had been inevitable. At least that was what Mihawk believed as he watched the wolf crash into the ground. On contrast to the loud sound the beast's body made as it hit the ground and the large crater it created, Luffy landed as smoothly as a feather not far from the wolf body, his second tail and the changes it brought burning away into nothingness. He stood up, eyes filled with determination, and walked over the still twitching beast that grunted and tried to crawl away. The thing gave off a pitiful sound between a choked howling and a cry. It was pitiful and unhuman. There was nothing left but fear in the beast's eyes. Luffy extended his hand and closed his fingers around the handle of a knife constructed by flames that slowly turned into a glass-like substance. The boy crouched down over the man's body, so close Mihawk would have thought the boy caressing a loved one's face if he only wouldn't know better. The beast stopped crying. The swordsman remarked, if only for that second, as the boy plunged the knife inside its heart. "May you find peace in death," the boy said solemnly as the light left the wolf's, no, the man's eyes. He died as a man, Mihawk realized. The swordsman didn't know how, but Luffy allowed the poor man to at least die as a man and not as a beast that lost its mind. As the boy stepped back, the knife caught flames, and soon the only thing left from the cadaver was some ashes for the wind to scatter. "Awfully sympathetic towards an enemy," Mihawk commented as he approached the teen. He had to constantly change place since the two wreaked a good part of the forest in their fight, and since he couldn't allow the boy to die, he had to be close enough to step in any instance. "You're wrong, I'm not. I just couldn't help but think that it may be me one day." "What do you mean by that?" The Nekomimi only gave the swordsman a bitter smile. The swordsman wanted to question Luffy further, but it was the exact moment the boy's fuel ran out. He caught the falling boy inside to himself. It seemed like they had to spend the night now in the village. Great, more delays. He picked the boy up relatively easily. Luffy was after all quite small. A small pang made itself known as he looked down at the petite and bloodied boy that he carried in his arms while he made his way to the village. He looked so fragile, like this, like a child, even though he wasn't one, had he ever been. He was surely young, but he wouldn't discredit a man when he saw one. That would be dishonorable. The boy had more guts than half of the man he had met in his life combined. Worthless scums, lots of them. But not this boy. He was destined for greatness. Mihawk could see that now. It only took a good night for sleep and a big, like enormous amount of food for Luffy to be himself again. Mihawk truly wanted to question the boy's less than helpful answers from the night before, but decided against it. After all, they weren't friends. The boy wasn't his apprentice, and it wasn't his place to do so. They were barely acquaintance. Takakare lad. The one who managed to convince Luffy to call him Ah-sen shouted loudly as they both mounted their respective horses. The village nodded as one as they all took turns to bid them goodbye. "You too, Ah-sen." "Bye-bye, everyone," Luffy shouted back happily as they waved goodbye. "And try not to cause so much trouble to your dad," Ah-sen added with a nod from everyone. "Da dad," Mihawk sputtered, undignified, and Luffy, well, he fell off the horse in his fit of laugh. There were not many things that could annoy the greatest swordsman Mihawk Dracula, but this particular recurring event. What did he do to deserve this? He questioned himself as he took the keys from the inn-owner without showing much of his displeasure. But a small frown. The giggling behind him didn't help much. Luffy had quite liked this city so far. It was beautiful and quite lively. It housed funny people too. For some reason, they all kept mistaking the traveling duo for father and son. Mihawk's anterior reaction were all hilarious, but not so much anymore. The man composed himself way too fast. He wasn't sure why, but he truly wanted to see the man show some true reactions. Baby Shanks was rubbing off on him. The man, after all, loved to find new ways to annoy his rival. It would be a shame for him to miss out on the fun. Shanks' brat was plotting something. He knew that innocent expression all too well. The red-haired Yonko totally corrupted the kid, didn't he? "So where is the blacksmith?" Luffy asked the swordsman, quite excited. Come to think of it, the teen had been acting very friendly ever since he woke up. "Change your clothes first." Luffy asked oh so intelligently as he looked at the one he was wearing now. What was the problem with them? There might be a tear or two in them, but they were clean enough. The man didn't bother to hide his sigh this time. Unbelievable, he muttered to himself. This was the true reason he had been sent, wasn't it? The boy, while quite strong, was incapable of looking after himself. This is what he had been reduced to, an overqualified nanny. Damn Ben Bachman for making him do this, and damn himself for agreeing to this. The boy had adhered to his words and did change his clothes to an almost similar pair. That instead of a long-sleeved hoodie was sleeveless just like his shirt, so the bandages on his hand were quite visible, just like his black gloves. The hoodie also had a white text that read "Everything is funny, as long as you can laugh about it," with a white set of canines belonging to a cat probably. He still had the same belts and shoes, and Mihawk wasn't sure if the boy changed his pants or not. His long shattered sword on his back in its sheath. "Let's just go." The boy skipped next to him, and the warlord felt a headache coming as the boy continued to skip, like every step. He was also humming, and while not annoying, it was not particularly pleasing either, not when he continued to hum the same song seemingly endlessly. "You are Mihawk Dracula." The warlord only raised an eyebrow at the man's shouting. "I challenge you to a duel." Could a duel was exactly what he needed. "My name is..." "Not interested, small fly." Luffy interrupted quite disrespectfully, but he couldn't really reprimand the teen for it. He was just about to do the same after all. Wait here. The warlord added the here just to make sure the boy understood him and didn't wander off again. This will not take long. He added again as he turned at the man who was quite furious for being ignored so blatantly. It did not take long. He slayed the man in one move with only a small knife. If Luffy had to say by the way the Mihawk's eyebrow were twitching, the swordsman wouldn't believe his opponent was so weak. While being recognized as the strongest had downsides too. I believe I told you to stay here. I haven't moved one bit. Luffy replied as he bit on the chocolate that mysteriously appeared in his hands. Then where did you get that from? An old lady gave it to me. So let me understand this. An old lady passed the street while I cut down that man. The boy nodded. Give you a chocolate? Luffy nodded again. And you actually eat it? Yes. Wonderful. The man said as he snatched it away from the boy and threw it as far away as possible. He expertly ignored the pitiful whimper that left Luffy. Why would you do that? The teen asked with tear-filled eyes. Why would I? Did it occur to you that it may have been poisoned? It wasn't. Luffy replied vehemently. You just wasted perfectly fine food. The gods will punish you for this. Mihawk was starting to see a parallel here. After all, Shanks said the same thing when he spilled his booze once. He had thought the man was kidding, but no, he had been quite serious, so ergo Luffy was too. The urge to facepalm grew immensely. And just what kind of god would that be? Food, of course. I don't believe in them. Blasphemy. This is ridiculous, the man said as he started to walk and then looked at the boy who was still standing in place. Come, let's not waste time. There, the boy pointed at a soldier who was running up to them. I told you, divine retribution. Oi, you with the gigantic cross, stop right there. The man shouted and Mihawk had a twitching eyebrow. It was a sword, not a cross. What kind of idiot would miss that? The kind that didn't see a corpse not 2 meters from him but saw him throw away a goddamn piece of chocolate? That's the kind. This is a city that takes pride in its cleanness. Something like this is not tolerable. You have to pay a fee of 50 buri for littering and trash disposal violation. The soldier listed as he started to complete a small ticket. Your name? The soldier asked, and Mihawk gave him an incredulous look and Luffy started laughing. Dracula Mihawk, the warlord said as he waited patiently for the man to realize just who he was trying to amend. And waited and waited. Mihawk, weird name, alright occupation. Warlord, maybe this way. What lord? It was hopeless. The man was a complete idiot. But isn't lord a title? Oh, so you are one of those. Finally, he got it. A rich pampered blue blood who doesn't actually work. That's it. He's going to kill this idiot, painfully. Luffy probably sensed his thoughts and quickly interfered. It was the only reason this idiot's life had been spared. Sorry, Mr. Soldier. Daddy was just angry I took chocolate from a stranger. Luffy said, giving the man the biggest and most innocent smile. Ko, shishishi. And that's how you do it. You are surprisingly evil, Mihawk muttered. Why? The boy asked innocently. That's exactly why. And to think I swiped the ticket for you, Luffy said with tear-filled eyes. You're so mean. The warlord was not impressed by the fake waterworks and just sighed inwardly. He could just take it from the boy, but then he could still tell others. No other way around to this was there. Sorry, now give it here. No, you're a meanie, so I will give it to Shanks, the boy said, blowing him a raspberry before he ran away. If Shanks found out about this incident, no, he could never live it down. Why is your head bruised? The older man asked as he watched the two enter the shop. He reminded the Nekomimi of his garb slightly, strong and tall despite his age. He was only wearing a pair of pants since the temperature in the shop had been so high. He has no sense of humor, was Luffy's prompt reply. What was that, brat? Mihawk asked with narrowed eyes. The truth, it hurts, doesn't it? I like you, brat, the man said with a booming laugh. Cheshire D. Luffy, nice to meet ya. A D. The man said curiously, my name is Walter, so what can I help you with? I heard you were a blacksmith of incredible skills. Luffy started. Walter grinned playfully. Flattering will get you nowhere, but it is true. I'm quite good. Pretty awesome if I have to say. That's not enough. Good and pretty awesome is not enough. That made the man turn serious. I'm the best you will find in all Grand Line, Walter finally replied, and it made Luffy grin. Then I believe I found a suitable man, Luffy said as he brought forward his sword. Mihawk was just a bit curious. He had yet to see the blade after all. Walter himself stared at the sheath with excitement. It wasn't every day a costumer came in and demanded the best blacksmith. People were too used to the usual and good. No standards really. The blade was long, almost as long as the boy, and shattered into hundreds of pieces. Wow, this is pretty awful. What did you do with this katana? Put it through a grinder or something? Luffy couldn't help but feel a pang in his chest. ... or something. You're pretty hated, the man said with a tone of finality. It made the Nekomimi chuckle bitterly, but he couldn't help but ask, how do you know? This katana is cared for. I can see it. Even though it's broken to pieces, is still sharp and without blemishes. Someone who takes such good care of it would never do this, Walter said as he touched the blade's edge and withdrew it as it nicked his finger. Pretty bad-tempered, isn't she? I will tell you right now, I can't put it back together. The best I can do it is melt it all down and reconstruct it. It will not be same sword, but the core of a new sword. I see. Ma, don't be so sad. It will live on. It doesn't mean it's the end. It's transcendence, Walter said with a small grin, making Luffy nod hopefully. If you go further and you will find metals of all kind. Go and look around. I'll be there soon. The Nekomimi didn't waste time and skipped all the way in. Can't believe you are actually nice to him. Jealous perhaps. Why would I be? Mihawk asked as he tried to control his twitching eyebrow. I just remarked that your attitude is quite different from the way you deal with other costumers. Walter actually sighed hearing that. Most of my costumers are stupid fools. They all want me to make them or give them some legendary sword to increase their fame or power. Well, in your case, I just don't like your attitude. The man said, giving Mihawk a blank look. The swordsman returned. It's easy to be strong when you carry a legendary sword. They all want a Mato from the Seijo Owazamano like your Yoru, or one belonging to the Owazamano. The man said finally as he changed the sign on the shop door to close. That kid has a nameless sword. To care so much for it is just something few people do nowadays, and I bet that even if I were to offer him a great Mato, he'd still stick to his sword. That doesn't make him special, just a sentimental fool. Oh, but that's fine, isn't it? After all, it takes a fool to achieve the impossible the normal wouldn't even dare try. Mihawk's lips twitched hearing that. Perona wouldn't admit that she was pouting. First Luffy disappeared and then they sailed again. The ship Red Force was big but wasn't big enough for her to mock battle, and Ben prohibited her from visiting the library for the following month. At least she wasn't alone, because Shanks had a somehow similar fate to hers. He wasn't allowed to drink any rum after they both throw a temper tantrum hearing Luffy was traveling with Mihawk for a while. She hated it here. There was nothing cute besides Luffy on the ship. This was torture. How much more till she can finally hug her cute captain again? It wasn't fair. The entire crew was filled with gross men. They all hated her. Not that he could blame them. She was a vain person after all. She disliked them and they disliked her. It seemed only fair. The ghost princess sighed, as did someone beside her. Rockstar, if she remembered, missed the kid. You too. It was not a question. Yeah, I keep waiting for him to pop out of somewhere, like when we played hide and seek on the ship. The kid was a genius when it came to hide and seek. I remember one time we couldn't find him for half a day. He fell asleep and we thought he might have fallen into the sea. And, well, Ben found out why we were acting so weird. He panicked. Ben-san. Yeah, but Shanks just chuckled. It's how we knew it wasn't anything serious. He took off his hat and there was Nico Luffy sleeping without a care in the world. Hey, it's the reason he's not allowed to turn into a cat when we play hide and seek. Horo, Luffy Nyan is so cute. And the man nodded along. I know, right. Oh, so even you can sneeze? Luffy spoke with amazement in his voice. Yes, Mihawk said, maybe just a tad annoyed. I do believe most if not all species can sneeze. I guess, Luffy said, not just a bit skeptical. What is that supposed to mean? Why would it mean something? Luffy, it's just you have been cleaning your throat all day and now you sneezed. So, does it feel like something struck in your throat? And your body perhaps feels sluggish, almost like you're underwater? The Nekomimi didn't wait for a reply. Like there is just something pressing down on your shoulder, he asked, taunting. A small but annoying buzzing in your head and ears that won't seem to go away. How do you know? Mihawk asked, perturbed. I could tell you, but you won't believe me. The boy told the swordsman, who raised an eyebrow in challenge. Try me. Fine. You're showing symptoms of the sickness commonly known as cold. The man actually laughed in his face. Yes, laugh away. Tomorrow you won't be laughing, I bet. I'll take that bet. The swordsman said flippantly. Stubborn bastard. The teen muttered. I'll be too late tomorrow to regret it. I won't be the one regretting it. I must inform you I have never been sick a day in my life. So you base the possibility of something happening on your past experiences. That's like saying that just because you haven't been defeated yet you never will be. Just what are you implying? I'm just saying that unexpected things happen all the time. Are you saying you will defeat me? Mihawk asked curiously. Are you after my title perhaps, just like those fools? What are you saying, Mihawk? If anything, your title seems more trouble than worth. Stuffy titles don't suit me, but even so, there is one that I will one day make mine. And which is that? Pirate King, of course, the boy said with a gigantic grin that seemed oh so familiar. Mihawk only chuckled, amused. Shanks was true. There was something of Gall D. Roger inside the boy after all. Oh, if I win the bet, I have one favor from you that you can't refuse. And when you lose, I won't lose, but let's see, it's only fair in reverse. If you win, you can ask me one thing you want. The boy grinned shishishishi. That laugh was for some reason quite scary, Mihawk decided. Why did he feel like he had just made a deal with the devil? The next morning had not been funny, the swordsman admitted. Why? The warlord asked himself, drowning in depression. Never been sick till now, Luffy said as he took away the thermometer. A small fever, nothing to fret about. With some antibiotics and rest you will be back to your usual self before you even know it, the boy said with an encouraging smile, making the warlord feel even worse. I'll go and buy some medicine. You stay in the bed and rest, Luffy said as he grabbed his hoodie. The brat, did he think he could just order him around? You're 100 years too early to give you orders. I know, the boy said as he pushed him gently back into the bed. Besides, it wasn't an order but a friendly advice. You want to recover as soon as possible, don't you? It was because of the damn cold, the swordman decided. The reason his glare was ineffective on Luffy. I'll be back soon. Rest up, the boy shouted as he skipped out the room. Meanwhile, the warlord let his head fall back on his pillow. What was he doing? It was all thanks to his overconfidence. He couldn't believe he let someone see him in such a weakened state. It was slowly getting harder to piece together any thoughts, and before he knew, he slipped back to sleep. Luffy made a few additional purchases beside the medicine he procured, and walked back only with a slight hurry in his step. You are sure he's here? One of the many men in the hallway inquired as they all draw their weapon. Yes, one of the girl at the reception told me. What are you doing in front of my door? Luffy asked with a cold voice. He wasn't feeling all that forgiving that morning. He had fallen asleep. Mihawk groaned as he sat up, and as if knowing he had woken up, Luffy made his appearance right that given moment. He was carrying a tray with still streaming hot food, making the swordsman blink and wonder. You cooked? Nope. The only thing I can make without burning it is meat. That's good to know for future reference. Shishishi, you should go to Walter. Is fine. I stopped by in the morning. How is the blade coming along? Amazingly nice, Luffy said with a grin, making the swordsman chuckle with a low. Is that so? The rest of the day continued in the same boring manner. Mihawk took another nap while Luffy read a new book he got from the library in the town. It was already dark outside when the swordsman woke up again. He was unmistakably better. Still a bit dizzy, but compared to the morning when even standing up took unbearable effort, much better, and he had to thank the kid for that. Speaking, where was the brat? Mihawk walked into the lounge where he finally laid eyes on the whirlwind known as Luffy. Oh, you're up. The boy cheered, and the book sailed across the room, having slipped the boy's hand. Of course, the swordsman said as he caught the book heading right at him. Seeing how much you care for your books, this made the teen young laugh sheepishly. I doubt you read for the love of it. After all, you'd use any excuse to get away from it. Call him skeptic, but it wasn't by accident. The boy was actually testing his reactions by throwing the book at him. The impertinence. Had the boy been anyone else, he wouldn't just hit them with a book. Up, the boy said, nursing his head before he took back the book the man held out. Both of them sit down as he ran his finger gently on the cover. Mihawk didn't spoke. He was still waiting for his answer, the boy realized. In the beginning, it was familiarity. The only one to even try and give him some resemblance of education was K's. He only started to read to feel the man's fading presence. He hadn't been ready to give up on their connection. Then it was become a distraction. It was something he kept doing to keep the bad memories away, to keep his mind occupied. Now is more like a have to. Why? Is Ben forcing you to read? No, nowadays it kept his boredom in bay. The warlord sighed. The boy was as usual impossible to actually read. He was like one of those jigsaw puzzles you think you had already figured out, just to realize you're still far from understanding it. You shouldn't drink alcohol, the boy commented with a pout as the warlord reached for some wine on the table. You're still on meds. I'm supposed to look after you, not the other way around. Humph. Mihawk decided to just let the matter go, seeing as the boy was sulking already. We have to change locations, the warlord said, making Luffy sigh then mumble something. What was that? I said, not my fault. I told them to be silent. Before or after you beat them up? Bean, Luffy said with a pout. Besides, you would have done much worse if they woke you up from your nap. He couldn't deny that. Still, I believed we had an agreement. A non-verbal one, but still an agreement. I don't mess with your fights, you don't mess with mine. But it's not like I killed them, just delayed them. They can come back tomorrow. I believe their injured pride is harder to nurse back to health than the other wounds they have sustained. Then they shouldn't have tried to challenge you to start with. The Nekomimi smirked. Against you, an injured pride would have been the least of their worry. Still doesn't change the fact that you owe me a fight. You want to fight me? The man smirked. Mihawk actually smirked. Luffy felt goosebumps along his skin as a wave killing intent. No more like his battle thirst hit him. Ma, don't fret. I won't kill you. I'll even wait for your sword to be ready, so prepare yourself. It took a long time for his sword to finally be ready, and Walter had been working almost non-stop. There wasn't much he could do, besides training, but not more than 8 hours since Mihawk timed it for some reason, and playing cards. All while the swordsman had plenty of challenges. It wasn't fair. Luffy grumbled as he watched Mihawk battle yet again. What is he doing taking so long? Luffy asked as he bit down on a lollipop, then spotted something shining in the distance. Jeepo. He dropped silently right behind the man holding a sniper rifle. He could have killed him already, but he was bored. What Cha doing? He asked, whispered into the man's ear. Kaya. The man shouted as he jumped away. At least 2 meters in the air, and Luffy clapped, amazed by the feat. He was sure after all the man didn't use any of the 6 powers. Who are you? Luffy, nice to meet you and your name. My name's Hakuya. Nice to meet. Wait, there is no time. What are you doing here? I saw something shining from here so I decided to investigate. I see you saw the reflection of my lens. So what are you doing? Is this a gun? Luffy said in a deceptively innocent way as he grabbed the rifle, making the man fret. Wait, don't touch that. It quickly turned into a don't point it my way, as Luffy continued to play with the gun. Oh, is this supposed to come off? Luffy asked sheepishly as he broke off the lenses. No, you broke it. The man accused the little boy. Do you know much that costs? What are you doing? Bang. Ouch, did I shot you? Oh, you're bleeding, the boy remarked before he pressed the trigger again. This time instead of the feet it hit the man's right ear just as he was about to launch himself in rage at the small boy and try to take the rifle from his hands. No need to say. It was enough to make the man backtrack and rethink his plans. Sorry, he offered as he stood up with the sniper rifle and accidentally bent the barrel as he leaned on it. Jayo, the man shouted. No, stop. I didn't mean to. The Nekomimi added as another piece fell out. Oh, accident. This was by accident. Luffy swore as more and more pieces fell out as he gestured with his hand. The hand that was holding the rifle. No, the man cried. Why are you doing this? Why must you torture me like this? That's what I'd like to know. Mihawk sighed as 2 set of eyes landed on him. Luffy, what are you doing? Finished already. The boy chirped happily. Can we go eat then? Meat. Vegetables too. But and give back the man his weapon already. Oh, the boy looked at the rifle that was already in pieces, and then skipped next to the shell-shocked man and dropped it in his hands. He grinned at the man before he quickly walked after the swordsman. The man blinked in wonder, and just then the boy stopped at the door and turned to wave frantically. Bye-bye. The man couldn't stop his empty hand from waving back even while tears run down his face. The katana was a beauty. Long, but not as long as Luffy's previous one, with straight silver-colored blade. A big dark crystal followed by a smaller blue one and one white even smaller than that embedded inside the katana, separating the blade and the handle that was wrapped in simple bandages instead of a guard. The blade was accustomed for Luffy. They had been made with his flames after all. Every day he'd come here every day to start the fire. The only ornament that the sword tolerated was actually those 3 gems. Any other and the flames would devour them. It was the reason the blade had no real handle. You decided on the name yet? Tsukuyomi, like the goddess. Yup, fits her perfectly. She is one of kind all right. Doesn't even allow me to touch her. Walter said, somehow sulking. Kind of reminds me of the cursed swords. Boy, take that back. Luffy replied, annoyed, while gently tracing her finger on the blade in a calming manner that seemed almost comical seeing it was a sword. It's all right, he didn't mean it like that. I didn't. I was just saying that it will be hard for someone else to ever wield her. That just means she has standards. Walter sighed. Why am I even trying? He asked himself in vain. If you continue to act like that, I won't give you any presents. Presents? The boy's eyes seemed to lit up in excitement and anticipation, making the blacksmith sigh to himself. Luffy was too easy to please sometimes. Here, he said as he revealed 3 small tanto. They were made from similar alloy to his blade. It's made from the scrap pieces that were left behind. They are not as strong and they don't have the same core metal, so they are not exclusive for you. They each had a black handle and 1 small jewel, black, blue and white, one in shape of a teardrop embedded inside to separate blade from the handle instead of a guard. This is, would you not like it? Walter asked with a frown, but was taken aback when Luffy started crying. No need to cry. I mean, if you don't want them I can just. No, I mean I like them very, very much. They are beautiful. And why you made them for me, Luffy said quite strongly. He indeed liked them very much, so he bowed deeply in front of the blacksmith, and Walter flinched back from the sudden movement. Thank you very much. It's nothing. I know, think of it like a bonus for being a good costumer and all. Hanks Wuo. Finally, he could get the chance to fight against Mihawk. He couldn't exactly tell if he was shacking from excitement or fear. His steps were light as he walked down to the streets. It was almost midnight when he left Walter's shop, and the shadows on the streets kept playing tricks on him. So he took an extra long route for precaution. So you're finally here, Luffy said as he stopped walking. This place was good enough as any to fight. Moria. There was a sound of footsteps and groaning that followed almost as like an answer to his query. The Nekomimi couldn't help but stand there shocked for a second as the first zombies showed their rotting faces. An old man with a wound, came Luffy's question, which made the zombies snap at him. We're zombies, can't you tell? Followed up by a shit we weren't supposed to talk to him. Then followed by a wave of depression. We're gonna get scolded again. Divided by what do you expect? Nobody respects a zombie nowadays. The old man zombie that Luffy first saw was actually crying over not being scary enough, saying he had totally failed as a zombie. Luffy was feeling just a little bit bad for his enemies. He couldn't help it. The zombies were just so pitiful. Oh, sorry everyone, I must have been rude. Ma, it's not your fault I guess, one of the zombies said. Shame though, our entrance was so cool. Then let's just do it again. I'll just pretend that I haven't noticed you and you can sneak up on me again. What do you say? No, we can't. Come on, I insist. Let's do this right. What do you say, everyone? No one has to now, and this way no one is gonna scold you. If you insist. Divided by all, let's do this. Divided by will scare the crap out of you. Yes, I'm counting on you all. Let's do this. Yes, take 2. So you're finally here. Moria. He turned around and every zombie fell like dominoes. That's why I told you to quit pushing me. Divided by is not my fault. We are in the middle of the horde and everyone is pushing. Take 3. So you, my bones. One of the zombies shouted, interrupting his lines. No, everyone save yourselves as a dog. Divided by is after my bones. Divided by, don't bite that. Luffy's sweat dropped as the fearless horde of zombies got chased around by a dog. He ended up chasing it away. Thank you. Divided by, you really saved us. What a nice guy. Divided by, even through we're enemies. Take XX. This is impossible. One of the zombies cried out. I know you can do this, guys, don't give up. I believe in you. Luffy said passionately, making some of the zombies even cry. Nobody ever said that to us. Divided by, come on guys, let's do this. Take XX +1. So you're finally here. Moria, Luffy said with a dramatic flair as he turned around to face the horde of groaning zombies that were advancing in a menacing way towards him. What is this? You sent your army of undead after me instead of facing me yourself, coward. The Nekimimi asked, this time with golden glowing eyes. Jipo, he uttered, and seemingly jumped into the air as the zombies launched their attack. I will deal with them first, the small boy said with a small bloodthirsty smile as he adjusted the gloves on his hand. And then find you myself. As scary. The zombies thought as one. What are you doing, weakling? Mihawk asked, quite annoyed, the blonde man who blocked his path. It was a pirate, he could tell from a mile. While pirates usually hated warlords, he got the feeling the man in front of him didn't stop him for that reason. Should I tell? The man teased, and Swordsman only stared back with an expressionless face. Let me guess. Gecko Moria. He finally made his move. Kishishishi, Cheshire D. Luffy, we finally meet. The warlord said as he sent out an attack made from shadows at the Nekimimi, who jumped back, avoiding the attack. The man was gigantic and weird too. He had horns on either sides of his forehead, for God's sake, with stitches running vertically from the top of his face and down his neck, with red hair and blue skin. His coat and gloves were black while his pants were bright orange with pale window shapes imprinted on them. He was wearing a fishnet shirt underneath a cravat, a necklace, and a blue crucifix-like ornament with claw-like appendages sprouting out from 3 of the cross's points. The Nekimimi smirked tauntingly. I started to think you won't come at all. What, you thought you can just do what you did and get away unscratched? Moria asked with a dark glare. Not if you have any pride as a pirate captain. I admit it took some time to track you down. The warlord said as he sent more shadows toward the small hooded figure. You didn't say you were part of the red-haired pirates. Of course not. Luffy didn't want them to involve the Yonko in his mess. But then people distinctively remember a boy fitting of your description accompanied by the red-haired pirates. Imagine my surprise when I found out. You being part of the mighty crew like that. Attacking them head-on would be foolish, but then here you are. All alone. No way I could have missed a chance like this. The man shouted as he sent more and more shadow tendrils at the teen, who continued dodging them meticulously. You are wrong. I'm not here alone. Mihawk Dracula is a warlord too, you know. Now what do you think is more likely, him helping you or me? There is no way Mihawk would work with you. Then where is he? The warlord grinned when Luffy didn't answer as he jumped on a roof. No answer, then black box. The man shouted, and the shadows surrounding the Nekimimi closed up around Luffy, giving it the appearance of a box. It was too late to dodge. The lid closed and he got struck. Moria grinned as he managed to capture the boy before he followed up with a punch denting said box. It fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The defeated silence persisted before the man's eyes widened. Where are you looking? Luffy asked as he slashed with his sword at him. The shadow man couldn't escape in time. Why you? The warlord shouted in annoyance as blood dripped down from his shoulder. How did you escape? I cut your box in the roof underneath. The man screamed in both annoyance as he sent a wave of black shadow at the boy, but it was cut before it could reach him. You dare hurt someone under my protection, came the deadly voice of the world's greatest swordsman. Moria was a lazy bastard, but he could recognize a hopeless situation for what it was. The brat was stronger than he gave him credit for, and Mihawk he had no desire to face whatsoever. I will not forget this, Cheshire, the man shouted before he disappeared in the shadows. You are not wounded, Mihawk stated, making Luffy look at the man amused. Nope, I got held back by some blonde idiot. It almost sounded like the man was trying to apologize for being late in his own weird way. It made the amusement on the teen's face become more pronounced. I was fine. Meet some zombies, by the way. Oh, Mihawk was not talkative, but Luffy didn't mind. You should have seen them. They were hilarious. Luffy blinked in wonder just as soon as he opened his eyes. He could recognize this place any given time. The forest in Death's Realm. But why was he here? Kaio, go away. That voice, he could tell it apart from 100. Perona, Luffy shouted as he raced to where the shout was coming from. The pink-haired girl was surrounded by what looked hundreds of spirits. Luffy growled at them as he ran and then kicked away the clothes to the girl, making the spirits pause. The one hit by his flames got burned to death, and the blue flames were dancing on the boy's skin threateningly. "Blue Luffy," the girl shouted as he recognized his captain. "Shield," he uttered, and before Perona could ask, a shield made from what seemed to be glass appeared in front of her. "Sword," the boy said silently before he seemingly vanished in a blue flicker, and appeared before a spirit, hitting it in the stomach with blue flame-covered hands, making it dispense with a silent scream. The teen seemed to disappear again before he dropped a kick on another's head with his boots covered in flames. It continued just like that, the boy seemingly disappearing here and there before one spirit seemingly dispensed, followed by another. Some of the spirits backed away and tried to run while others gathered around the Nekomimi boy, who, seeing he successfully made the spirits gather around him, smirked in self-satisfaction. Luffy let his particles encircle the spirits and spread through the small clearing. Burn was the only command the boy gave, and in less than a second everything caught ablaze, creating a doom of fire around him. The spirits of that dead would have screamed if they could have before they burned away. It didn't take long, thankfully, as Luffy collapsed. He was overexerting himself using such a large-scale attack. There had been, after all, hundreds of them. He was really thankful none of them were exceptionally strong. "Luffy," Perona shouted in worry as she quickly kneeled next to him. "Luffy, are you all right? What happened? Are you hurt? Where are we, Luffy?" "I'm fine, tired only," the boy said as he pushed himself up. "I can tell you were weird, but you probably won't believe me. More importantly, how did you get here?" "I don't know. Probably fell asleep on the Red Force and woke up here." "So where is here and why is the sky green?" "We are in Death's realm, you could say." "What? Didi, does that mean that we?" The pink-haired girl surprisingly believed him. "Seeing as we can speak." "No, we're not dead." "Speak. What does that have to do with anything?" the girl asked, flustered. "Where should I even start?" Luffy asked as he sat close-legged. "What do you know of Baeknikos?" The teen told her some of his past and how he found out his necromancy powers, how he found his way into this bizarre realm. "I see," Perona said with tear-filled eyes before she shook her head. "Kaz is here too then. Can I meet him?" she asked, excited. True to be told, from all of the things he thought she would ask, this one hadn't even crossed in his mind. "Yeah, I guess. But shouldn't we first try to find a way to get you back to your body?" "What? Well, you were actually meditating, weren't you?" Luffy asked with a knowing look. "So I think the you here is only a projection. Because of your fruit." "Huh, to think I never even thought about it. You ate the horo no mai. You can create ghosts, in other words, yokai. No wonder. You ended up here and were targeted by them." "Them, spirits of those who passed on. Most of them are reincarnated, but some cling too strongly to their former life. They probably thought that using your body as a medium could go back to the living world." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "I'm talking about possession. You are probably the only person who can house them. There are some people that have certain talent that lets them communicate with the dead, but those means are temporary. Their body can't house two spirits of such." "No way, I don't want anyone living in my body." Luffy chuckled. "Figured as much. I wouldn't recommend it either way." "How do you know so much about that anyway, and why are they scared of your flames?" "You never asked about what my flames are and where they come from." "Ghost light, will-o'-the-wisp, in many ways people refer to them. But I call them soul fire. Think of it. After all, the only thing that passed on is a person's soul, and my blue fire are made from the same material souls are. It's one of the few things that can actually hurt them. Normal psychical attack have no effect on them." "I see. Slightly disturbing. I mean, still is not like you use your own soul and die if..." "Luffy, no. I mean, I could die if I overuse my soul fire, but I won't become soulless or anything like that. Is energy. If I'd ever use too much, it would be likely that I'd first collapse and not die, just like when you run a marathon. I mean, there is a possibility that I die, but is highly unlikely." "Captain, don't say such things so lightly." Perona screamed, annoyed. "We should find a way to send you back through," Luffy said, ignoring the ghost girl who pouted, hearing him. "Seems straightforward enough. You got here through meditation, should be able to get back the same way." Perona nodded before she frowned. "Wait, I know how I ended up here, but how did you?" Luffy smirked, hearing her. "And just were you thinking of when you were meditating?" The girl blushed prettily, making her captain chuckle lightly. I missed you ... so I kept thinking how great it would be to meet you." "I guess you have your answer then." She giggled slightly, hearing his words. "I'm happy you're not angry." The pink-haired girl slightly bashful, making Luffy smile, amused. She was not such a bad person everyone thought her to be. A little high and mighty, quite vain, but she was a nice person deep down if only you took the time to get to know the real her. "I have been waiting for this," Mihawk said, shocking Luffy slightly. They were far away for the city, and it was time for Luffy to answer the swordsman challenge. They were facing each other on a large clearing in the forest, and as Mihawk reached for his weapon, Luffy quickly jumped back. He himself was gripping the katana hard enough to bruise his fingers, but was yet to draw his sword. The boy was the type who didn't swing his sword around needlessly. More of one-hit kill type, but the chances of that working on Mihawk were almost close to zero. You're on guard, that's good, the man said as he drew his sword. He respected the teen enough that he'd use his sword to face him. Me and Shanks fought once. By the way the boy was talking about it was not just any mock battle. It was terrifying, Luffy said, but he could still see the boy's eyes were full of excitement. I'll let you attack first, come. Luffy needed no more prompting. He closed his glowing eyes and exhaled slowly to calm his inner tremor and attacked. He used Sora right from the start and slashed with the same move he unsheathed his sword. It was an impressive swing, but Mihawk parried and Luffy let his sword move gently but swiftly into a different direction to execute another attack. At least you're not an idiot who thinks brute force is the answer to everything, the warlord praised as he blocked with minimal effort and movement. Since you attacked, it's my turn now. The pressure seemed to increase double-fold, and the Nekomimi admittedly had a hard time maintaining his composure. The gigantic sword cut through him easily. He could feel the burning pain. It didn't happen. There was no blood. Mihawk still didn't bring down Yoru, so what was that? Did the pressure made him hallucinate the killer intent that was burning behind the man's eyes, or was it some sort of inevitable future he caught the glimpse of? He didn't know, but he didn't hesitate to move. Even so, a small slash appeared on his shoulder as he jumped back. Good, you dodged that, the man said with a smirk. He could see the swing take down a good part of the forest behind him. But don't stop moving, the man said as he sent a flying attack at him, and Luffy knew it was just too late to dodge it. He let his mist construct a wall in front of him, concentrating to make it as resistant as possible. It still cut through. Thankfully, he managed to deflect it enough so it just passed him by. But he had no time to admire Mihawk's impressive technique, as not one but three slashed flied at him from three different directions. They tore through the ground like it wasn't even there as they approached him. Don't stop moving, the man said, but there was nothing he could do. The battle barely started and he was already on defense. And he barely managed to do even that. It was madness, so overwhelming. This was the immense power difference. Luffy's grip on the katana grew more relaxed. Like Shanks used to say, gripping the sword and flexing his muscles too hard made his attacks rigid. It only obstructed his movement. He raised a pillar right under his feet, and as expected, Mihawk's attack broke it to pieces, but it didn't matter. He was already in midair, sailing toward Mihawk. His blade glinted in the sun, and the warlord smirked as he let loose another flying attack. Luffy, who was midair, created a platform right in front of him to help him change directions and avoid the slash before heading towards Mihawk again. Come then, the warlord said, amused as Luffy brought his sword down. Hard. It felt like Luffy was trying to cut a stone. No, an entire castle made from stone with a dull knife. Mihawk was unmovable. Down, up, spin, legs, slash. All his attacks were batted away like they were nothing. Mihawk pushed his sword away and slashed. He will get cut, he knew that. He could see it. Blood splashing everywhere, his blood. He pushed as much power in his feet as he could to jump away. Even if he knew where the slash was coming from, there was nothing he could do to block it. The cut was deep, and his breathing was already labored. Blood dripped steadily from the wound that reached from his shoulder to his midsection. His vision was getting blurry, and Mihawk had yet to take a step from where he was. Come to think of it, the warlord hadn't moved from his spot since the beginning. Luffy cursed inwardly but didn't give up. Not yet. His Nakama were waiting for him. He'd marched through hell for them, so this feeling of hopelessness and weakness meant nothing. It only affirmed the fact that he could become even stronger. And he will be stronger, he decided before this battle ended. He will make Mihawk move. He could feel his sword reverberate with his determination. Apparently she sustained him, like she always had. He wasn't fighting alone, not with Tsukuyomi here. The silver sword seemed to glow slightly as what looked like blue mist surrounded it. Let's try that. Blue flames burned along the blade, and the boy jumped at the man, who was forced to use his entire upper body into deflecting the attack instead of only his wrist. Better, Mihawk praised. You're getting a hang of it. Humph. Luffy grinned back as he attacked again. That coming from someone like you is flattering. The man only grinned back as he dodged the flaming sword. He had to admit the boy had impressive skills. He'd go even as far as to say he was talented. There were small, almost unnoticeable hints that pointed to Shanks' style, but the boy was mostly a freeform. No rigid katas. The Nekomimi moved naturally, like the sword was part of him. Definitely fast. And definitely strong. He wasn't lacking in skill either. Many had trouble using such large swords, but not Luffy. He could tell the boy considered the blade an extremity of himself. Wasn't scared to attack with it, but defended it just as fiercely. The teen probably didn't even know it through. His moves were impulsive and instinctive as always. He was gentle and moved with great care, so the sword wouldn't get scratch or chip at the edges whenever they locked blades. But it wasn't by conscious effort most of the time. More like it was second nature to him. Always moved in a way to avoid damaging his sword. Mihawk could tell the boy would rather retreat or suffer a great wound than to let someone tarnish the blade. It was refreshing in a way, not to mention Mihawk could see the sword responding to the teen and his dedication. Luffy was growing tremendously even now in the middle of the battle. He was silently wondering just how far he could truly push the boy. "This flames of yours are troublesome." Luffy's eyes widened as the man smirked inwardly as he pushed the boy's sword down and thrust his sword forward. It was great that the boy cared about his sword, but also a weakness. His eyes. The large black sword hit his eyes straight. Luffy quickly moved his head to the side. Didn't save him from a scratch on his face, right below his eyes. The warlord followed up with another attack, but Luffy flared up his sword hoping to make Mihawk move, but the man cut through his flames totally unfazed. The teen quickly made a glass structure he used to kick himself away as the slash continued in its path toward him. "I realized it a while back. You can summon great amount of flames, but most go out real fast if you don't maintain contact with them or consciously try to keep them burning." The warlord commented nonchalantly as Luffy stood up panting slightly from his crouched position and sent more flames toward Mihawk. His attack were getting sharper, but it wasn't enough. Mihawk cut through his flames like they were nothing. It was slightly disturbing how strong the man was. Getting too close to him was no good. But all his ranged attacks were useless here. The man could cut his flames in two after all. He readied his sword for attack. Maybe if it wasn't just flames, if he could send a flying blade attack. How did Shanks explain it again? Concentrate on the sword's blade and imagine the slash. Continue moving onward, traveling, soaring, cutting even the wind. His Kiri, Luffy said as he finally let loose the concentrated power from the sword's blade soar toward Mihawk, who smirked as the flying burning blade attack neared him. He parried it with a slash from Yoro, and his eyes widened as both attacks met and his was overpowered. He took a few steps back instinctively before he even realized it as he prepared to cut the attack. It was powerful, Mihawk had to admit. The blade was sharp and powerful, more so empowered by the flames. But the boy still had to perfect this technique. It was unbalanced and he easily cut through, halting the attack. I did it," Luffy shouted in disbelief, and Mihawk smiled for a small second. "Of course you did," the warlord finally said. "If you wouldn't have I'd showed me again," Luffy asked teasingly, making Mihawk look away slightly embarrassed. "What are you talking about?" "I'm just saying. What was it, 7-8 times you showed me that technique? I may be dense, but not that dense." The warlord sighed. "You know there are things you shouldn't say." But then how could I thank you for it?" "Mihawk, thank you very much," Luffy said with a bow followed by a sunny smile. "Now I can protect my nakama even better, thank you." Mihawk couldn't help but smile again before it turned into a smirk. "Then I guess it's time we continue." "Can't I knew?" Luffy asked stupidly. "You don't think is finished?" "Not until you perfect it and can use flawlessly this technique at any given opportunity." Wait, he was already running low on energy. "I'll go all out." That grin on the warlord's face said psycho. Luffy gulped in both anticipation and fear before he repeated all out. "Prepare yourself," the man shouted as he attacked. Wait, just a Naya. What is one of the Yonko doing in paradise, I wonder? Kizaru drowned out the words in his annoying manner, enraging the red-haired captain even more. "Didn't know you were at a back and call of warlords now," Shanks retorted, annoyed. "The Marines weren't here to fight them, not really. They were merely dragging things out and standing in their way, while being a general pain in the ass and nuisance altogether." Moria was a warlord, and however cowardly it was for him to relay on the Marines to fight his battles, he wouldn't do something like this without a reason. Obviously Luffy had been their objective. He truly hoped the young teen hadn't done anything stupid. At least Mihawk was there with him. He surely couldn't get into that much trouble, right? Who was he kidding? Greatest swordsman or not, this was Luffy he was talking about. Trouble always found him. "Move it," Shanks spoke, "and if looks could kill." Kizaru for once really hopped. Moria knew just what he was doing. "Or soon there will be one less warlord, and that would be too troublesome to deal with." I suppose we arrived too soon," Mihawk commented nonchalantly as they both sighed inwardly for different reasons altogether. The warlord got an urgent summon notice from the Marines. He usually would just ignore such trivia, but this time it had Sengoku's personal stamp on it. It made him curious, to say at least. Luffy, on the other hand, really hoped he could spend some more time with the swordsman, or at least until Shanks and the guys got here. It was selfish of him, no doubt, more so since the man sacrificed more than a month and half of his time on him. "You should go," Luffy finally said. "I don't want you to," the boy quickly clarified, "but I know you want to." The man only raised an eyebrow. "You're curious." It was a statement, and the swordsman didn't deny it. The boy was direct with his words. Most people usually hate the kind, but he kind of admired the teen for it. It was an honorable trait that few had. "Decide the guys will probably be here soon enough. I'll just find an inn or something and play some cards till then. We'll meet up. This island is just so big after all." Mihawk took a moment to think about it. Luffy was strong, but Moria was still gunning after the Nekomimi. Chances were he'd get attacked. But then again, Shanks should arrive soon. Ben wouldn't stood them up. Even Luffy couldn't get into that much trouble until then. "Fine. I believe you will be able to take care of yourself for at least a few hours." "Oi," the teen protested, annoyed. The man ignored it in favor of setting sail. "Well then, Luffy, I will see you soon." "Oh, how so?" But the man only grinned mysteriously as the small boat departed, making the Nekomimi huff slightly in irritation before he grinned and waved slightly. "Take care and see you soon then, Mihawk," the boy shouted as watched the boat grew smaller and smaller before it disappeared completely on the horizon. Luffy threw the small backpack over his shoulder and then started to walk. He was at the island's south beach and the only place the Red Force could dock. Ben usually took great care not to arrive late for any appointment, more so if it was made by him. Something surely must have happened. Knowing the red-haired pirates, anything ranging from lack of booze to attack of another Yonko was a possibility. No use overthinking it. According to Mihawk, there was a small town up ahead, and true to his words, he found it easily enough. He found a tavern. The bar downstairs was full and lively. It was, that is, until he stepped inside. Even the music stopped for a small seconds as the people inside sized him up. He paid them seemingly no heed, all while inconspicuously determining their threat level. For a small peaceful town, there were just too many people that looked like shabby beggars with hide weapons on them. Pirates or maybe bounty hunters. Well, this ought to be fun anyway. "Can I get you anything, boya?" the women asked. Luffy studied her for a small second. She was a beautiful blonde, almost silver hair in a long dark dress that showed off her figure nicely, more so her bust. A long cigar held elegantly between her well-manicured finger. The Nekomimi smiled up at her innocently and the women blushed instantly. "Evening, ma'am. Got a free room for tonight?" "Why, yeah. How much?" He beamed up at her and she looked starstruck for a small second before she collected herself. It's of course the women took a deep breath before she spoke free. "Because her cute." "Also drop the ma'am. Not that old yet, boya," she said amused. "Thanks, beautiful Ni-chan." Now she turned into a deep shade of red similar to Shanks' hair. "Can I get you anything to drink?" "Only if you drink with me." "Smooth," the women said before she turned to the bar, the blush still yet to leave her face. "So what's your poison?" "Just milk, please," Luffy responded earnestly, making the man who sat beside him snicker. The Nekomimi ignored him expertly. Not so much the one mixing the drinks. "Sorry, kid," the women said, placing in front of him something he was sure wasn't milk. Or at least not entirely. "We only use milk for drinks here, no food either." Luffy nodded with a smile. "I see. This is a brandy milk punch. Is sweet but has alcohol, so better drink slowly," she explained while the teen only nodded along. "Okay then, cheers." Divided by cheers. The taste was not bad, Luffy mused, just unusual. Besides, it's not like it's the first time he ever drunk alcohol beverages. Makino owned a bar. It's funny how no one on the Red Force knew that though. In his defense, he was a curious person by nature and he never drunk enough to get smashed. Only a bit from each to find out how they tasted. It was also a fact that he had never mixed them, but he could tell by the taste this was a mix of at least 2 alcoholic beverages he recognized. "Not bad," he murmured slowly while a few tables away a man stood up with an angry face. "Do you reckon they'll let me join?" the boy asked as he looked at the poker cards the man in the middle was shuffling. "Bad company, that lot," the bartender said with a shake of her head. "Better stay out of their way." But of course Luffy wouldn't be Luffy if he'd listen. He hummed before emptying his glass, then winked at her before walking over to the 4 guys. The bartender only sighed in resignation. She already knew this couldn't end well. "Can I play?" Luffy asked politely, making the 4 share a look. "HMPH. Sure, kid," the man snickered, "if you have any money." Didn't take a genius to know they wanted to rip him off. "Of course." He sit down with an eye smile. It all started nicely enough. He even let them have the first round. Needed to let them think they had some chance against him, boost their ego and make them more comfortable. Not even Ben was able to beat him at poker, and the man was a genius when it came to strategy. It was an easy win, true to be told. The enraged fool seated beside him at the left couldn't help but let a small GRA brought out. "Wait, is just luck," the one beside him offered. "It can happen to everyone. Let's call him naive idiot." The bigot that was seated right in front of Luffy just sneered. Too high and mighty to talk was he. "Let's play again," the 4th idiot proposed. He had only one eye, so Luffy called him that one-eyed macho not much man, and yet he knew he had no naming sense whatsoever. Ace and Sabo reminded him enough times of that. It was his turn to make the cards and decided to put on a small show for them. No reason to know card tricks if you don't show it off now and then after all. If he had to say. By the way the people's mouths were left hanging open, he was quite good. He dealt the cards and so the game started again. But now his opponents were just a bit wary of him. Good, no use playing against weaklings if they weren't at least on guard. The people in the bar were now all watching the game with curiosity. "You cheat," Mr. Bigot accused as he won yet again. "Really?" he asked with a raised eyebrow as he pocketed his winnings, seemingly uncaring of the ragging bulls at the table. The man answered back with a curt "really," before he stood up and walked toward the bar. "No one is that lucky, but then again, I don't really think you are lucky at all." "Who?" the boy asked with mock amazement. It all happened like Moria's sin predicted after all. The people in the tavern pointed their weapons at Luffy. "Moria?" Luffy asked curiously as he leaned back in his seat. He looked so relaxed that it pissed them off even more. "Yes, but you don't know, do you?" Why Redhead isn't here, why Mihawk left, and what happened to your little girlfriend? The man asked with a smirk as he ordered another drink from the scared bartender. Luffy's eyes turned cold, but they still had no unease or worry in them. Those eyes piss me off, do it, the bigot said with a nod to enraged fool who took a swing at Luffy and punched him in the face. Ouch, the boy said as he opened his eyes and glared at the man who took the swing at him. That hurt. By the dull tone the boy spoke with, it was a sarcastic remark. You. The man flinched at the glare without himself noticing. Sweat seemed to run down his back, but the words spoken by the teen managed to enrage him enough to override his previous emotion. Fear, that is. There is more from where that's coming from, the man said threateningly, but Luffy didn't bother with the enraged fool any more than that. That fact that he didn't fall to the ground after taking such a hit didn't raise any question in any of them. Not even the man who hit him was somehow funny. I'm sorry, the Nekomimi said, finally looking at the bigoted idiot who was sipping his drink with a chuckle. I seriously don't know what is going on. Perhaps you could explain. The man laughed even more hearing his words, but Luffy waited patiently. If there was one thing he learned from Sabo was to never rush an interrogation. Well, you see, this is, the man said, taking out a paper from his breast pocket. Then unfolded it really slowly and turned it around. What I'm talking about. A wanted poster. Not just any wanted poster, but his wanted poster. Meaning Moria managed to pressure the Marines into releasing his wanted poster, ergo these men were probably bounty hunters. No, it was better not to make such deductions so soon. They could still be pirates for all he knew, looking to take down a weakling from the Yonko's crew and hope for fame or something equally stupid. That also explained the urgent message from the Marines to Mihawk. The Nekomimi sincerely hoped the swordsman won't get in too much trouble for helping someone affiliated with the red-haired pirates. 2 questions answered out of 4. I see, the boy replied in a calm manner. But that still doesn't explain what happened with Shanks and Perona. The macho not so much with one eye if something, felt even more annoyed by the boy's calm demeanor. Why was it that it was he himself who felt pressured? He swung his sword at the boy with full power, barely stopped it a few centimeters away from the boy's right eye. And the teen didn't even bat an eyelash at it through. I'll take your eye out and squash it under my foot, you little piece of shit. The man grumbled and the naive idiot laughed. Ah, the kid's so scared he's totally frozen up. Ha ha ha. The bigot chuckled along the others before he started talking again as he leaned back in the bar stool. You see, Moria doesn't take too well on someone quitting on him without his approval, but to make sure, the bitch Luffy's eye narrowed dangerously hearing that word. Knows he is capable of forgiveness, sent her a little present. Her subordinates, that is. One by one the man smirked. Piece by piece. Isn't he a nice man? The man threw his head back and laughed, accompanied by many others. And you know what the best thing is? The man asked in a giddy way. Tricking Mr. Big Shit Yonko and stealing her away right from under their nose. It was hard, man, sure, but it felt so good at the same time. I reckon by now the wretch had been delivered to Moria-san, and the Shanks will never make it in time. You see, Moria isn't hiding on an island after all, but on a ship. A lot happened in such a short time, Luffy said, lowering his head. But by the way you speak, he smirked. You know where Moria is, don't you? Of course I know. The man boosted. Good. That mean even if I kill everyone else, you can still take me to him. It was expected. Perona knew after all her betrayal won't go unpunished. Moria was powerful. He was a warlord and apparently decided to use his influence and work his dirty scheme behind the scenes. It all started with those dreadful news. Shanks and the crew tried to keep Luffy's existence a secret for a reason. They made sure the Marines had no chance to give him a bounty, so the Nekomimi would start with a clean plate in East Blue, but all in vain thanks to the warlord. Shanks was annoyed by that but chose instead to celebrate Luffy's first bounty, all while promising to get his revenge on Moria. It was an impressive sum for someone so young, 50,000,000, but she felt it was not in league with the rest of the crews. That was part of the problem. While the article in the newspaper spoke of the cruel red-haired pirates who recruited kids, now the wanted poster read affiliation none. Moria made Luffy a target for everyone, and Ben was quite pissed for that. The first mate was sure that everyone with a bit of brain was capable of putting those clues together. So not only the bounty hunter that usually wouldn't go after a crew member of the Yonko targeted the team, but everyone who wanted to get revenge on them. They could claim they simply didn't know. Of course everyone knew that wouldn't stop them for retaliating, but the Marines give them the perfect excuse to start a fight. The balance between the Yonko was quite fragile as it was. And if that wasn't enough, the sum was big enough to send strong opponents Luffy's way, but compared to anyone's on the Yonko's crew, it was basically an insult. The poster reads simply Cheshire. The pic only showed half of the boy's face since the hoodie covered the other half, but his grin and glowing eyes made it easy for anyone who knew the boy to recognize Luffy. That was the first. It was followed by the gift sent to her. She didn't know how he even managed to find their location. Leased again and again, but it was aggravating. Even the red-haired pirates were getting pissed off. hearts and parts of her old subordinates sent to her in pieces. The Yonko couldn't imagine at first what made her sick upon seeing a bloodied teddy bear's head, but soon made the connection. She wasn't heartless, or maybe she was, because even if she could go back in time, she knew she'd never change her decision. She would still join Luffy's crew. There was no doubt in her heart that it had been the right choice. Her subordinates, while they never been especially close to her, they were all she had back there. Many didn't even like her, called her a spoiled, stupid child, but they feared her enough to never oppose her. Not surprised there. The only reason she had been able to join the Mysterious Four was because of her devil fruit was as powerful as it was. So why was it that she got so upset upon seeing these gifts? Shanks' crew had become very protective of her. They didn't even let her explore the new island alone, and yet had been all in vain. Here she was enchained. But worse than the pain she had to suffer or the shame for getting kidnapped was the fact that she had become bait for Luffy. It was the only reason why she hadn't been killed yet. She was sure of that. At least she was grateful that no red-haired pirate had been hurt in the kidnapping. Moria was bold but not stupid. He did not want to turn the ire of a Yonko against himself. Too bad, the ghost princess thought. Knowing the man as well as she did, the warlord had managed to do that already. The ship she was on shook violently, and she knew what that meant for her. Stand up, wrench. Moria-sama is waiting for you. The pirate wannabe shouted in annoyance. Poor idiot. Didn't he know that Moria never struck deals with other pirates? He only used them. She somehow pitied him, well, at least until the man grabbed her arms too tightly to hoist her to her feet. She will have doubt about marks on her arm. Watch it, you idiot ape. She glared at the idiot, who only laughed before grabbing her even more roughly by her should. No, you watch it, princess, or I might just break your nice manicured fingers one by one. Her dark eyes narrowed dangerously. You should pray I find you first and not my captain. Perona whispered, amused. Shut up, the man shouted before he stricken her right in the face. In her weakened form, she wasn't able to stand up and hit the ground quite hardly. She felt something warm run down on her face before darkness overtook her. Boy, doesn't this ship go any faster? Luffy asked, annoyed. Bigot annoyed. Tiza Elria D going as fast as it sea can. The man stuttered. You better not lie to me, the teen said with glowing eye, making the man let out a scream more befitting a woman before he shook his head fast in denial. I would never. How could he? He saw firsthand what this demon did. Flashback. Fast. That was the first thought that finally registered. How could everything change just so suddenly? Everything went according to the plan, and then in just a few seconds, their position of hunter and hunted changed so fast it wasn't even funny. The boy didn't even move from his place. One of the men simply ran at him, and the boy caught the punch sent his way, all while sitting in his chair. He didn't even move a centimeter, and then the man caught fire. Blue flames. It didn't take much, if any, time for the flames to burn him alive. Then the gunshots followed, but they never reached their target as they got stuck in a glass-like structure, and the boy seemingly disappeared and the chair fell back empty. Then the screaming started. Those dreadful sounds he couldn't get out of his mind even now. They were getting torn to pieces, and as more screams filled the air, the man couldn't help but think that this suffering, the pain, those cry and wails for help, this was hell. He had fallen into the inferno surely. Luffy stood in front of him, with yellow glowing golden eyes, and the man tried to move as far away as he could, but the boy was there before the man could even register. Grabbed him by the neck and hoisted him up into the air with one hand and seemingly no effort at all. You called my nakama by some nasty names, he said with a face free of any emotion. No rage, no hate, nothing but his eyes though, a raging fire there. That just won't do, the teen said slowly. The man understood every word the boy said, even though surely his brain should not be able to function without air for so long. His lungs burned like a bitch. But more than that, he realized there was something more dangerous than lack of oxygen for him. I will kill you if you ever do that, the monster no demon said before dropping him like a sack of potatoes. Take me to Moria, the boy demanded, and he wasn't stupid enough to oppose. The Nekomimi could tell the more they advanced, the more the fog in the air turned heavier and darker. The wind seemed to pick up too. WWERCCC close, sir. So that was what caused the atmosphere change. He remembered Ben telling him something about that not so long ago. Something about each island having their own climate and some stuff he just couldn't seem remember. Still, he had to be careful. Who knows just what kind of surprises could have Moria left him with. Everyone on board worked in silence and seemingly as quiet as possibly, but the waters were getting turbulent. The storm hit the ship seemingly out of nowhere. Many of the sailors were losing their confidence and started to wail and cry. They were going to get killed like this. Quickly, grab the ropes, we're trimming the sails, Luffy shouted, taking command when seemingly no one did. Hurry up, he commanded, but Mother Nature was just too scary for them to pay any attention to the albeit small but dangerous boy. We're going to capsize, the first mate shouted in despair. No, we're not, the Nekomimi retorted confidently. You either help me stabilize the ship or I will throw you overboard myself. With such a threat hanging over their head, the sailors had no choice but to comply, since everyone knew he wasn't joking around. Chances were they could survive somehow if they did as Luffy told them. But if they got thrown overboard in such weather? They all fought against the heavy storm for more than 2 hours, and it seemed like they just might make it. The storm seemed to ease up to when the ship broke in two, right in the middle. There just wasn't anything they could do about that. Not that much time to think either. For Luffy, getting killed by falling into the ocean just wasn't an option. Not when Perona had been kidnapped by Moria. He wasn't going to allow himself such a luxury. So he pushed himself over the limit, not caring about how more and more water rushed in. The team knew the ship would go under in a few minutes, so he grabbed the bigoted man who was still in shock, knocked him out, then threw him over his shoulder. The man's hysterics actions would just sabotage their chances of survival otherwise. Luffy's search wasn't fruitless. He happily found a small lifeboat just in time. He cut the rope that was holding it up and jumped onto it as it fell into the ocean. He didn't know if anyone else made it, as he lay in the dingy and fought with the drowsiness caused by the sea water. He hated feeling so weakened. He might have passed out just for a short while there, but happily his guest on board hadn't woken up before him. The boy stood up, still a bit dizzy but feeling much better than before. The heavy storm has finally let on, but a few raindrops still fell here and there. Another thing to worry about was their position. He hoped they were heading into the right direction, but before he could wake it up, he felt something big was approaching them, fast. If it was a ship, Luffy prepared himself to commandeer it. It might be their only chance to reach their destination, seeing how desolated was this part of the sea. Yo ho ho ho, it was a pirate ship, a big one. Luffy grinned and activated Jeppo after grabbing his hostage by the scurf of his clothes. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. The voice continued to sing slowly with a hunting beauty by Kusu no Sekwo, Tadok na Yukuyo. It was beautiful, and at the same time it seemed incredibly sad. It was a pirate song, and Luffy couldn't help but smile politely at the man who was still facing the ocean. He had an afro which Luffy considered pretty awesome in itself, not to mention the guy was tall, like really, really tall. "Excuse me, sir, I boarded your ship without any permission," the teen said sheepishly. Makino and Sabo always said he needed to be polite to strangers, more so when he had a favor to ask from them. "Oh," the man said, surprised, before he turned around and greeted them with a jolly voice. "Good afternoon, everyone. Yo ho ho. I am so surprised. How many years has it been since I last saw someone else? I've been yearning for company, but there are only ghost ships here. Now please come, make yourself comfortable. We can have a nice long conversation." "A skeleton, a talking skeleton with an afro," Luffy said with amazement. Indeed, the man was all but bones, dressed in black coat, trousers, and a top hat. In addition, he had a blue cravat tied between his coat and around his neck and a purple cane. "I'm sure you have lots of questions, like where we are, what happened to this ship." The skeleton talked a mile an hour, but the boy only smiled and nodded along absent-mindedly before he followed up without missing a beat. "More important, may I have some tea too?" "Ah, sure. I'm sorry for being such a lousy host." "Not to many visitors," the skeleton answered, making the Nekomimi let out a loud shishishi. Brook Pav mostly. Before long they were both sitting at a table with a teacup in front of them in the dining room, or what remained of it, and Brook decided to introduce himself. "I'm Dead Pure Bones Brook. May I ask your precious names?" "Cheshire D. Luffy. Nice to meet you, Brook," the boy said as he took off his hoodie and gave the man a chance to study him in turn. What an intriguing person, Brook decided. He could tell the boy's smile was truthful even now. He didn't even look scared of him, more like fascinated. But Luffy looked young, and Skeleton didn't know how to feel about that. He had entertained that thought ever since he first heard Luffy's voice. The boy was petite, but instead of handsome he'd rather describe the boy as cute, adorable. Those dark orbs looked up at him with wonder instead of fear or disgust. He couldn't help but find the boy endearing. "Cute," the man shouted, fangirling a bit, and then he smiled. "Luffy san then?" The man, Skeleton, turned to the still knocked out guy, and the Nekomimi sweat dropped. Luffy wondered how to explain this. "He's my hostage, kind of," he said bluntly. "Hostage," the pirate repeated. True to be told, he wasn't sure he could, or more like would want to fight the boy if he turned out to be an enemy. "Yes, he has to take me to Thriller Bark, so I'm sorry this might be soon, but could you please lend me your ship?" This time he asked with a small bow. "Hey, Thriller Bark," the skeleton shouted out in shock. Luffy's words were truthful even now, and that raised an entire different kind of question. Just what kind of business could someone so young have with the warlord? The boy had a shadow, so that couldn't be the reason. He studied him again, trying to determine what had he missed. Luffy was practically a child, but then again he carried himself as a warrior. His movements were precise, too precise and silent, the sound of his steps almost non-existent. It spoke of years of practice, and while the term child soldier wasn't unfamiliar to him, he couldn't help but frown inwardly at the implication. "Yes, I have to find Moria and take back Perona. She's my nakama. I have to rescue her." "Nakama," Luffy said. Was he a pirate then? The boy's eyes turned cold when he talked about the warlord, but when he mentioned Perona's name, Brook could see the worry shine in them. So Luffy didn't work with Moria, but the warlord had kidnapped someone the boy considered nakama. Those onyx eyes filled with determination were now trained at him. The kid's eyes were truly expressive. Moria, the warlord, you know him? Brook asked just to be sure, and Luffy frowned. Fought him once, the boy said, clearly not sure if one could call that knowing someone. Judging by your reaction though, you know him too. He's the reason I've been wandering the seas. The boy listened curiously, and Brook decided to tell his story. It only seemed fair. He stole my shadows. Because I don't have a shadow, I can't exist in the sunlight. Right now, because of the darkness and thick fog, I am somehow alive. But what would happen if you'd step into the light? The boy asked, wary. He could tell the boy didn't want to upset him with his question, but couldn't quite stop his curiosity. A long time ago, I saw another man whose shadow had been stolen walk into the sun. His body was completely decimated. It was so terrifying that my hair stood on end, even though I am a skeleton and have no hair. He considered adding the skull joke, but the conversation was too serious for that. It is because I have no visible shadow. Also, as a direct result of this, my appearance is not visible in pictures or mirrors. Basically, I am trapped in a life of darkness, and all of my friends have been killed. The air felt heavy, and yet, or maybe because of that, Brook couldn't stop himself. Still, I am glad to be alive. Yo-ho-ho, I am full-bone, dead bony Brook. Glad to meet you. How can you be so happy? Luffy asked with a small frown marrying his delicate features. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Today is such an amazing day. I have met other people. There was no way for me to tell the days apart in this deeply foggy dark sea. My friends had all died, and I was all alone on a ship with a broken rudder. I just moved along aimlessly for decades. I was extremely lonely. I was lonely, afraid, and I wanted to die. Well, I suppose that is what an extended life is about. People are my happiness. Meeting you is pure happiness to me. I can't shed tears, but if I could, I would be crying in happiness right about now. I decided, Luffy said as he stood up. Brook, become my nakama. Is all right, the little boy added in hurry. You don't need to answer right now. Think about it. As for your shadow, Moria had already pissed me off to start with. I'll bite him to death. Nothing less is acceptable. You are a really good person, aren't you? I am surprised, but I can't allow you to get angry on my behalf. I can't ask someone I just met to die for my sake. I'm not going to die. Luffy started it like a fact. More so, I'm not going to die for someone else's sake. I'm going to live and fight for what I believe in, and that's all there is. Nothing more, nothing less. His words were sincere, and somehow Brook couldn't help but be amazed by the boy's conviction. He understood those words somehow. Luffy didn't want to die for his sake. He didn't want to cause him pain by leaving him behind, not after what had happened. No, the little boy wanted to live for his sake, and he wanted him, Brook, who was a living skeleton, a freak by nature, to live too, by his side. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and feel unworthy at the same time. He had done anything to earn this kindness. He could feel his resolve slipping already. But before he offered an answer, the entire ship was shocked by a tremor. Well, look who finally decided to join the world of the living, if it isn't the prodigal son. Daughter, Kishishishi. Moria laughed at his own joke while Perona eyes fluttered open. Her head felt like it was just about to explode, and the warlord's voice was grating. It literally felt like his every word was scratched the inside of her head, similar to the irritating sound of chalk across a blackboard or a metallic screeching sound. Moria was probably obvious to the discomfort he caused her only by speaking, or maybe just enjoyed the pained expression across her face because he launched in a long monologue. I would ask how you are, but then again, a picture speaks 1,000 words. Even by just looking at you, I can tell you are miserable. Kishishishi, should have thinking about it before you decided to throw my kindness back into my face. Did I not take good care of you? You had everything you could wish for: clothes, food, money, subordinates. I even tolerated your childish rebellions and temper tantrums. God, shut up. Your voice is truly irritating. Perona shouted, annoyed at him, and decided to ignore the similarities between her actions and that of a certain Yonko when hangover. I think I'm going to vomit, she added when she saw Moria approach her with a raised hand. Her words had the desired effect and make the warlord stop in his way. Oh, does her head hurt, Kishishishi? Poor little girl. All alone, hurt and chained. The warlord gloated. I wonder where your new friends are. Where is the man you call captain now? Cut the chase. What do you want, Moria? The ghost princess asked as she looked into the man's eyes she not so long ago called captain. Well, I am in a rather forgiving mood. If you beg for mercy and forgiveness, I might just listen. Just say you're sorry, that you made a mistake, that you were just playing around, that you made an error in your judgment. It can all end so easily. I'll forgive you honestly. I wouldn't do this for just any traitor, but you, Perona. I never, ever will betray Luffy. She could see the anger rolling off the warlord in waves. The future pirate king is gonna be him. Gog. You, Moria shouted in anger as his shadow hit her. The pink-haired ghost princess hit the ground as the chair tipped over with a loud thud accompanied by a pain scream. Ungrateful little witch. Fine if that's what you want. The warlord grabbed her shadow and she could only try in vain to get away. Kishishishi, you will be the key to defeat the Cheshire. New. The two of them quickly run to the dock as the ship started to shake, making the third passenger wake up. Scream bloody murder as he saw Brook before a falling debris knocked him out again. Or maybe just the shock of seeing a living skeleton. Who knows? Could it be? Brook asked as he finally laid eyes upon the island. Let me guess, Thriller bark, Luffy said, putting his hoodie on. Still, what an amazing day. Not only did I meet people, but my wish came true as well, the skeleton said as he placed on his hat on and grabbed his cane. You should try and find a safe way to get away from this island. Docking here is out of question. He shouldn't feel insulted. Most people didn't believe he was as strong as he claimed to be, so he settled for an amuse trying to ditch me. I'm so glad that I met you today. I will not forget this for the rest of my life. If we ever meet again, I'd be honored to fight along your side. Well then, take care, the man shouted before he jumped down the ship, right into the water, and Luffy jumped after the skeleton with no hesitation and a small grin playing on his lips. What a light body, Luffy praised, surprising the skeleton, who couldn't believe the Nekomimi boy was keeping up with him. He was after all running on the water. Hey, I'm just dead bones after all. Brook's response was automatic, but more importantly, the skeleton expressed his shock once again. How can you do that? Shishishi, the boy laughed. Race you to the land, Luffy shouted before he speed up. The skeleton was panting slightly as he finally cashed up. Luffy-san, he couldn't believe the boy could move so fast. It took quite an effort to even follow it with naked eyes, let alone keep up. But he had no choice but run himself ragged. He couldn't let the boy step on the island all alone. Brook only realized now, but he was already quite protective of the petite boy. He shouldn't even be here on this dangerous island to start with. Moria was a powerful foe after all. Brook wasn't that overconfident that he'd even consider fighting him all while protecting Luffy. Brook, I didn't tell you yet, did I? The boy was standing in front of him, so he could only see the boy's back. Luffy glanced back and Brook's eyes met his glowing golden orbs. I am strong. Of all the things the boy could have said, that was the least he expected. More so, I don't forgive anyone who harms my nakamas. Leaving here without her was never an option. Once again the skeleton was shocked. Child or not, he could not trample all over someone's determination. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. I forgive you. Now come on, Luffy said, if Brook had to say, quite excited. You don't look all that nervous or furious, the skeleton said as they walked side by side. Luffy was excited, but he opted to wait for him, which made it all more endearing. If May, why is that? I am absolutely livid, the boy said with a nice smile out of all things. But I'm furious at Moria, and I know Perona is fine for now. She has to be, or else he wouldn't have lured me here. Luffy had no doubt that the whole thing had been a setup and Perona was the bait. The man used his connection with the Marines and separated him from Mihawk and Shanks for that reason alone. Then he told those pirate hunters where they could find him to make sure Luffy would come to him. I still want to kick his ass as soon as possible, but nervous? Why would I be nervous? Luffy had no idea what the man had been planning, so there was no reason for him to stress over it. Moria also must know he was Shanks' apprentice. Not that he's tried to hide behind the man, but the Yonko was probably already pissed off at the warlord. Aw shit, thinking about it, he was so going to get it. Ben was going to make him suffer for not waiting for them and for rushing into things without a plan, wasn't he? Brook was amazed once again by the little boy's words, but he decided to explain his question. Luffy-san, you do know this place is famous for being a ghost island, right? He himself was still slightly terrified of all the weird creatures he encountered last time. Shishishi, the boy laughed. I see. But still, Brook, you're a pirate too. Was that an accusation? The skeleton wondered. As an adventure, you have to enjoy it, Luffy said with a megawatt smile, making Brook happy for once that he was a skeleton. This way his blush wasn't noticeable. It's the entrance. Luffy pointed out the obvious. Yes, the older pirate replayed. Such an obvious trap, the boy commented with seemingly with no expression on his face, and Brook had to agree. Might as well go along with these idiots. They only managed to walk a few moments before some sort of dog stopped right in front of them. Luffy's eyebrow twitched once in annoyance. Of course the warlord would have a dog as a pet. Even when he could have picked any other creature, it just had to be a dog, a three-headed. Wait, was one of those heads a fox? A Cerberus, yo-ho-ho-ho. I wonder what it's doing here. The skeleton laughed cheery, but it turned slightly fearful when the dog was cheeky enough to growl at them and then gaze at the skeleton with hunger in its eyes. Something Luffy feline pride would never allow to happen. Brook took half a step back with a small Kaya, all while readying his weapon. The action made two things happen at once. One, the beast stepped closer. Two, since Luffy had yet to move, he was in front of Brook and right in front of the beast. Huh, you got a problem, asshole? Luffy asked, suddenly glaring down his opponent. He could feel the baked Nico's emotions clearly rampaging through his body. Annoyance for one. How dare the small fry even look him in the eye? Didn't the idiot know just how far below in the foot chain the stupid mutt was from him? Luffy let his eyes glow with more power, and he could practically feel the beast's resolve crumble as fear kicked in. It didn't take much for the beast to whimper as the Nekomimi's eyes narrowed. Luffy smirked to himself as he saw the beast hung his heads in submission. Want to ride it? Luffy asked as he turned to Brook with a small angelic smile. The boy was truly surprising. But the speed his character and mood changed was even more surprising and a bit terrifying if he had to admit. Yes, the skeleton replied. It was easier to just go along with it, beside how many people could say they rode Cerberus. They both ignored the downright bizarre sight of an unicorn and old man-faced tree-drinking sake until they attacked them, of course. Luffy easily knocked the two out and continued their conversation like nothing happened, totally unfazed. Brook couldn't help but swoon over it. So cool. Yo-ho-ho-ho, he exclaimed before turning a bit more serious. Still Luffy sang about this annoying fly. Brook started knowing Luffy would understand his words. And he did, but for once the Nekomimi wasn't sure how to proceed. He knew one of Moria's men was following them ever since they entered the island. It had yet to approach them. Of course it could be just waiting for an opportunity, an opening. I'll squash it if it gets too close. Their conversation was yet again interrupted by some weird creature. Luffy only sighed in annoyance as he kicked it away. Then came the zombies. Brook flinched as he saw them. Hi guys, Luffy said with a small smile, and the zombies reacted in kind. They were all cheerful and apparently happy to see him again. For zombies they are quite lively. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed along, bringing attention to himself and making them freeze then scoot back. The zombies gasped comically before they shouted aloud, "You! Long time no see." Yo-ho-ho-ho. Luffy could see his companion wasn't in fact as cheerful as he appeared to be. The skeleton seemed scared of zombies. He couldn't help but find it somehow amusing. But they weren't here for his amusement, so he decided to just cut the chase and ask them, "You guys saw Moria around here somewhere?" The zombies looked at each other with a frown. Luffy-san, you are searching for Moria-sama. Yes, he kidnapped Perona. Something like that happened. You guys haven't been told? Brook asked, this time all while keeping a safe distance from the zombies, and the zombies in turn did the same. No, we're mere foot soldiers. Our orders were to be on alert for any intruder. The two could see the wheels turning in their heads. You two are the intruders. Luffy and Brook only nodded truthfully. They had no reason to lie. So we have to fight. Why you? Don't worry, I get it, is your job. I'll go easy on you, Shishishi. The Nekomimi said with a small grin. No way, the zombies shouted as one. If something they were absolutely sure about was the fact that while Luffy was personality-wise quite a nice person, could be even called an angel, power-wise he was an absolute monster. He was just too strong for them. They could still feel phantom pain in where they had been hit last time. Perona couldn't help but curse inwardly. She never knew, never thought about how scary it would be getting one's shadow stolen. But then again, she hadn't thought of a lot of things. She had never been a compassionate person, but after spending so much time with them, Luffy, Ben, Shanks, and the rest of the crew, she couldn't help but think something was definitely wrong with them, maybe even her for that matter. She still couldn't understand what Luffy ever saw in her to ask her to be his nakama, but she was goddamn grateful for it and refused to waste her chance. Thankfully, Moria only almost stole her shadow. He had been stopped in the nick of the time by Hilden's sudden appearance and report, according to which Luffy and Humming had just docked on the island. The Ghost Princess couldn't help but worry hearing that. Luffy came here without the red-haired pirates, and she suspected Moria had a play in that, but at least he wasn't completely alone. Then again, Humming. How did those two even meet? Her captain's sudden arrival made Moria rethink his plan. Since the Nekomimi was already on the island, he decided against taking her shadows. The warlord wanted to take pleasure in making her watch him defeat Luffy, and that wouldn't happen if she was unconscious for 2 days as a result of him stealing her shadow. And so the pink-haired girl cursed again as they throw her into a cold prison cell. He could still hear Moria's laughter as they slowly faded away together with his footsteps. If only she could have been stronger. Had she not grown at all since then? No, she was stronger. That won't happen again. She had sworn she'd never allow that to happen again. No one was ever going to defeat her captain while she stood helplessly and watched it happen. She had promised they had to go through her first. Was she always so useless? If she could at least use her powers ... But her hands were bound by the sea stone shackles. She had to open them somehow. But there was nothing in this prison cell that she could use as lockpick. Think Perona. Think, the pink-haired girl repeated slowly to herself. This is Hogback's mansion. I expect we will encounter some resistance here. Luffy nodded, mentally preparing himself for battle while his face remained expressionless outward. Let's go to the haunted house, yo-ho-ho-ho. The Nekomimi's lips barely twitched as Brook cut down and Luffy kicked in the gate. It fell into the middle of the road with a loud thud, followed by the sound of their light footsteps as they waked in. Fosh, 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 fosh. The weird laughter resounded through the silence. It drew everyone's attention to the veranda and the man standing there. Welcome to my house, Hogback. For he was sure the man was Hogback was quite tall and round with thin arms and legs, Luffy observed. The man had a long nose that resembled a beak with sharp and canine-looking long teeth and ears. His face was scared while his black hair was slicked back. A tattoo ran from the left side of his neck all the way to his torso, visible through his fishnet vest. His outfit consisted in continuation of purple leather pants, a thick black tie, and purple gloves covering his long claw-like fingers, a white surgical mask under his chin, a pair of very small black gold-rimmed sunglasses, a violet feathery cape that was black on the inside, which Luffy thought that made the man look like a giant beetle, and a pair of high-heeled boots. "I'm surprised you managed to make this far, even though it seems like you picked up a stray on the way," the man said, giving Brook a dirty look. Apparently the two had quite a history, if the heated glares were anything to go by. "Not that it matters. All preparations are complete. Let the night raid begun. Cindy-chan, Samurai Ruma, throw them into the world of shadows right now," the man commanded, and two shadows jumped at them from the balcony. Yo-ho-ho-ho, divided by yo-ho-ho-ho. The two swordsmen locked swords while Luffy dodged a flying plate. "To think you'd come back. Are you going to run away?" Begging not the afro. Once again, Ruma taunted the man as they locked swords again. "This time it won't end like that." Brook spoke, determined, as they pushed away from each other. "This is the city of the dead. Thriller bark." Hogback shouted, "The land of shadows and the light. The night attack has already begun." Vosh, 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 vosh. The zombies were advancing towards them from behind. They were going to get boxed if this continued. This too are different from the zombies you encountered till now. They are special. The Samurai Ruma is actually a general zombie. He is originally from the country of Wano that is located in the New World. He is a legendary samurai who supposedly killed a dragon many years ago. Hogback loved to talk, and while Luffy was growing bored of all this talk, isn't it magnificent? For once the Nekomimi had to agree. They say that when a true master cuts you, you have to walk away humming before you realize you have been cut. To see such a mastery is quite rare, but to witness a battle between two. The man laughed again. "Sorry, between one and its own shadow." Vosh, 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 vosh. It was a dirty trick to force Brook to fight against his own shadow. It would be like one fighting against himself. Winning would be rather hard, not to mention the samurai had a huge advantage over Brook, who was just a skeleton for that reason precisely. Shanks' haki swept through the room, chilling everyone, even his crew, down to the bones. "Devil?" the redhead asked again, slower this time. "Luffy is not a devil, even though he can be scary as hell. But still he is a pirate, my apprentice to be precise," the man said with a small and fond smile. "He is a good kid. Strong, oh yeah, but can act pretty stupid sometimes and is way too straightforward. Just like in this situation. Why the hell couldn't he just sit still and wait for them to arrive? He is not a devil. He is not a monster and would never attack unprovoked. Why, you just say because you haven't saw what he did." The blonde bartender spoke up, even through frightened to the core and shaking like a leaf. "He tore those man to pieces. She was getting sick just remembering. That thing was no child, it was a savage beast." Shanks growled, hearing that. He could remember with perfect clarity another precedent, way too similar to this, and a small, frightened, broken little boy. Every part of his being screamed at him all at one to fight and protect that little boy. He had promised he wouldn't let something like that happen again. Shanks won't allow anyone, more so a stupid civilian, to destroy the brat's confidence. "Where is he?" His tone made her sob into her hand as she took a frightened step back. "Captain, calm down," Ben said as he entered silently the tavern. The redhead wanted to shout at his first mate. This was not the time to tell him to just calm down. Where had the man even gone to at such a critical time? But before he could formulate his question, Ben pushed someone inside. "It's useless questioning her anyway. Him, on the other hand, he has a really interesting story to tell. One about a scary little brat that commandeered their ship. Does that sound familiar?" "Good job, Ben," Shanks said before he turned his focus at the man with a predatory grin. "Now then, who are you?" Pirate hunter, the man whimpered slightly. This was just not his day. First their boss got taken hostage, then their ship had sunk. And he couldn't even remember how he survived that, and now he got captured by pirates, and not just any pirates. No, he got caught by red-haired Shanks' crew, one of the Yonkos. "You cannot win against me," Ruma shouted, "and I don't want to witness such a lousy performance ever again." His katana struck blow away Brook's hat, but the skeleton managed to catch it before it fell to the ground and place it back to its place. "In the last 2 years, for this second chance alone, I have become stronger," Brook said as he parried another slash. "I'll have you come back to me, right to my feet. You are my shadow after all." Their fight resembled a well-choreographed dance. Their hands and sword moved in such speed it all seemed to be a blur. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. You have become stronger these past 2 years, and so have I." Ruma katana went through Brook, who dodged a slash aimed at his afro and chipped off a little bit of bone. "Since we both think the same way." This time the katana went through his middle and Brook was sent flying by the swing string. "As always, the afro is so important to you. But there is no way you can protect that big of a weak point." Brook adjusted his grip on the sword as he stood up and rushed to attack. There was one advantage: he had a cut that would damage his internal organ, did nothing now but cut through the air. Ruma too realized that, so he angled his attack at the skull and it went through, unfortunately. cutting right into his eye socket, and while technically Brook knew he was a skeleton, and there was nothing for Ruma to cut into but his skull, he couldn't help but freeze up for a second before he kicked himself away from the samurai. Brook stood up once again, although it took a bigger effort this time to gather his strength. All of Ruma's moves were sharp and on point. Brook parried relentlessly, but he was overwhelmed once again. But it didn't matter in the end. No matter how many times he was beat down, he just had to keep trying and standing up. There was no other way for him to win, and it was infuriating. The man was after all using his moves. Not to mention, whenever the skeleton thought he was finally catching up, Ruma changed his tempo or rhythm of his attack. Sword's play was similar in a way to deciphering and speaking a language. They had rhythms, tempo, caught as one had to read his opponent carefully to be able to defend himself from his strikes. To attack, you had to go even above that. But what if you were wrong from the very start? Brook felt like he was going crazy. This was his style, his moves, and yet he was the one who slowly couldn't follow or keep up with it. A small cloud of dirt and sand rose into the air from as he hit the ground yet again. How about you admit defeat honorably? Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brook gathered his strength to stand up yet again. But he barely managed a kneeling position, even so his frame was shaking slightly. How you are still able to move, yo-ho-ho-ho? It's like you're a phoenix, or maybe a zombie. Ruma asked, unsure. You shouldn't be able to stand much longer. I will paralyze you soon, so you'll never come again to try to take your shadow back. Do you want me to cut you down with my Yahezujiri? Anything. You don't know anything. Don't use that name. Brooks was shaking both in exhaustion and anger. The fast-cutting technique from my kingdom's assault squad that I made my own was named Requiem La Bando. That same technique was praised by my comrades and nicknamed Hanada Sanchu Yahezujiri. Even if you have my personality and techniques, I do not want someone who had forgotten my memories and feelings to use that name. Yo-ho-ho-ho. If you insist that you're the real thing, why don't you tear apart my fakes? This is your last chance. Ruma spoke with a warning in his voice, and Brook stood up shakily. His breathing was ragged, unlike the samurais, who seemed to be in perfect fighting condition even now. They both were facing each other and started walking calmly toward their opponent. The battle was over in a friction of a moment. They both walked a few more steps before uttering Hanada Sanchu Yahezujiri, divided by Hanada Sanchu Yahezujiri. Both swords were placed in their sheath with a small click, and Brook collapsed. He had been the one who got cut down. The skeleton heard Luffy's voice in the back of his mind shouting his name in concern, but knew it was probably only his imagination. Ruma turned around and placed his katana over his shoulder confidently. Laboon, the skeleton whispered, more than anything else, I want to apologize to you for the unfortunate me to apologize. On this dark ocean for 50 years, it has been so long, and to think there was no reason to live. It's so lonely. My life, so lonely. Now where should I start cutting? Yo-ho-ho-ho. Ruma asked himself as he grabbed and hoisted Brook up by his hair. First of all will be, of course, this afro. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Luffy POV. Luffy didn't think his fight would become this troublesome. It all started out easy enough. He beat Cindy easily. The zombie had nothing on him, but she kept rising. Brook told him after they left the graveyard that the only way to defeat a zombie was to purify them, but neither of them had any salt. To make matters worse, the zombie horde made it to the mansion. He was fast, but he had no room to maneuver, and for a small second the teen was tempted to just burn them all alive. But then he quickly dismissed that idea. He had no idea what that could mean to those whose shadows had been stolen. Luffy may be a pirate, but he wasn't cruel enough that he'd sentence them all to such a cursed life just because it was easier to do that than it was to do the right thing. That's why he headed toward the only place the Nekomimi was sure he could find salt. The mansion, more precisely the kitchen or the storage room there. Because while zombies wouldn't eat salty things, hogback and the rest of the humans were bound to. He threw one more look at Brook and prayed that the skeleton resisted until he made it back. Luffy ran and broke down the door with a kick. The only way he could use to describe this house was creepy. Even the goddamn rug attacked him. Although he defeated them easily, those things still kept getting up. Zombies were annoying, but then Cindy just had to wake up and start attacking him with plates. Once again, it was annoying. He had a great amount of stamina, but even he started to feel the drain. This time he made sure the zombies stayed down before he tied Cindy's hands with her own scarf. Just show me where I can find the kitchen and I'll let you go. But before he could answer, something kicked him away. He turned in midair and landed on his feet, then quickly surveilled the area. There was no one in sight, and then someone shot at him. He had been prepared for battle, so as soon as the sound of a trigger being pulled reached his ears, he threw himself to the ground. It was reflex and survival instinct in one. The Nekomimi wasn't going to take any chances. He had practiced with sharpshooters and gun maniacs, and so he wasn't going to just stand around and become one of their target. Thank you very much. It was a bazooka that had been fired, and while he avoided the explosions, the debris that had been sent flying from the impact managed to graze him slightly. Noting more than scratches truly, he decided to run for cover while the shooter reloaded. Since he knew which direction the attacks came from, it was easy to deduce what could serve him as cover and what couldn't. His opponent fired again as he ran and managed to hit him once in the shoulder, but he close enough to make it to the cover. He cursed slightly as he held his bloodied shoulder and tried to ignore the pain. If his opponent was a sharpshooter, it would make sense why he couldn't see them. They were probably hiding somewhere, but that theory still had inconsistencies. Like, how did he get kicked? It was a kick, no doubt about it. And why couldn't he see the ammo? He wasn't given too much time to think about it as something wrapped itself tightly around his neck. Hag, Luffy shouted with a raspy voice. He couldn't see it, but it was almost like a leash of sorts, and it kept getting tighter. It was dragging him out into the open. It had admittedly taken him by surprise, so his reaction time was slow. It was getting harder to breathe now, so it was time he did what he should have since the start and let his flames break free from underneath his skin. It was like a small explosion had gone off in the room. Everything in the room, even the windows, got broken, but unfortunately he couldn't see any bodies. The lucky idiot got away. The Nekomimi cursed to himself, all while trying to keep his anger in check. His expression turned neutral again as he exhaled softly and reined in his flames. He had to relax and remember what he had learned. While debating how to proceed, Luffy tore off strips from his hoodie to wrap them around his shoulder as makeshift bandages. It should be enough to stop the bleeding for now, he thought as he stood up. The teen knew he couldn't just run around stupidly and just hope he won't get hurt. The one thing the Nekomimi was sure about was that this wasn't a sharpshooter, because he would have been shot dead by now if that had been the case, the pirate thought with a small sweat drop. He was pretty sure about that, and almost as sure as he was about the fact that his attacker won't give up this easily. The teen had to be careful. He couldn't rely on what he was seeing only. He had to use his other senses too, or else his invisible enemy would win. Luffy had to stay alert, and while he used his eyes to guide him through the house, mostly to avoid falling flat on his face, he didn't rely on them to detect his enemies as he walked down the halls. He listened carefully to every little move, and then he caught a scent. He closed his eyes as he sniffed the air again. The scent that lingered in the air was weird. It felt both like a human and animal, but it was somehow different from the other zombies they encountered on the island. Could it be another Zoan? More so if he could disappear a mythical Zoan, maybe. But if it was so, the man probably didn't have his fruit for a long time. Every predator knew and learned how to mask their smell, else they would give away their presence to the prey, or worse yet, to other predators. That's how easily the hunter became the hunted. He tore apart two more surprised zombies with his claws alone as they tried to attack him. The teen was annoyed and didn't have time for small fries. He had to get the salt as soon as possible, but first the Nekomimi had to take care of that guy before he became too troublesome. The teen wasn't going to let the lucky idiot to ambush or trap him again. His pride wouldn't allow it. Luffy was getting closer, but his opponent wasn't alone. He could feel the man's presence behind the door, and somehow he knew that there were two more zombies inside. The Nekomimi, although slightly shocked by the revelation, didn't question that feeling. It was the same as when he fought Mihawk. Luffy somehow just knew it, and that instinct or feeling had yet to guide him wrong. The teen decided to trap them all inside. He wasn't going to let his prey escape a second time. He placed his hand on the door and let his flame out. They burned down the annoyance standing in his way and quickly encircled the entire room, cutting off their escape routes. "Yo," Luffy greeted them after he stepped through the flames. He fixed his eyes on the blonde dude. Well, good news, he wasn't a Zoan for start. Not with those patchworks. "You, me," Luffy replied humorlessly as the man shot at him. He summoned his particles and made a tall wall appear in front of him. The ammo exploded, but it didn't even scratch the glass-like substance. "That doesn't work if I know they are coming and from where they are coming from." The man, of course, didn't seem to listen to him and fired again, but the Nekomimi was faster. Luffy used Sora to appear right in front of the man, who seemed shocked. His claws gripped both invisible bazookas that were fixed to the man's hands. "I said that doesn't work," Luffy repeated once again before he ripped them off and head-butted his opponent. He threw both over his shoulder after he lighted them with his flames, of course. They exploded thanks to the gunpowder before they even touched the ground. Absalom-sama," the two zombies shouted as they saw their leader fall down. The blonde stood up slightly disoriented. He looked into Luffy's eyes, which were gleaming at him unforgivingly. "Come," the Nekomimi ordered, and the blonde ran at him enraged. He couldn't believe he got overpowered by such a small brat. Absalom turned invisible midway, but Luffy knew from where the man was going to attack him. The blonde was suffering from a bad case of tunnel vision. Not to mention he was shouting as he attacked him. What good it did to turn invisible when you shouted and give away your posit? But then again, even if the man would have kept his mouth shut, his steps were loud enough to give away his posit. Maybe he could have posed a challenge if he would have calmed himself, but as it was, the man didn't pose a threat. He prepared himself to kick the man away. The kick packed quite a bit of strength, even if it was too slow for his liking. Absalom saw it coming and defended with one arm, but it was useless. The moment his boots made contact, he knew he broke the man's arm. It sutured his broken pride slightly. He still couldn't believe he let himself get caught off guard by such a weakling and even got injured by the blonde. True, to be told, it hurt his pride more than it actually hurt him. The mass was sent flying this time for good and even took out a pillar instead of just falling back. "I am impossible," one of zombies shouted. "I'm in hurry, do stand up already," Luffy said in a bored manner. Don't be ridiculous," the other zombie shouted now at Luffy, whose gaze was enough to silence him. "I don't want to hit him while he's on the ground." He didn't. He could, but he felt like it would be shameful of him to do so, since his opponent was weaker than him. Maybe Mihawk was rubbing off on him. He has to stand up, the Nekomimi explained with crossed arms, like it was something understandable, and they were the ones acting weird instead of him. Maybe he was. After all, once challenged, even the greatest swordsman in the world wouldn't hesitate to strike down his enemy. The man had tried to kill him, so he couldn't complain if Luffy returned the favor. "There is a limit to being unreasonable," Absalom shouted as he rose from under all the debris, slightly cradling his injured hand. "It isn't unreasonable, you're up," Luffy said with a small grin before he seemingly disappeared using Sora, only to reappear above the blonde, who looked up just in time to see the Nekomimi drop an axe kick on him. He tried to guard himself, but it was too slow. The man's face got planted deeply into the ground, and Luffy was standing on the man's head for a good second with a small grin before he jumped back. "No way," divided by Absalom-sama is losing. The zombie's wailing made the invisible man twitch and then stand up with a grunt. He was visibly annoyed, and with all the blood pouring down his face, he looked dangerous. "You are strong, just as Moria-sama said, but you can't win against me." "Grr," the blonde said as he threw away his jacket. The guy looked more and more like Frankenstein's monster. "It is not just the jaw of a lion, an elephant's SK. Don't care," Luffy interrupted with an emotionless face. "But there is one thing I'd like to know. It was you, wasn't it, the one who kidnapped Perona?" "Ah, it was me, what about it?" The Nekomimi's feline eyes hardened, and the man would never admit it, but the chibai unnerved him. Until now the kid seemed mostly emotionless, if a bit arrogant, but now he could tell the boy was livid. The scary part was his expression didn't change in the slightest. His eyes, though. "Did you hurt her?" Luffy knew he shouldn't ask because his restraints were already slipping. It was evident by the way the fire encircling them flared up angrily as a response to his feelings. It was creating a suffocating heat wave. "Why would I?" Absalom asked, and Luffy could tell he was speaking the truth. "I have nothing against her personally." The Nekomimi couldn't really understand what the man was saying. They had been comrades, nakamas, and her betraying them wasn't anything personal. The man continued to speak, though. "It's simply business, you see." "I see." Luffy knew that he wasn't always had been selfish. He wanted her as his nakama, and when his wish was fulfilled, he didn't go looking into the gift horse's mouth. But this, how could they even call this betrayal? From the very beginning they had never acknowledged her as nakama after all. "You are annoying, but I will be the winner," the man said as he turned once again invisible. He had to take this seriously. It didn't matter how young the boy looked, he was strong. And then the kid had to go and do something weird once again. Luffy closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on the man's presence. Although the blonde seemed alert, his unceasing chatter was making it a bit more difficult. "What, you already give up? Haha, loser," Absalom shouted before he launched his attack. He could actually see it. The attack was coming from his right. Now the blonde was behind him. Right again, left and jump. "It can't be." The invisible man shouted in denial before he launched himself once again, but this time Luffy was already prepared to counter him. The Nekomimi gathered his power and punched him in his stomach, then followed up with another and then a few more before kicking the man away with a roundhouse kick. Absalom was sent flying through the fire and destroying the entire wall he hit. Luffy knew the blonde won't wake up for a while. He was knocked out for good, and while he could kill him, it might drive Moria into retaliating in kind. For now he'll have to spare all he could and hope it won't come back and bite him in the ass later. "Tell me," the Nekomimi spoke as he turned to the zombies, who squeaked in surprise. "Where is the kitchen?" Even after witnessing his power, the zombies still tried to oppose him. They were loyal to Moria, he had to give them that, but he knew that it wasn't genuine loyalty. Perona told him that they were somehow brainwashed in the process of their creation and couldn't disobey Moria even if they wanted to. Yet another thing that angered him: the warlord was stealing away this people's free will, and the government ignored it all. No, they didn't just ignore it, they rewarded the warlord for it. After a bit of exploring, he found the storage room and plenty of salt. Took enough to share with Brook too. Speaking of the skeleton, he should hurry up. There was just something in the back of his mind urging him to do so. He ran to the entrance, purifying zombies left and right. They were still annoying, but now at least they didn't keep going after getting beaten up. Luffy couldn't help but shout out Brook's name in fear as he arrived to the entrance. The skeleton was lying on the ground, utterly defeated, and something inside Luffy simply snapped. He found himself attacking the samurai before he could even rationalize it. Perona was always headstrong. She always followed her own desires. She was the ghost princess, the future pirate king's trusted nakama. Luffy was the one she promised her loyalty to, the one who finally gave her a place to belong. She was practically a sovereign, a royalty of the highest order. How dare the plebeians try to restrain her? Did they think they could keep her away from Luffy, her chosen king with mere shackles? She was the ghost princess. There was nothing she couldn't do if she put her mind to it. That's right, Perona thought, retracing her ideas once again. She was a hollow woman. Hollow meant empty, a being made of nothingness. Then how could something bound her? It was because of the sea stone. While she was in contact with it, it made her tangible, so theoretically if she had no contact with it, shouldn't affect her. Perona knew there were many things wrong with this idea. For one, she had never tried such thing before after all. Leave her body and use astral projection before? Yeah, sure. Turn her body intangible? Big nope. But she wasn't going to dismiss the idea just based on how crazy it sounded. Perona smirked as she pushed herself into a sitting position. It took great effort since those blasted handcuffs keep draining her energy, but she finally had a plan. Objective 1, find a way and avoid contact with sea stone. Objective 2, use her devil fruit power and turn her hands intangible. Objective 1 was easy to accomplish. The sea prism stone had effect only upon actual contact with devil fruit users. That's why and how even devil fruits users could carry sea stone on their person. Moria should have made sure the handcuffs were tight. She always had thin wrists. And while she couldn't just slip out of them, they weren't that loose. It still gave enough room for what she had in mind. She had to try hard to even kick off her long boots, and even that took colossal effort from her part. She had to stop to regain her breath as dark spots started to appear in her vision. She was panting by now and inwardly thanked herself for her stubbornness. Had she not been that insistent on the physical aspect of her training, Perona had no doubt she would have fainted already. Next time she will hide lockpicks on her person. After all, no one ever checked the shoes. Well, next time. Not like she wanted a repeat of this, but it was better to be prepared. Since she was a devil fruit user, she had to take precautions so something like this couldn't happen again. There was movement outside her cell, and Perona almost jumped when the footsteps neared her cell. She didn't even realize she withheld her breath until the guard passed. He didn't even check on her. Instead, he just kept on walking. Well, it was a zombie, and zombies were usually dumb. She had to hurry. The ghost princess realized she might not get this lucky next time around. She shuddered to think what could have happened if that had been one of the mysterious 4. Well, more like 3 now instead. Her preparation was complete. Her long boots were made of resistant but flexible thin leather material. She imagined it would work fine if she managed to wedge the material between her wrist and the handcuffs as an isolator. She worried for a second that it didn't work, but then her strength started to return slowly but steadily. No time to celebrate. She still wasn't free. It was just time for the next step. She closed her eyes and tried to concentrate. It's not like the devil fruit and the abilities she got came with a manual. Concentrate on her wrists, like when she was making ghost and mini hollows, transparent and translucent. She imagined her hand and wrist turn immaterial. Similar to how she did astral projection, she separated the 2 images in her mind, the one of her physical body and the one she of her spiritual form, then combined them slowly, focusing intently on the feeling of being intangible so it wouldn't slip away. #clung. Her eyes snapped open at the sound of her restraints hitting the ground. It worked. It had worked. The ghost princess chuckled as she stood up, still feeling a bit dizzy in her until then immaterial hand regaining their shape and color. That's what you get for underestimating the ghost princess, she shouted, and then looked around hastily, but happily no one heard her. Should she just blow up the cell's locked door with a mini hollow or try for something more subtle? Perona doubted she could pull off the same trick again. Mini hollow it was then. But first, her shoes. She wasn't going to walk around barefoot after all. Captain, please tell me we're not going in there, one of the crew members asked with tear-filled eyes as he pointed at the ominous dark fog. You know what they say about this waters, the man added in a low conspirator voice. They say it's coup. It is cursed. Their newest guest on the ship shouted hysterically, all while clinging to Shank's boots. Please turn back. The red-haired Yonko only sighed in annoyance as he tried to detach the leech he had acquired once more. I'm telling you the truth. This part of the seas is truly cursed. Please turn back the ship. Rockstar gulped hearing that. He didn't really believe in curses and all the mumbo-jumbo, but couldn't help but stifle a shiver as he looked at the sea in front of them. Captain, he asked with slight hesitation as he looked at the man for orders. Hold steady, the man commanded, and Ben, who was at ship's wheel, nodded back with the same determination. There is no way we're leaving any of our own behind. The crew nodded with renewed fire in their eyes. We're going to get Luffy back no matter what. The crew cheered loudly in agreement, but the pirate hunter tried again in vain. Shanks was already engaged in a heavy conversation with the navigator. It's useless, Yasopp spoke up as he appeared from seemingly thin air. Your captain is crazy. The crew members in vicinity hearing that all started to laugh. If I have a dime for every time someone says that, Yasopp said as he approached Ben. How can you all laugh? We all are going to die. The man shouted, having a mini breakdown. Not before we find the brat, Yasopp added again. Oh well, that's easy, he's at the bottom of the ocean. The man shouted out yet again, and I don't care if you all are suicidal, but I don't want to die. Luffy isn't dead. Ben spoke up with conviction. You don't know that. I was there when the ship went down, not you. There is no way anyone, more least a devil fruit user, could survive that. Yet here you are. I was just lucky. Lucky Roo grinned as he took a big bite from his meat. Well, Luffy is the luckiest person I know, myself included. Aesop grinned. Remember when that Sea King kidnapped Luffy? The pirates chuckled fondly, remembering the incident well. The small Nekomimi was as usual sitting on the ship's railing when something slammed into the ship. That something turned out to be a giant Sea King. Oh yeah, the Sea King lead us to that shipwreck, where everything was made of gold. A good haul, Lucky said with a hearty laugh. And the brat slept through it all, Ben said in disbelief. He still couldn't understand how someone who usually woke up at the smallest twitch managed to sleep through such a thing. Rockstar grinned as he added, if I remember correctly, Luffy even said it was one of the best naps he ever had. Oh, course he did, Shanks added from where he was. He got a few hours of silence. You idiots are usually loud as hell. He stuck out his tongue childishly, making the crew members shout back indignantly. Like you are any different. Ben watched them bickering, amused for a few seconds. He knew they all needed this. Maybe that's why Shanks provoked them. They were all fired up and anxious to finally see their brat, Luffy, once again. But the ship wasn't going to navigate himself. Not through the storm that was approaching. No more like the storm they were sailing right into. They needed all hands on deck, so he stormed into the fray that turned into a brawl and hit them each over the head with a punch a la Ben before sending them back to their posts. Back to Luffy. You, just what do you think you're doing, asshole? Luffy asked with a glare as he landed. Ruma was kicked back. The samurai skidded back a few meters before steadying himself. The Nekomimi glanced back at Brook with a seemingly expressionless face, but the skeleton could clearly see the worry dancing in those feline eyes. Hey Brook, the boy asked slowly. You are still alive, right? Luffy-san. Why are you here? The boy's lips twitched, although barely, as Teen stood up. He refused to lose sight of his enemy on a battlefield or give away his emotion. What are you talking about? Did you forget? You're not fighting alone. Not today. Not ever if you decide so. But good job on holding out until I got back. Thanks to you I managed to get my hand on salt and purify the zombies I encountered. Yo-ho-ho-ho. This will not do. I almost forgot about Moria-sama's guest, Ruma said before he rushed toward Luffy with his drawn-out katana. He was stopped by what looked like glass. It was quite resistant. The samurai jumped back as flames erupted from it, but Luffy was already there before his feet even touched the ground. Ruma was unbalanced and was forced to push himself away to regain his footing, but it was too late. Luffy's long sword was already upon him. His scarf got torn to pieces and blown away. That katana is quite something, yo-ho-ho-ho, the samurai said as he finally landed, barely glancing at the deep cut that traveled through the earth from where the boy was. I could say the same, the Nekomimi answered dryly as he stood up and let the remains of his torn hoodie be blown away by the wind. The samurai managed to parry his attack in the last second, and that swing packed enough strength so that the power that was scattered by Luffy's attack continued in its path and cut into the Nekomimi. The cuts were through numerous, quite shallow. Unfortunately, his already damaged hoodie did not survive the encounter. Inwardly, Luffy was annoyed slightly with himself. Had it not been for his injured shoulder, he could have dodged the backslash of their encounter in time. Brook, meanwhile, couldn't help but squeal slightly as he took in the boy's appearance, more precisely his cat ears and his swishing tail. He figured the boy had eaten a devil fruit, a powerful one, but he never thought that it would be something so cute. Ruma grinned as he watched his opponent move without as much as a flinch. Despite how adorable the child looked, he was a worthy opponent indeed. Ah, you got good eyes. This is indeed one of the 21 great swords. It's T-shaped and black, the Meru Shusui. It's a sword not seen by many. Is that so? The boy deadpanned. If he was impressed by it, he didn't give it away. The boy had a seriously good poker face. This is ... How long has it been? Ruma asked as he sent a flying attack Luffy's way. This feeling is so exciting. The Nekomimi simply sidestepped them as he advanced toward the samurai, all while keeping his eyes on his opponent. I can feel it even from where I'm standing. You are quite powerful, Ruma said and grinned before he launched himself at Luffy. The Nekomimi parried, but the shockwave caused by those two seemingly unimpressive swings was strong enough to sweep through the entire battlefield and had almost blown away Brook too. The skeleton remained where he had been only by pure stubbornness. He had to witness this fight no matter what. Right hand dawn strike. The samurai shouted, and the blade's thrust sent an air projectile toward the Nekomimi. That thrust could have been considered the opposite of Luffy's flying attack. Luffy's swing was sharp enough to cut through even the wind and concentrated enough to continue cutting onward, while the samurai's thrust technique relayed on manipulating the air surrounding the blade and send it flying toward the enemy like it was a projectile of sorts. Yo-ho-ho-ho, you are a scary kid, Ruma said in disbelief. His attack had been cut in two more, so the Nekomimi's attack continued on like it never ever encountered resistance. To think someone would be crazy enough to cut in two an air attack. The boy had crazy potential, the samurai thought as he parried another attack. Of course, he could see the strain the boy was putting on his already damaged shoulder. He won't be able to produce such impressive attacks for long. Brook was gapping to that. Even I can't do that much damage, he said as he saw 2 gigantic holes left behind by Ruma's exploding projectile. And such a swing. Impressive, the samurai said once again, even though the attacks all stopped short of touching him. But you can't continue for too long in this manner. Then I'll just finish this up quickly. Impudent, the samurai said with small annoyance, but the boy only grinned and let the samurai's attack push him back. He skidded to stop a few meters before rushing forward again to meet Ruma's attack once again. But the boy, instead attacking head-on, disappeared skyward using Jipo. Ruma stopped his movements immediately and looked around hastily. He couldn't believe he let his enemy out of his sight in a battle. Where was he? Right, left, behind him? No, up. Luffy appeared above the samurai, his long katana against his back held in relaxed grip. But the samurai wasn't fooled. The boy was getting ready to unleash an attack as he let gravity push him toward Ruma. Polka continuation. Ruma let loose a small but continuous attacks, knowing the teen was too close to avoid it. Sora the Nekomimi created a hovering platform in the air to avoid the attack before using it as a footing and disappeared once again. Gahazujiri, the samurai shouted, and then silence. I'd normally enjoy such a fight, Luffy said quietly, but his opponent heard him quite well. The glass that had shattered was made of blue particles which seemed to glitter as they followed almost magnetically the teen movements who had Reaper not long behind Ruma, giving away what just happened. The teen had in a fraction of a second appeared in front of Ruma, meeting his attack head-on with one of his. Then Luffy took one more step forward. Everything happened just so fast that to an untrained eye it simply looked like Luffy appeared behind the swordsman. Both Ruma and Brook knew the samurai had lost as a gigantic slash appeared around his midsection. Luffy's katana was still surrounded by the particles that seemed to pulse around it as Ruma caught fire and stopped walking. I have a last request. While Luffy didn't particularly like the samurai, he somehow respected his opponent's strength, therefore he wouldn't deny his last wish. Give this, he said, placing the sword in its sheath, to someone who's worthy of wielding it. The samurai said, presenting the sword to the child. No warrior. The boy, indifferent of his age, was a warrior. I understand, Luffy said as he took it with a small nod. Ruma raised his now empty hand to his face almost like he's been inspecting it. It is shameful to have been defeated so easily while in this samurai's body, someone once told me. There is no shame in being defeated by a superior opponent. Luffy spoke without an inch of sympathy. Ruma chuckled hearing those words as his body slowly burned away. His last thoughts was that this kid didn't have a bit of modesty, did he? And that he would have made a poor samurai, that's for sure. But then again, this kid is a pirate. Fosh, 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 I knew you'll try to escape. Hogback spoke up, making the ghost princess stop in her advance. How the mighty have fallen, the man said, looking at her appearance. There was blood in her hair from her fall and her clothes were dirty and torn. And to think you would be the one to betray our master. The doctor spoke with annoyance. You were after all with him longer than any of us. HMPH, so what? Perona asked indifferently from where she stood and crossed her arms. And by the way, where are the others? Don't tell me you thought you could stop me all alone. Horo, horo, horo. The doctor got visibly annoyed at the jab at his powers, or more like the lack of them. Sindri-chan attack. The zombie that was never too far from Hogback started throwing plates at her. Oh please, the girl commented with an eye roll. Mini hollow. Suddenly many bubbles appeared from her hand which turned into small hollows. She didn't need to tell them what to do as they flew toward the flying plates. Ghost wrap. The small ghosts exploded with a loud sound. The ghost princess smiled as more mini hollows appeared around her. She could create a dozen of them and barely feel the drain thanks to the extreme training she had gone through. I hope you do realize by the time I'm done with her there will be nothing of your Sindri-chan to put back together. She spoke with a huge smirk on her face that slowly twisted her pretty face into a disturbing, dark yet seductive expression. Hogback reeled back angry, embarrassed and visibly struck by those words. Zombies attack, attack already, he shouted, and a dozen or so more zombies appeared from behind the doors. Negative hollow. Perona created 2 ghosts and sent them to attack the zombies, all while carefully dodging the attacks sent her. She was meanwhile using the mini hollows to keep pushing the enemies back. She didn't know why, though their numbers weren't decreasing as she expected them to. It was one of her combos that had never failed before. The first wave of negative ghosts she used to hinder the enemy's movements and make them vulnerable and unable to dodge the mini hollows. But instead her mini hollows were dodged and batted away. The zombies move almost like they didn't suffer from depression. Like her negative hollow had no effect on them. No good, she was getting pushed back into a corner. Vosh, 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 vosh. What is it? Surprised that your trick isn't working? Hogback teased. That's impossible. Even if they are zombies, they have a sense of self-being. They are alive, therefore they can't be immune to my negative hollow. The pink-haired girl denied full-heartedly. Huh, did you forget already? But then again, I always knew you were a bit slow on the uptake. These zombies don't have a bit of humanity left in them. Their only purpose of existence is to follow commands. As long as I command them not to be, they can't become depressed or negative. For a zombie, following commands are absolute after all. the man said with his irritating laugh. That's why you should rejoice, because after I finish with you, you won't be able to oppose Moria-sama or betray him ever again. I'll kill you. Don't worry, it will be only temporal. I will bring you back as a zombie. What do you say? Much better than being dead, I reckon. Moria-san might get pissed for a while. He liked you for whatever reason. But then again, losing a bit of your personality won't make much difference since your brain capacity was never higher as zombies. The girl's cheek flushed red at the insult. Toku hollow. It's useless, the doctor said with a smirk. I know all your moves. Zombies spread out. She knew she couldn't guard against so many zombies all at once, even with her Toku hollow acting as a vanguard. She kept creating the mini hollows to push back her enemy, but it was slowly starting to drain her energy. To tell you the truth, I never really liked you. Fosh fosh fosh, Moria said with a loud laugh. You always acted so high and mighty just because our master favored you, but in truth you are nothing but a stupid, spoiled, weak girl who can't do anything right and still firmly believes she's a princess. Well, princess, it's time you grow up. The only thing that ever worked for you was you stupidly strong devil fruit. But then again, that doesn't seem to work all that well against zombies, does it now? Hogback spoke as he watched the fierce battle continued. The ghost princess, while slowly but quite surely, was going to lose. But then again, it was not a surprise. This battle could have never ended differently. Hated to, but he had to admit he never expected her to hold out for such a long time in the first place. Perona frowned as she listened to him speak. She knew. She had always knew it deep inside, but it still hurt to hear it. The fact that she never amounted more to them than her devil fruit's ability. Had she been the person from back then, it would have been enough to crush her will to fight, but she wasn't. She was not just a spoiled, weak girl who couldn't do anything. She had learned, although begrudged at first, but she did it anyway. She had carried her own weight on the Red Force after all, survived and got out so much stronger. Got beaten down a few times, but she never gave up. Because Luffy never gave up on her, even when things got tough. Flashback. It was her first night on an unknown ship sailing toward an unknown destination. It was supposedly, as they say, the first night of the rest of her life. The decision to join. She hadn't regretted it yet. At the same time, she couldn't stop her fears as everything that had happened today finally hit home. What if she had been wrong? What if Luffy decided he didn't need her anymore? What if Moria found them and killed them? What if she said something wrong and the Yonko decided to kill them? Perona, the ghost princess, glanced at the small Nekomimi who was looking at her with huge eyes filled with worry. Worry for her, she realized, and a warm feeling threatened to explode from her chest. Are you all right? The ghost princess would deny it later, but she only managed to nod dumbly at the boy. Come, he said, taking her hand, and the small and seemingly insignificant gesture filled her with incredible warmth. She smiled shyly, and the urge to be closer to the boy grew exponentially as they walked to their destination. This is my cabin, Luffy said with a small smile. The cabin was small but had a homey feeling to it. She could see it had double beds, and she sat down on the one that had been clearly used, Luffy's. Her small captain smiled and sat down right in front of her. I asked Shanks to give you your own cabin. He said he'll try, but you might have to bulk with someone. There are not many girls on the crew, he said apologetically. You could always sleep here if you'd want, of course, but... The boy looked alarmed. Don't cry. Please don't cry. Of course you don't want to sleep here, he said in quick succession, and only stopped his ranting when Perona threw herself at him. She clung to him as she continued to cry, and Luffy, although wasn't sure what one was supposed to do in such situation, decided to just go with his instinct. It will be fine. I'm here now and everything is going to be fine. Don't give up, he said softly as he patted her hair gently. I'm fine. Sorry, I don't usually cry so much, the girl said with a sniff as she composed herself. She didn't want her captain to think she was a crybaby after all. I get it. It's been a long and stressful day, he said gently, and she nodded shyly as Luffy's eyes lit up with an idea. Hey, I know how to make you feel better. You still haven't seen my other form yet. What? But the words died on her lips as Luffy transformed into a small black cat. Say, cute, Perona shouted and pounced. The feline dodged though and gave her a stinky eye. She looked sheepish as she realized her mistake. She could have crushed him. Damn, she needed to be more careful. The ghost princess tried to touch the small cat gently this time, but her hand stopped just a few centimeters short. What if she hurt him? But before he could think about it, the cat nudged his head against her fingers. The ghost princess was taken aback, so she couldn't stop a gigantic and sincere smile from showing on her face. She continued to pat him, and it felt damn good. Therapeutic even. She curled up on the bed beside the lazy cat, who was clearly enjoying the treatment, and chuckled slightly at the sensation of her fingers running through his midnight-colored fur. And then he started purring, and Perona threw in the towel. This had to be a dream. There was no way with someone so goddamn sweet, adorable, and caring could ever exist in real life. Her brain had a small meltdown from the overload of cuteness right in that moment. She only understood after Luffy drifted off to sleep how vulnerable he was in that form. Perona could crush or suffocate him in their sleep without even meaning to after all. The strong and powerful pirate she had met, to think he could be just so. And then her brain rushed to what would happen if Moria ever found out. It was his weakest form, no doubt. He couldn't even talk in this form, and yet Luffy shown her without any hesitation, just to cheer her up. How was it possible? How could he trust her so much? He barely knew her for what, a day, less maybe 12 hours. Perona didn't understand, but there was only one thing she knew though. His trust was a precious thing and it was not to be misplaced. Ever. She will rather die than betray Luffy or let someone do that. Flashback ends. Her hands may have grown calluses from all the menial work on the ship and all the training she had to do, but it only thickened her skin, and then this hands held his too. Luffy was her reason to keep headstrongly pushing on. He was the one who patiently took his time to show her the ropes, the one who gave her the best pair of his gloves just to protect her hands uncaring of his, and the one who lectured when she overworked herself. The one who unknowingly started to heal her cracked up and defective soul piece by piece. Perona had no idea why he did it, why he took all that trouble for a no-good person like her, but he did it anyway. He was the one who hugged her close on the nights she couldn't find rest and tell her not to worry, that everything will be all right. There was no way she was ever going to lose to someone like Hogback. While it's true, my negative hollow have no effect on them, did you forget about yourself? Not that bright are you now? She asked mockingly before directing her attack towards him. Perona's way was still blocked by the zombies, but thankfully her negative ghost worked without any effort from her part after being created. They still had a somehow telepathic link just like all of her ghosts, so she could easily communicate with them and give them command which they obey with no question. They were after all a part of her, just like her hand or feet were. Now that Hogback the coward run away from what became a bloody battlefield, the fight become easier for her. They zombies had no other commander among themselves after all. It wasn't a guaranteed victory. It didn't make things that simple. The mini-hollows, while explosive, they weren't capable of doing too big of a damage. Worse, her opponent was zombies, meaning that even if suffered from an injury that would be fatal for humans, they continued to fight. If only there weren't so many. Perona could detonate the Toku Hollow, but she was still in the range of explosion and she was in her meat suit, meaning her body would suffer heavy injuries if she did detonate it. On the other hand, this was a waste of her energy. She knew sooner or later she would be overwhelmed. It was a problem of time now. If her negative ghosts found Hogback, she could knock him out. If she got overwhelmed and someone knocked her out or put back the sea stone handcuffs, well, then her ghosts would vanish. She smiled bitterly as she made a mini-hollow explode in a zombie's face and make him fall to the ground lifelessly. She had no other choice though. In the end, she still needed to detonate the Toku Hollow. Rap. The doctor, who realizing she was right, decided on a temporary strategic retreat. Translation: run the hell as far as possible from the ghost princess as soon as possible. Just until the zombies subdued her, of course. So he headed toward the closest exit and right into her ex-living quarters. He was running heedlessly through the long halls that lead to a dark maze of tall pillars that disappeared into the ceiling he couldn't even see. A few minutes of running around like a headless chicken was enough to make him become disoriented. Horo horo horo. Hearing that laugh, he quickly hid behind a huge pillar. Nigatai v nigatai v. Horo horo horo, he cursed inwardly, knowing what that chant meant. She let loose those troublesome ghosts on him. And they were worse than tracking dogs. Dogs couldn't go through walls after all. He peeked from behind the giant pillar curiously. Isn't it funny? Horo horo horo, you're running around just like one of your lab rats. The voice asked from behind him. He spun around in shock before he scooted back against the pillar. She was here, it was impossible, he shouted, half in shock for her appearance, half in disbelief. Perona jumped back with a shout of negative hollow. The hollow went right through Hogback's stomach and had him fall to his knees. The ghost princess ignored his depressive rant and followed up with her mini-hollow. The small ghost attached themselves to the doctor, who was crying in depression by then. Ghost, rap. The first one exploded, and while Hogback was an incredible doctor, he was no fighter. He shouted in pain, and the pain he suffered was strong enough to overpower his depression. Gah, can't believe it. You blow up yourself. The man rasped out through his pain. Rap. Another ghost exploded, eliciting another scream from the doctor. The ghost princess, who was suffering some heavy injuries, said once again, seemingly uncaring. Hogback frowned as he tried to speak once again. Why? He asked in utter confusion. He knew her. She was selfish like him. If there was one characteristic of hers that he could identify with, was the fact that they put themselves in front of everyone. It was them first, always them. Then why would she blow up herself? It was illogical. Even if I have to turn myself into a beast. The ghost princess spoke slowly while he reached inconspicuously into his cape. Even if you put me in chains, you can't stop me, because Luffy is worth it. Die, the man said as he pulled the trigger of the gun he kept hidden under his cape. Stupid, the doctor whizzed. I made you talk on purpose. The shot hit her in the stomach, he knew, and yet there was no blood. And no, the stupid one is you, Perona said with a smirk. Ghost rap. The explosion knocked Hogback out. The astral projection sighed in exhaustion as she let herself flow into the air. It spoke volumes of how tried she truly was. It was why she didn't just finish it off with her Toku Hollow, simply because she couldn't. But still such a stupid man, she thought grimly. Perona knew this place like the back of her hand. This had been her living quarters after all. She knew all the places he could have hid. So while he was playing hide and seek with the negative hollows, she dragged her wounded body back to her room and hid it before joining the hunt in her astral form. It was impossible to make a difference from a distance between her two forms. She tried to keep her distance, and that's why she didn't let herself float. Surprisingly, it has all gone as she planned it would. Now if only she could just rest for a little bit. She thought in exhaustion, and her astral form dropped lower as she flew. Happily, she caught herself before she did tough. Not good. It was getting harder and harder to even move. Flashback. It was a hot day with barely any breeze. It made the entire red-haired crew feel lethargic and lazy. It may or may not have anything to do with the fact they celebrated away into the night, the fact they returned to the Grand Line. Shanks was chilling in the shadows, tilted his bottle back in. Nothing came out of it. He frowned. The redhead had literally just opened the glass, so there was no way it could be empty already. What? The man asked as he sat up, before the entire glass came spilling right into his face. The Yonko licked his sake-soaked lips before growling threateningly. Whoever is responsible for this is going to pay. The man swore as he stood up, and then Ben's shout snapped him out of his daydreams of revenge. Sea King. The first mate shouted, making the crew run to their posts. Iwa, is big, isn't it? Yasopp asked, eyeing the creature that had just slammed itself into the ship's side and was shaking his head from one side to the other. But, isn't it acting a bit strange? Lucky asked, and Yasopp raised an eyebrow before narrowing his eyes. He grabbed the telescope from his sash and his face grew pale, then turned blue. What's happening? Ben asked as he approached the duo. Luffy, he's on that thing. The gunman asked stupidly. What? Shanks shouted loudly. It's the Sea King getting smaller, or is it just me? Rockstar asked, snapping the first mate out of his shock. It's departing. No way. What should we do, Ben? What if it'll try to go back underwater? Shanks asked, panicking. The first mate shook his head in disbelief. Get it together, Captain. Let's follow it for now. We can't let it escape us. Right, everyone? You heard the man. Let's follow that stupid fish. Aye, aye, Captain. Can't we just shoot it down? Rockstar asked, making the sharpshooter sigh. If we do, Luffy will fall into the ocean. The kid's asleep. We have to get close enough first. Ben just couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean asleep? Like I said, he's still asleep. My guess is he was napping when the Sea King attacked and he fell off the railing. The man asked with a gigantic sweat drop. Didn't I tell him not to sleep on the railing? Shanks asked, annoyed, before he let out a long sigh. It's not like it was the Luffy's fault either. The ocean had a calming effect on the Nekomimi, which was surprising since the boy was still skittish about large masses of water. The teen usually fell asleep while draped over the railing before he could stop himself. Shanks told him not to do it since it could be dangerous. He knew it wasn't something the brat could control. More so, he had to admit that it was endearing in a way. Luffy, after all, only fall asleep around people he trusted, and the fact that he slept without a problem on the deck surrounded by his crew members spoke more about the kid's trust in them than hundreds of words could. It's almost like the Sea King kidnapped Luffy, Rockstar said, making the other look at him skeptically. Right. I mean, it just slammed into us, took Luffy, and run away. The man clarified, somehow agitated. The rest of the crew slammed their hand on their open palm in revelation with an O. That was followed up by curses and shouts addressed to stupid Nakama, kidnapper, idiotic fish, and many other not-so-nice adjectives. I can't decide if he's lucky or unlucky, Yasopp said to himself, but of course the others heard him too and give him a questioning look. Well, can you? I mean, he falls asleep and then a Sea King attacked, rocking the ship and making him fall overboard. Yeah, he is unlucky, Shanks said, not understanding how could the kid be called lucky under those circumstances. Yes, but he also landed on the Sea King's head, Yasopp added, and made the others agree that the Nekomimi might have been lucky about that. And even through the Sea King decided to swim away. Definitely unlucky. Ben spoke up this time. The creature still didn't submerge. That is lucky for him, Rue said with a nod. And he still didn't wake up. What do you think he'd do if he woke up? Ben asked with a raised eyebrow and a small frown. He had an idea, but surely it won't happen, right? Yasopp chuckled, knowing him. He'd probably either befriend it or kick its ass. We definitely can't let Luffy wake up. Both captain and first mate spoke up, in sync and with dread written over their face. Rue and Yasopp stood there dumbfounded. They could understand where Shanks was coming from, but Ben. They simply couldn't believe their always cool and level-headed first mate would act in such a way. But then again, everyone acted unlike their usual selves where Luffy was concerned. You know how Luffy attracts weirdos? Ben asked with a sigh. Unless you want him to make a Sea King, Nakama, the first mate asked them, finally making the pirates shout out denials. No way. It was bad enough they had to share the boy with his gonna be Nakamas. They didn't want to fight for his time and affection with a stupid gigantic fish. Luffy, keep sleeping, Shanks shouted before Yasopp put a hand over the man's mouth. If you keep shouting, he'll wake up. Both Ben and Lucky sighed inwardly as they heard the man's words, loud and clear. Too loud for that matter, seeing as the man was also shouting. Right. The redhead said, a palm fist tap. Luffy, sleep. Just keep sleeping. Shanks whispered, this time making Rue and Ben's sweat drop. They knew Luffy can't hear them given the distance, right? Rue asked, finally turning to the first mate. Ben's answer was eloquent enough. Flashback ends. Oh, this is my shadow Moria cut off 5 years ago. Yo ho 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 ho. Brook shouted happily, and Luffy inwardly wondered how the man recovered so fast. He had been unable to move a few minutes ago, and now he was doing a bridge position or some bizarre dance, he wasn't sure which. Take a look at this. Same as my real body. The skeleton exclaimed happily as he struck another weird pose. It is your shadow after all, the Nekomimi said dryly. You wouldn't understand my joy. The skeleton shouted into the teen's face, who flinched back, chastised slightly. It's like I have finally gotten back my other self. This joy, this deep feelings, they touch my flesh and bones, though I don't have a flesh. Being a skeleton, yo ho ho ho. Luffy couldn't help himself and started chuckling along. The skeleton's laugh was contagious. It's finally back. After such a long time, my shadow is back. Good for you, Luffy said with a small smile, making the skeleton blush slightly in embarrassment. Then again, he was a skeleton, so it didn't shown. What are you gonna do now? He would be happy to have Brook on his crew, but at the same time he couldn't ask him to fight with him against Moria. He had lost his shadow to the warlord once. After all, it would be a traumatic experience he didn't want to put the skeleton through again. What are you saying, Luffy-san? I believe we only fulfilled one of our objectives. We still have to rescue Perona-san. Hearing that, the Nekomimi turned around hastily. Brook wondered why he did so, but he caught a glimpse of the boy's red cheek. Oh okay. Luffy-san was embarrassed, the skeleton realized. The boy was just way too cute, acting all soon. The teen meanwhile inwardly cursed the fact his hoodie had been destroyed. Hell, let's go then. Here, the boy said, throwing the skeleton the katana he got from Ruma after a bit of thinking. Brook fumbled a bit to catch it. What? He asked the Nekomimi, who was already in move. Brook, keep up. Oh, yes. Hey, oh no, Luffy-san. The Nekomimi HM'd to show he was listening to the skeleton, who was trying to catch up with him. I mean, is this really all right? To leave the sword with me? It's temporarily, the Nekomimi said with a shrug. So I've been demoted to Gopher. Luffy-san, that hurts. Brook thought with a small cry inwardly. Besides, it would only get in my way. That somehow made the skeleton feel better. I see. Your katana is quite long. Having another sword on you would end up being an inconvenience, since your show who's small enough to crush like an insect. The boy asked with a glare, making the skeleton shout out in fright. I didn't say that. Only then did the teen's glare soften. Who knew the boy was so sensible about his height? I just meant that another sword would get in the way, since your katana is two-handed. I guess costume made, since I didn't hear of such a unique-looking sword. Tsukuyomi is one of the kind, but not exactly two-handed. He indeed most of the time used both of his hands, but he was capable of wielding the sword with one hand alone. He just preferred not to. The Nekomimi was admittedly a bit tired and anxious. The last few fights took a lot more out of him than he would have liked to admit. His reserve were high, and he secretly hoped it would be enough to face Moria. Brook continued his chatter, and the teen was happy for the small distraction. It was more like a running commentary thanks to his short and mostly nonverbal answers, but the skeleton didn't seem to mind. It was like he knew the Nekomimi needed it, and Luffy was slightly amazed by how easily Brook managed to read his mood. They neared a big ballroom of sorts, and both of them were on high alert as they moved further in. Brook mostly because he read the Nekomimi's body language. Luffy could tell that something was watching them. He could almost smell the danger they were about to step into. Kishishishishi. The familiar laughter brought the two to an abrupt stop. So you made it after all, Cheshire. Moria's voice made the two's attention zoom in on the speaker. The warlord was leaning lazily against the wall, seemingly unbothered by his enemy's presence. Even though I told them not to underestimate you. He spoke with clear disappointment in his voice. Moria had meticulously planned everything after all. With the zombies under Hogback's command, and with Absalom's devil fruit power, they should have been able to take down the Nekomimi. The child was just one person, no matter how strong. But then he showed up with humming, and Ruma was forced to face the skeleton, and Hogback left his post, leaving Absalom to face the teen all alone. Worse yet, the red-haired Yonko was en route to pick the kid up, and he would bet anything the warlord had that Shanks wasn't in a good mood. Moria doubted the Marines were ready for a war, or that they would be able to stop the Yonko. The warlord had hoped that in exchange for sparing the boy's life, the Yonko would just overlook their disagreement. Where is Perona? Luffy asked, barely managing to rein in his emotions. He couldn't explode yet. Brook and Perona would be in danger then. She escaped. The man spoke. Right. The teen was the perfect picture of skepticism. Kishishishishi. I'm not lying. Brook, meanwhile, was the best example one could find of being shocked and scared to death as those two stared each other down. "You are not telling the entire truth either," Luffy said, and it's not like they were trying to be civil, but the skeleton still could barely believe the Nekomimi spoke to the warlord in such a rude manner. However, Moria didn't seem upset or annoyed. He seemed to be relaxed, dare he say laid back. "She fought Hogback and some zombies," the warlord said, looking Luffy in the eyes. "She overexerted herself. Because of you, Moria emphasized for you and is probably slowly dying right this moment. The stupid girl blow up herself after all," the man said, and for the first time the Nekomimi could hear some akin of anger in Warlord's voice. The boy's eyes widened as the words finally registered. "No, that can't be." Brook quickly stepped in between the two, finally realizing why the warlord had been watching the teen so closely. He had been looking for a reaction, and judging by the smirk he was wearing, his words managed to give him what he had been after: pain and self-loathing. Luffy was blaming himself for placing Perona in such a situation, the skeleton realized. Brook hated that look on the younger boy's face. He knew he couldn't win against the warlord, but if he could buy just a few seconds for the teen to compose himself, then he will happily fight Moria, even if he would end up defeated. "Luffy-san, don't listen to him. This wasn't your fault. The one at fault is the one who kidnapped her and the one who hurt her," the skeleton said, and the Nekomimi looked up at him with wide and vulnerable eyes for a small second before then those feline eyes hardened with determination. The teen then nodded back gratefully. "You're right. Perona is strong." Luffy spoke with conviction and absolute faith in his nakama. "Perona wouldn't have been defeated that easily." "Denial," Moria said, unimpressed from where he was. "Still want to fight me? Do you think you have time to?" Luffy stepped forward, right beside Brook, and both invaders could tell the warlord wasn't happy with how fast the teen recovered from that psychological attack. "Where is she?" The Nekomimi spoke with a voice Brook would describe as cold enough to freeze even hell. "So the answer is no." "Too bad, because right now, I really want to fight you." "Doppelman," the man shouted, and his own shadows came to life. 2 against 2 now. It seemed almost a fair fight, the Nekomimi thought. The warlord brought forward his twin swords that when assembled looked as a pair of scissors. Luffy's eyes in response seemed to glow. Unbeknown to the other two, the Nekomimi started releasing a large amount of mist that scattered around the room. "Unless you defeat me, you will never get to her," Luffy growled, gaining a more feral look. "Brook, I will make an opening. You go and find Perona." Brook's answer was cut off by the angry warlord. "Like I'd let you." "Brick bats," the man commanded while brandishing his twin swords. Meanwhile, the bats made of shadow flew high in the air, waiting for the warlord's command to finally attack. "Do you really think you can fight me alone?" Moria asked with his trademark laughter. Luffy stopped forward with a small smirk as he gazed upon his now numerous opponents. "Brook," he asked, and the skeleton turned his attention from their opponent to the Nekomimi. "Do you trust me?" "Yes." "Then, run." He didn't need to be told twice. Moria unleashed his shadow creations the very next second, and the little boy did seemingly nothing but raised a hand as he started to walk in a leisure piece toward the warlord, unlike the skeleton rushing toward the exit across the room. It was as if summoned it out of thin air. Small blue glittering particles rushed to answer the boy's silent wish and encircled the shadow bats that seemed to be somehow startled. "Crystal cage," the boy said, and the mist morphed into crystals, capturing the shadow bats inside. The entire ballroom decorated by hundreds of crystals. They were shining beautifully in the modest light the torches provided, while the sizzling rain played outside their battle symphony. An impressive sight. The fact that it managed to entrap each of the shadow bats spoke more about Cheshire's capability than 100 words could. But this little parlor trick belonged into a fantasy book, not to a battlefield, Moria thought as he commanded his shadows to move. In vain thought. The shadows bats couldn't even flap their wings. They had been restrained completely. The crystals were stronger than he anticipated. "Chi," the warlord scoffed as he and the Nekomimi neared him. The teen was good, but 100 years too young to challenge him. "Spikes," the man commanded, and the bats all exploded into a shadowy mass of spikes, breaking the crystals into pieces. But Luffy didn't stop his advance, not even when Doppelman reformed. He attacked it instead with no hesitation. The shadow intercepted his punch, then the kick he followed up with. In speed he clearly had the advantage, but unfortunately, the Nekomimi thought as hit the massive shadow a few times, it was useless. It reformed too quickly, almost as fast as his attacks were. They danced around for a little bit, Luffy using his knowledge in martial arts and his animal instinct to spot any weak points or blind spots, but found none. The massive shadow was like a kind of semi-liquid and was impervious to any physical damage. "Suno Takage," Moria called out as a spear formed in his hands, and Nekomimi quickly pushed himself away from the two. He knew the target of that spear would be. "Didn't give you permission to leave humming," the warlord shouted as he threw the spear toward the skeletons retreating back. Brook had almost made it through the ballroom while Luffy kept the warlord busy. He needed just a bit longer, just a fraction longer, but apparently wasn't granted. "Soru," Luffy whispered, and Moria had to admit, the teen's speed was not half-assed. It barely took what a heartbeat for the kid to appear behind the skeleton and block the spear. There was a platform of sort hovering on front of the boy. It was made from the same substance the crystal cage had been. It almost looked like a glass of sorts from where the warlord was standing. But it wasn't just some glass, it was tough just like the crystals had been. But that wasn't strong enough. The crystals had been after all destroyed easily, and his spear was a lot more dangerous than just some spikes. Just what was the brat scheming? Luffy barely made it, even using sorrow. The spear was condensed for a shadow construct. But he wouldn't give up. He had to protect his nakama. They were counting on him and he refused to let them down. He will protect them, the Nekomimi thought as the spear pushed against the shield. He could feel it tremble underneath his hand. Sparks flied off into the air and then the first crack appeared on his shield. Luffy placed now both of his hands against the platform as he poured more of his power and will into the shield. But the crack just grew bigger and finally broke into thousands of pieces. The warlord frowned. The Nekomimi was strong indeed, but it was all in vain in the end. Slowly but surely the spear broke through the glass and the stupid boy who still refused to move had faced the consequences. And Luffy did with a fucking smug smile of all things even as the spear hit him. He knew Moria thought. The boy knew it would end this way. But then why didn't he just move? The answer was obviously Brook. Had the teen actually stepped aside, the spear would have no doubt hit the skeleton. Such foolish action, he actually allowed himself to be injured. Took a direct hit without as much as a thought, and for what? An acquaintance, a subordinate, an ally at best. Brook knew that if there was anything he could have done to repay the kindness Luffy shown him, he will do it, no question asked, even if it went against every protective urge he had in his fiber. Not when the warlord attacked him, not when Luffy stepped in the way of the attack meant for him. The skeleton didn't stop, didn't falter, and didn't hesitate not 1 second. He trusted the boy wholeheartedly. The Nekomimi would not lose, he knew. He believed that, so he ran like he was on fire. Brook didn't slow down. Not even when he stepped through the threshold. The skeleton didn't dare stop his sprint. He had a mission to carry out and he won't stop lest he fulfilled it. Luffy grinned satisfied as the sound of footsteps finally disappeared. Even with his hearing, there were no more. Brook got through and he will find Perona. He knew so. His smile or grin, probably both, might have pissed the warlord off because the next second Doppelman punched him with enough force to send him realigned back and more followed up. The fight progressed to the point where they moved too fast for his shield to keep up with. "Why are you looking so smug?" Moria asked, both amused and annoyed as Doppelman hit him again. "You can't truly believe it was a wise decision, sending away you ally like that. Look around. You are injured, outnumbered, and surrounded now." But Luffy wasn't given time to get his bearings before the shadow grabbed his feet and spun him around before tossing him into a wall. The entire room shook upon the impact. The wall was barely standing now. Moria just watched with slight boredom from the sideline. The pirate apprentice in the state he fallen into just wasn't worth the effort, and participating in the beatdown would have been overkill. With Humming here, together, they possessed a threat. Now it seemed just useless. He contemplated sitting back and just watching the show, but then the boy's voice cut through him like a knife. "Yes, I would rather not let them see me like this." The boy spoke with no hesitation before he pushed himself away from the wall. He seemed to be falling toward the ground, but instead of crashing into like expected, the younger pirate turned while airborne and then landed on the ground lightly. The execution of the maneuver was so smooth and swift that one could think his injury weren't actually that great. What a lie. The warlord couldn't help but glare at the teen. The boy placed one hand on the bleeding wound on his stomach where the warlord's spear had hit him as he straightened himself. That being the only sign of his discomfort. His clothes were blood-soaked with tears and holes everywhere in the fabric. They looked worse than a beggar's. The shirt he wore couldn't even be called a shirt anymore. Yet somehow the teen still managed to look dignified. Maybe because of the conviction in his eyes, the way he wore his wounds with pride. The Nekomimi stood tall in spite of his short size. His long hair moved as if gently caressed by a breeze. His cat ear pointed sharply forward. His long katana on his back, and that annoyed Moria. Did the child really think he could beat him, one of the warlords, without using it? His words may suggest that he was talking about his imminent defeat, but Moria didn't think so. Though he could see in his eyes. The boy refused to back down. The cocky little shit believed he could actually defeat him. "Quit dreaming." Moria finally shouted, "Feet up." "No way," Luffy said, amused as his mist wound itself around Doppelman and stopping his attack in place. He needed just a second to recollect himself, and he had been given so right after he had been sent flying. Moria should have known better. The shadow took a small step. It was a tremendous effort on its part. His owner only then seemed to realize that something was very wrong. As Doppelman's feet finally touched the ground, it cracked, then broke in small tiny crystals. The shadow shattered entirely and fell to the ground. Thousands small and little pieces of shadows all encased in crystals. The warlord's eyes widened. He couldn't put together what had just happened. His Doppelman seemed to be crystallized from the inside out, and then another layer appeared around them just to make sure. The pirate apprentice apparently wasn't taking any chances. The warlord's glare hardened as realization hit. Back then, It would be stupid, the Nekomimi said slowly, to engage your shadows into a physical battle. He didn't need to clarify why. They both know that blunt force, no matter how big, was useless against them. Even then, how did you manage? My doppelman doesn't need to breathe. True. But when I attacked, they always regenerated, so I left inside their wounds plenty of my particles. HMPH. The warlord's shoulders started to shake lightly before he exploded with laughter, slightly shocking the Nekomimi. Kishishishi. Cunning, no Kishishi, more like wicked. I like it. Luffy could not say the same. He considered this move cruel and just truly nasty. Hardly a technique he could use on a living human. No matter how big of an idiot they would realize they are inhaling tons of small particles. It would be similar to someone inhaling or gulping down tons sand, if only a bit smaller. But Doppelman was a different matter. It was a shadow, and while possessing a certain amount of intelligence, he certainly couldn't feel pain, something the Nekomimi used to his advantage. Doppelman didn't feel the discomfort of thousands, if not millions, of small particles invading, then shifting around inside of him. Not until it was too late anyway. You are a lot craftier than I expected. You sure are a cat and not a fox. Moria spoke once again as he twirled around his twin swords on his fingers. I admit I might have underestimated you. Still, this technique of yours takes a lot to maintain. True, but there is no way Luffy would admit that. While I have hundreds if not thousands of shadows at my disposition. You are good, but you are not ready yet. Not for this stage. The way the warlord talked was slightly concerning. Shadow Asgard. Shanks frowned as they docked on Thriller Bark. The waters were turbulent, but at least the weather took a turn for better. Now it simply rained seemingly non-stop, with all the fog that had raised it give Thriller Bark a sinister appearance. The island in itself, just like those waters, was creepy, not to mention there was no one there to greet them. He really hoped that nothing similar to that stupid cult ever happened here. He got goosebumps just thinking about it. Luffy wouldn't just play along, he knows better now. Even if Moria tried to blackmail him, he wouldn't just give himself up like that, right? But stupid Chibai, couldn't he just stay put? But then again, he knew the answer to that question. There was no way Luffy could just sit around idle while his nakama was in danger. They were similar in that manner. Captain, we lost the Marines for now but can't stay for too long. Shanks frowned as he listened to the navigator's report. The Marines apparently thought they could trap them in the mist just like that. The warlord's impertinence to pick a fight with him made more sense. He had the Navy read to back him up and everything. Stupid truly. It didn't matter how many battleships tried to sneak up on them and how many admirals they sent out to stop them. Because right now the entire crew was united in their overprotectiveness. They knew that Luffy was strong. That had never been a question. The boy was scarily good, for a pirate apprentice that is. Maybe that was the reason everyone felt like they have to look out for him. Nah. Truth is, the kid just wormed himself into their hearts somehow. While he was Luffy, he was like nobody else they meet. Although he sometimes bore a scary resemblance to the worst people they happily had the chance to meet, and Captain Roger was just one of them. With a big heart and a small, shy, tentative smile that grew bigger, more sincere, and just truly blinding through their journey. That smile was shining like the sun at them bloodthirsty pirates, and it was just so damn warm. No one could resist it. It was infectious. The kid just got under your skin with one simple look, and when he looked at them like that, it made them feel like they were no longer just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Even the most hard-ass pirate on the crew smiled back. Then there was the undeniable fact that Luffy was the youngest on the crew. That including all the new additions the kids seemed to adopt. Yes, adopt, because Luffy seemed to just pick them up from the streets like one would abandon puppies or kittens and then turn to them with that heart-wrenching look. That typical "can I keep him?" And for once he would have liked to see someone say no to that look. That simple action speak enough of the kid's character. And yet calling him a child just seemed wrong somehow. He was a kid though, one that had been forced to grow up too soon, but a kid nonetheless. One they all wanted to protect, but not a child. No, not anymore. The Nekomimi had faced the worst humanity had to offer, time and time again, and after everything he had been through, Shanks was simply amazed Luffy could still smile like that. That was the reason they fought for right now. To protect that smile. Their youngest was fighting for his nakama and anyone who got in between them, backing the kid up. Well, they weren't going to live long enough to regret it. I need a team with me. The rest stay and protect the ship. Be prepared to leave at any given moment. The redhead said. Yassip. Lucky Roo, I need both of you here, Shanks said as he saw the two prepare themselves to go on the island. You two are our best long-range shots, so take out as many ships as possible before we get back. Ben, I am coming with you. It was a statement, and Shanks nodded gratefully as they shared a look. There was no way his first mate was going to just let him walk into hostile territory without anyone to watch his six. Plus, he was one of the few who could calm Shanks down when he was angry. And right now they were all hoping for the best and expecting the worst. All right then, we'll go. Doc, I'm ready. Shanks once more nodded with a small smile. His old friend had been probably ready to leave for a long time now. Not that he could fault him. Luffy was accident-prone, and those accidents most of times consisted of idiots attacking him. Wait, Captain, take me with you. I know I'll probably slow you two down, but please take me along, Rockstar said, determined. Two others stepped up behind Rockstar with the same request. Their eyes. Shanks thought it was funny somehow. Rockstar was in the beginning strongly against letting some brat join them, and now he was one of the most overprotective of the Nekami. All right, it looks like we have a team. This is it. You two are sure? Brook asked with a glare the two small rodent zombies he had captured. Yes, we are sure. Perona-sama is here. The two spoke in sync. But before the skeleton could verify, something attacked him. He barely managed to dodge. You two, traitors. Hilden shouted, annoyed as he swooped down to attack once again. Don't think I won't tell Moria-sama about this, the flying zombie shouted. Brook let the two rodent go. It was easier battling the flying zombie this way. I'll have to ask you to step aside. The skeleton spoke in an eerie, calm voice. I don't have any time to waste on you. It was probably insulting but true nonetheless. From just a few clashes, Brook could read his enemy. The only thing his opponent had on him that could be deemed troublesome and annoying were the ability to fly. But there was a cure for that. He knew where the zombie would fly to if he only walked toward the door. Hilden was after all hell-bent on keeping the skeleton away from there. How like I, Yahazujiri. Brook placed his sword back into its scab with a loud click, and Hilden fell to the ground incapacitated. He had been cut down in every sense of the world. I warned you, the skeleton whispered before he quickly rushed and opened the door. Surprisingly, the zombies told the truth. The pink-haired ghost princess was indeed sleeping on the room, and she was also heavily wounded. He recognized her. She was Moria's subordinate. Right. She was Luffy's nakama right now, and that was more important. The skeleton could deal with the rest later. Perona-san. Brook shouted, worried as he ran to the girl's side. He quickly checked her pulse, seeing as she was not responding to his prodding. Her pulse was weak, but she was alive. In critical condition, but alive. Brook quickly started treating her wounds as best as he could. He was no medic, but even he knew how to apply first aid. Perona-san, please hold on. The skeleton spoke softly, hoping the ghost princess could hear him. Luffy-san is, and there was a twitch. Had he been not so concentrated, he could have missed it, but not the groan that came next. Luffy, the young pirate asked as her eyes fluttered open in the skeleton marvel. He had Albert gently slapped her, moved her to check out her injuries and to apply bandages, and yet the only thing needed for her to wake up was for someone to speak Luffy's name. Yes, he heard you were injured and sent me ahead. The skeleton confessed. Who am Ming? Brook smiled slightly with a small nod. You remember me. True to be told, the only reason she did remember him was that she heard Luffy was with him. She would not otherwise even try to bother recalling someone like Brook, but she wasn't about to tell him that. There were more important things she had to find out. Why are you helping me? I owe Luffy-san. He got me back my shadow, the skeleton said, and it was enough for the pink-haired ghost princess to stop questioning him or his motive. They had been together when they landed on the island, so they stuck an alliance of sorts. Now the most important question. Where is he? Fighting Moria, the skeleton said as he continued to bandage some of her worse injuries. The girl's eye widened hearing that. She raised herself to a sitting position with a painful scream despite Brook's words to take it easy and that she shouldn't move. The girl grabbed his hands and begged with tear-filled eyes, a combo he couldn't defend against. Please take me there. Please. The warlord appearance changed drastically as he absorbed more and more shadows. Moria seemed to grow larger, his horns, arms, neck, and even his hair become much longer. The warlord destroyed half of the ceiling and room as he continued to grow. The Nekomimi quickly leaped in air and brought his sword down on his opponent swiftly. He really hoped it would be enough to stop the warlord's power up while possible. It surprisingly did work. Moria stopped absorbing shadows to block the overhead attack with his twin swords. They were both slightly amazed by the other's raw strength. Luffy, despite his small stature, packed quite a bit of heat. Meanwhile, Moria had at disposition the colossal strength fitting of one called a warlord. The Shichibukai managed to push back the teen. Luffy was, however, quick on his feet even with all the wounds he had sustained. The Nekomimi righted himself before he even touched the ground. The second his feet did touch the ground, he launched himself at his opponent once more, all while dodging the shadows the warlord sent his way. Moria could see most of his shadows getting trapped in crystal cage behind the kid as Luffy dodged the warlord's attempt to entrap him. This was not one simple battle. It was happening on so many different levels. If one of them lose focus even for a second, the other would overwhelm them with their devil fruit ability. It was a quick-paced battle and every moment counted. The teen was running around dodging expertly his attacks and with seemingly no effort at all. Not even when he was forced to run diagonally up on a wall for a small while. For someone so young to be able to fight on pair with him, Moria caught himself wondering just how strong the boy was in peak condition. But he wasn't given much time to contemplate as the teen pushed himself away from the wall and directly toward him. The warlord was the one sent realigned back this time. He took out a wall he crashed against, and the Nekomimi followed up with another attack, forcing him to step out the falling pile of debris that had been once the ballroom. They clashed once again, both trying to overpower their opponent. Luffy realized it quite soon that it was useless to try and overpower Moria in the state he was. It just took too much effort and produced no results. The worst he could do was push the warlord back a few steps. His opponent was too big for him to actually throw him back, and quite fast for one of his size, not to mention much stronger than anticipated. Meanwhile, Luffy was small, quick as hell and flexible, and happily know how to use all that to his advantage. Sora the teen muttered before disappearing from the view once again. Moria barely had any time to defend himself yet again as the teenager followed up with another attack. It was just too fast. His shadows had no chance of catching up with the teen. A deep cut appeared on his arm and shoulder, followed by a shallow one on his neck. Some of his hair got cut off as the boy continued his relentless attack. If he let this continue, Moria knew he would lose. But the boy just kept pressing on. No matter how many times in 1 minute he was pushed into the ground or batted away like an irritating fly, the pirate apprentice would just do a crazy maneuver, force his body to right itself in the air using one of his platforms, and attack anew. The warlord's large stomach was getting targeted now, and he barely managed to parry a slash that would have been a fatal injury otherwise. Moria cursed himself as he slowly started to lose sight of his opponent. The only thing he could see now was the metallic flash of the sword the pirate apprentice carried as it once more cut into his flesh. The Nekomimi knew all too well it was a matter of time. His injuries were affecting him. It hurt to move even in the slightest, and he knew it won't be long before his stamina run out. That's why even when he got hit, he just shrugged it down, like it didn't matter, and from where he was standing from it didn't. Luffy just had to stand up once again, and he did so. Every time he got back on his feet, he pushed himself to move even faster than before. Had to make up for the time he had lost after all. Despite the pain, the teen just stubbornly kept pressing on. His Nakama counted on him after all. He had to defeat Moria no matter what. His body was just not allowed to give in before that happened, mostly because there was no way he would be able to move anytime soon after he crashed. Luffy refused to let that happen, not before he beat the warlord. Kazekiri was his trump card. He could use it once more if he put everything he had into it, but he had to be smart. For his Nakama's sake, he attacked without holding back one bit. He poured everything he could into his last attack. The Nekomimi brought his sword on the warlord once last time, unleashing a Kazekiri at point blank, and Moria was just too close to dodge it. Impossible, the warlord shouted in disbelief as the flying blade attack hit. Just from where did the boy gather enough strength to unleash such a monstrosity at such a close range? None the least. And like that hadn't been shocking enough, the flying blade attack was on fire. Moria pain-filled scream disturbed the silent battle, and the only thing the warlord knew then was pain. Despite the falling rain, the flames continued to just burn strongly and relentlessly. Luffy himself was left dizzy after unleashing such an attack and barely managed to take one more step before he stumbled and fell into a kneeling position somehow. Dark spots invaded his vision as another wave of pain washed over him. He was panting as he forced one of his eyes open. The first thing he saw was, or more like didn't saw, was Moria. The second was the scar left on the ground, running from where he was kneeling to where Moria's body lay crashed against a tree somewhere in the forest. The path was still burning with brilliant blue flames in some places. The flames surrounding him were finally starting to settle down and mostly gathering around him protectively, in special around his severely injured stomach and shoulder. "Thank you," the Nekomimi said, ignoring the voice in head telling him that talking to a flame, worse his own flames, was a sign of crazy. They were his flames, so part of him. Ergo he was talking to himself, but he couldn't care less. He was long past crazy. He was legit insane. Fighting Moria had just proven that. Luffy, divided by Luffy-san. The Nekomimi only gave a tired smile to the two as they approached him steadily. Looks like Brook found Perona. The ghost princess had obviously been injured, but she was awake. That had to be a good sign. He couldn't help but let a tired sigh escape his lips before looking back at them once more. "Spear," the voice called, and the attack hit before Luffy could even move. "No," the Nekomimi shouted in vain as the shadow spear pierced through both Perona and Brook, who had been carrying her. They both fall to the ground, and despite how much the Nekomimi told his body to move, to do something, it refused to comply with his request. He fell instead to the ground. Moria was moving gingerly toward them thanks to the gigantic bleeding wound the boy left on him. A straight cut down from the junction of his neck down to his stomach. Had he been a second later to try and parry it, Moria had little doubt he would have been cut in half. But luckily he didn't, and although his twin swords had been destroyed, he survived. Wounded, burned, but survived. His shadows managed to quench the flames. "Kishishishi, feel the pain, the anger, the desperation, just like I did, Cheshire," Moria shouted as he tried to enjoy in his revenge. But the boy's face was tormented with agony just like his had been. It was funny how now instead he saw himself in Luffy's place. The teen's eyes quickly filled with tears he just couldn't contain, and the warlord couldn't laugh anymore. "I told you," the Shichibukai said dryly. "You are not ready yet, just because you are the red-haired Shanks protege. Did you actually think it was a blessing?" The warlord shouted, both angry and cynically at the Nekomimi. There are more and bigger monsters out there, in the new world, gunning for you just for that reason. I couldn't protect them, Luffy said as he finally stood up wobbly. The way he moved made him look more like a marionette on strings than a real human. An amateur like you. Did you really think you could defeat a warlord? ... You should have aimed at me, the teen said, with an impossible-to-read face. There were still tears running down his face, but his expressive eyes were cowered by his bags. The warlord could only imagine the look in them, vacant just like his tone, lacking any emotion. Huh, what are you talking about? You should have aimed at me, the Nekomimi repeated as the flames surrounding him grew larger and more intense. Just the heat wave they released was enough to make the warlord take a step back as they turned darker. Behind them, the crystal imprisoning the shadows exploded in same-colored flames. You should have killed me. Now, even the teen's voice turned heavier. Somehow I'll tear you apart limb from limb. Black box. The boy didn't even try to dodge it. This time is the end, the warlord shouted as the lid closed on the Nekomimi. He didn't waste any time to turn it into something resembling scrap metal. He punched it continuously, kicked it a few times, and even squashed it under his feet. There was no way someone could survive that. Don't blame me. The only one at fault is you, the warlord said as his form shrunk. Moria observed with satisfaction that there was no more movement, just silence coming from inside the disfigured box. But then a loud thump made the warlord jump back. It can't be, he said in disbelief. How could someone survive that? And then more and more sounds came from it. The sound of a growl, less human and more animal, and then blue and black flames started to leak through the box's cracks. Like there was something gigantic inside it and the box just couldn't contain it. In seconds there was nothing left of the black box. The feline, Luffy's beast form, Moria realized was big, really big and terrifying. The entire being was on fire. Its body seemed to be covered by fur made of blue fire, which were black at the roots and seemed to end in white flames. It stood proud and tall and call him coward, but Moria decided it was the perfect moment to run as far as possible from the beast. It was the only logical decision available since he had after all exhausted most if not all of his powers in the previous battle against the Nekomimi. He even used his shadow Asgard. The moment he moved, the feline pounced and pinned him to the ground easily. Gigantic burning claws torn into his chest right under his neck, no question leaving scars behind. But battle scars were the least of his worries right now. He mustered whatever he had left of his strength to push the beast away and form a shield in between them. The creature let out a blast of fire, and with one spine-chilling roar he dispersed all the shadows. The warlord's mind was a chaotic mess. He tried to putting together his doppelman to change places with it. Unfortunately, he also knew he won't make it in time. Moria hated to admit it, but it was surprising he even managed to make a shield. He could see his death in the creature's eyes. There was no forgiveness, no hesitation, and no rationality in them as they gleamed down on him in triumph. Its poisonous green glowing eyes were wild, ferocious, and dare he say hypnotizing yet terrifying at the same time. Its slit pupils were fixed on him as the predator sized up his prey. Its pure snow-white fangs neared his neck and he couldn't even muster a scream. No, the creature's maw stopped inches away from his neck and the warlord was frozen in fear. He could feel the creature's burning breath on his skin. Then it turned its head to Perona, who had just stopped his death. She was pressing down on her bleeding shoulder while Brook tried to sit up. Luffy, don't, please ask Captain. But that thing was not Luffy. It just huffed in annoyance at the interruption, barely giving them, the wounded and clearly exhausted humans, any importance. Captain, Luffy-san, Brook spoke, trying not to be intimidated by the sight in front of him. Perona pushed herself into a standing, more like wobbling position and took the first step toward gigantic Bake Nico. The skeleton shock tried to stop her. Perona-san, you have to reconsider. No, if he kills Moria, Perona started, he will hate himself for it. The pink-haired ghost princess was if something headstrong. She took another shacking step forward. I'll be fine. I trust him, he won't. Would never hurt me, she declared as she took a shaky step forward. Captain, please, the girl pleaded as she stepped toward the great feline who growled in warning. I know you are in there, she said, remembering all the times that small kitten protected her from nightmares and loneliness. This was the same. She told herself. Luffy was just a bit bigger and coated in flames. Not dangerous. He was never dangerous. He was protective, she reminded herself. Captain, please. But the Bake Nico was done listening and instead lashed out. The ghost princess fell to the ground with as much as a scream. The sound of metal hitting claws broke the silence. By my, Luffy, you need to take remedy courses, the Yonko said from behind his sword as he and the giant cat tried to overpower each other. Hurting your nakamas. I didn't teach you that, Shanks shouted as he pushed the Bake Nico back, who turned in air and landed on his paws. He didn't waste 1 second to rush and attack the red-haired pirate. Meanwhile, Shanks battled the gigantic beast. Ben rushed to the hurt girl. That was a stupid thing to do. The first mate started before he picked her up gently. Now let's get you to the ship. Luffy will flip out if he sees the condition you're in. he said, knowing all too well it was the only way to get her to leave. The now crying girl only nodded with a loud "Yuhum, the ski skeleton," she said, turning to Brook, who was being attacked by Rockstar, believing him to be one of Moria's subordinate. "What about him?" Ben asked. "He's with Luffy." The first mate didn't sigh. "All right, maybe he did, but just once." "Okay. Like, get you both to the ship then." Ben then gestured his nakama to stop attacking. "He's with us," he explained, and the young pirate only laughed sheepishly as Brook shouted loudly, "And I told you so. We're taking them both back to the ship," Doc announced as he looked over all the injured people with a frown. He had his work cut out, and Luffy wasn't even among them. The doctor had no doubt the youngster had his own list of grave injuries. "Aye," Rockstar said before grabbing the skeleton's shoulder. Brook eye sockets widened comically. "Excuse me, what? Run like hell," the pirate said as he started running. Rockstar really didn't want to be here when Luffy and Shanks fought. The skeleton really didn't get a chance to protest as he was taken more like dragged along the crazy ride. Two more pirates, the lookouts Brook thought, quickly joined them. Ben was in front of the group, leading them in just a few seconds, all while carrying Perona. The ghost princess only cast a longing gaze at the two they left behind. "Will Luffy?" Perona tried to ask but couldn't in the end. She was afraid of the answer. "He will be fine. Captain will take care of it. But that place is going to become ground zero. We need to be as far away from it as possible." Perona hesitated to ask. The ghost princess didn't want the red-haired pirates to think she was ungrateful, but she just had to know. What? About Moria? He escaped the second we arrived through some shadows." The ghost princess nodded in thanks and slowly succumbed to darkness despite Ben's orders to stay awake. Shanks had to admit, the beast was strong, a real predator. But it was just that. Without Luffy's brilliant mind, it stood no chance against him. With all its flashy attacks and powers, a beast was just that, a beast after all. Strategies were lost on the Bake Nico, who was just an animal driven by instinct and pride. Shanks, for the love of it, couldn't understand how it could have such a high ego when the beast attacked one of Luffy's beloved nakama. It was like a bullfight, really. He had to be careful because the gigantic cat wouldn't and didn't hesitate to wound him. He was already suffering from minor injuries, mostly burns and minor scratches. The red-haired man figured he must have stepped on the creature's nerves somehow because it was totally enraged. Maybe it was just as hacky. The Bake Nico obviously didn't like the Yonko try and exert his willpower over him. It was slightly amazing that it could withstand a concentrated blast of it and in such close proximity even injure. Shanks could tell no one else on the entire island did. Happily, his crew was back on the ship by now. Everyone knew that an enraged animal was more dangerous when trapped because you could never be sure how it would lash out, but there was no other choice, the red-haired man argued. He had to stop his apprentice before the Bake Nico did something Luffy would regret for his entire life. He just hoped he wasn't already too late. "Come on, then, Fluffball." The gigantic feline jumped with no hesitation, and Shanks had to steel his heart. He was doing this for Luffy's sake. Shanks readied his haki-coated saber and charged toward his opponent. The Yonko refused to think of the Bake Nico as Luffy. He wouldn't be able to do this then. His slash met some resistance, but he pressed on. His slash was strong enough to leave quite an impact on the surrounding terrain as the Bake Nico hit the ground hard. The redhead quickly turned around, and the beast whined as it tried to stand up from where he crashed. If he wouldn't have been that focused, he would have missed the small fickle of pain in the feline's eyes as it finally stood up. The thought of seeing that look in the Nekomimi's eyes again, more so him being the cause of it, was like a kick in the gut. The redhead knew he made a mistake. He hesitated for a small second to follow up his first slash, and it was enough for the Bake Nico to snap at him and bite down on the arm the red-headed captain raised out of reflex to defend himself. The Yonko bit back a scream as he raised his sword, unleashing a burst of Heishoku haki, before bringing down a slash on his opponent that produced a huge wave. Heaven Splitter. The slash cut through the ground and raised high into the air. The Bake Nico let out an inhuman cry as it was blown away. The beast got smashed into an already damaged wall that couldn't survive the assault it was placed under and collapsed. The blue flames turned into mist and disappeared, leaving behind one unconscious little boy falling to the ground among the debris. Shanks caught Luffy with a wince before he could hit the ground. "Let's go home, Luffy," the Yonko said with a small although pained smile. The Bake Nico had mauled his arm for good. Shanks wasn't surprised when he found Luffy sitting on the railings after the boy finally woke up. He winced inwardly when the small boy flinched at the sound of him leaning against the railings. All in all, with his long messily tied hair, dressed in all too big clothes and too many bandages, flat cat ears pressed against his head and his tail curled protectively around his trembling form, the boy made quite a heart-wrenching and pitiful sight. "Perona is going to freak out if she wakes up and can't find you." The redhead decided to speak up, and the Nekomimi looked at him with such broken eyes that it physically hurt. Luffy opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words to speak. "She doesn't hate you, you know. That's the worst." Shanks tried to reach out and pat the boy's head, but the teen flinched violently and started to tremble like a leaf, so the redhead stilled his hand. He sighed as he grabbed instead his straw hat. It's not like he didn't know where Luffy was coming from, hurting his nakamas. It was something unforgivable for the small Nekomimi. The fact that he was the one who did it made it even worse. But even so, he didn't want to hurt us. I'd never want to hurt either of you, Luffy said, finally meeting Shanks' eyes, the Nekomimi's dark orbs begging him to believe it. The captain smiled gently. I know. Luffy nodded before his eyes regained the pain as the boy let his head hung low. ... But that doesn't mean I didn't do it, or that I never will. Luffy, sometimes bad things sometimes just happen in life. Things that are out of our control, Shanks said slowly. And no one, not even you, can blame yourself for them. We are after all only humans. We're not perfect, we're flawed creatures. Shanks smiled tightly as the boy finally looked at him. It may come as a surprise to you, but perfection is impossible to achieve. You have to strive instead for continuous improvement, because that's how people evolve. If you never fall, you can never learn how to stand up again after all. Everyone makes bad decisions and everyone has bad days, when nothing happens as it should have. Shanks reminded even himself. This entire affair was a nightmare. That's what life is about. Sometimes you get hurt and sometimes you hurt someone, so when that happens you just have to remember we're not perfect. Neither of us are, but things can get better. We can evolve, we just have to keep on trying. There was it, that spark in the Nekomimi's eyes he'd been missing. If you're flawed, so what? Everyone already is, so fuck that. I mean, the redhead cleared his throat slightly as he realized he got carried away. That's of course not an excuse to not try to be a better person, but you shouldn't change who you are for someone else's sake. As for not being strong enough, well, you already know what to do about that. The teen smiled, and even though it was a far cry from his usual smile, it was enough to renew the hope in the red-haired captain. Trust my Nakama, the Nekomimi said before he looked at the ocean once again sadly. It's just, they will forgive me, the boy stated, and Shanks frowned slightly as he tried to understand the boy's dilemma. And I don't feel like I deserve it. Luffy, the captain's voice was laced with both worry and slight annoyance. Is true, Shanks. I attacked them. The boy's eyes shifted to the man's wounded arm. I attacked you. There is no excuse for that. That wasn't a conscious decision of yours, we both know that. It was still me. The red-haired captain frowned hearing that. Back to the start once again. He had been too naive to think the stubborn boy would heed his words so easily. Nobody blames you for what happened. Think of it like this. What if Perona's ghost attacked you by mistake? Would you hold it against her? The answer came with no hesitation. No way. And Shanks smiled hearing that. It was always refreshing to see just how much trust and how deeply his young apprentice cared for his nakamas. Then give yourself a break and stop trying to meet those inhuman expectations. Shanks hoped the kid would listen to him, but there was a linger of doubt. How could he? The Nekomimi grimaced inwardly. The words "I'm sorry" just didn't feel right. They just didn't seem enough no matter how he tried to formulate it. Not to mention, how could he ask them to forgive him when he himself wasn't able to forgive himself? It would only make him a hypocrite, wouldn't it? Kaio, Brook screamed. Shut up. Perona, or more like Perona's astral projection shout, whispered back, truly annoyed. GGH ghost. It's me, you idiot. Me, Perona. Ah, now that I look more closely. Indeed it was her, in black pair of pajamas consisting of a tank top that had a cat on it and small shorts that would have looked quite nice on her had she not been wrapped in enough bandage to make a mummy jealous. Her long hair was also just simply let down. He could tell she had been sleeping before she appeared through the ceiling. ... But how did you? Oh, you don't know. I ate the horo no mai. Oh, I didn't know you also eat a devil fruit. Not to mention, now that I have looked more closely, Brook said with a leer, you milady are quite a stunning young woman. Simply beautiful. HMPH, of course I am. The ghost princess added haughtily. Who was the skeleton trying to impress here? She knew she was beautiful. Why was Brook so shocked about that? It seemed almost rude, although given their earlier encounter, she winced slightly as she remembered all that blood and dirt. Well, she might have made quite a picture back then. This is the first time I have seen such a beauty, although I am a skeleton so I don't really have eyes to see with. Yo-ho-ho-ho, skull joke. Whatever, Perona said, interrupting him rudely. I came here only to see if Luffy is here. Hey, Luffy-san is missing. He's supposed to be in the sickbay, but he's not. I see. It had been 3 days since we left Thriller Bark. Luffy slept through all of them. Perona did wake up after the first 24 hours or so, but still had to stay in the sickbay for healing and monitoring. Brook, well, he had a few injuries, but nothing that grave. Have you checked the dining area? Maybe he was just hungry. Not yet. Then please let me assist you. I am worried about Luffy-san myself. Perona looked thoughtful for a second. She was debating the pros and cons against taking him along. Fine. The pros won simply because she didn't have a physical body right now, and if Luffy needed any assistance moving around, she wouldn't be able to provide much, if any. Just try to be silent. The ghost princess whispered as they left Brook's cabin. I don't want Doc to find us, or anyone else for that matter. Why not? I'm not allowed to move from my bed. Well, technically I didn't, since my body is still there, but... I understand, the skeleton said with a small nod. He had experienced firsthand how scary Doc could be. The man looked nice enough at first glance, but if you dare to dear God go against his medical advice, enough said he still had nightmares. By the way, may I ask you a personal question? Perona shrugged, obviously not thinking too much of it. Why did you choose to follow Luffy-san? I do remember you. You were one of Moria's most trusted crew member. The pink-haired girl narrowed her eyes as she turned to look at the skeleton. Brook had saved her life, but his tone right now, it was slightly accusing, she could tell. Was he picking a fight with her? It is not a secret, she started. I am the reason Moria declared Luffy as his enemy. This entire war between this two crew is my fault, but I am not sorry for it, the Ghost Princess said vehemently, and Brook felt slightly angry with her for it. His deduction had been on point. She was the reason Luffy fought Moria. And she dare even say she didn't feel sorry for it. Even though Shanks-san had saved them, Luffy-san had been seriously hurt. I was, Perona said with a soft voice, lost when Luffy and I meet, and he give me something Moria never had. A place to finally belong. That's why, even if it's selfish of me, I won't say I'm sorry I joined Luffy's crew. I wish to stand by his side and see him become the Pirate King. It is my dream, she declared proudly, but to the skeleton it looked like she was just second away from cry. He had misjudged her, he admitted. She was just like him. The skeleton smiled at her. I understand. He spoke kindly. I had once, a long time ago, a place where I belonged to. I know how terribly lonely the heart can get when you feel like you are all alone in this entire world. Humming, the girl spoke, not really sure what to say. Brook is fine. You too? An annoyed voice asked from behind. Kayeta. Both Brook and Perona shouted at once as they looked at the pirate in front of them. What are you two doing out here in the middle of the night? And shouldn't you be in the sickbay, Perona? Doc's not going to be happy if he finds out you sneaked away. Ben asked with a twitching eyebrow, all while trying to ignore the fact that they screamed bloody murder right after looking at his face. That was a rude thing to do. We're looking for Luffy, Brook finally admitted. The first mate sighed tiredly. Figures is something like that. He's probably at the railings and he barely managed to stop them. Shanks is there with him and they are currently engaged in a heavy conversation. Oh, the revelation made the two share a look, and Ben fought the urge to sigh. He'll be fine. It was all too easy to read them. Not like they could hide their worry that well. Rather is in the middle of the night, you know, go back to sleep. Luffy, followed by a heavy silence as Doc tried to rein in his annoyance. I thought I told you to stay put in bed. At least a few thousand times. You did, the little boy admitted sheepishly, making Doc sigh. Short of gluing the kid to bed, there was no other way of making the kimikomsy stay put. Perona snickered slightly hearing their conversation. Either stop laughing, the man said, irritated. You think I don't know what you have done? Practically, using your devil fruit does count as effort. I told you to rest. The man started to lecture the two. For the following hour the two didn't utter anything else but I'm sorry and different variants of the same. And yet Doc marveled, no matter what he said, the two never said they wouldn't do it again. That realization made him stop ranting, and his clenched fist started shaking with barely restrained anger. You too. The two gulped simultaneously, but happily got saved by Ben, Brook, and Shanks, who decided to bring breakfast as an excuse to visit the brats. It's not like we just came to intrude, Ben said with a sweat drop when Doc gave him a glare. So how are you two doing? Yo ho ho ho, good morning Luffy-san, Perona-san. Brook Kai, the Ghost Princess said happily. The kimikomsy and Shanks exchanged a look. Brook Kai, they asked. One could practically see the question marks above their heads. Perona raised an eyebrow, almost like challenging the skeleton to deny her words. It's fine, right? Yes, though it is a surprise. Yo ho ho ho. The red-haired captain only shrugged his shoulder before looking at the two brats. So how are they? The man asked Doc, who didn't get a chance to reply. I'm fine, Luffy said, and Perona followed up with a why am I even here? Brats, Doc shouted, annoyed. You are both heavily injured, but I feel fine. The two said in sync, making Doc eyebrow twitch furiously. How can you? You little miss have wounds and burns all over your body, like something exploded right beside you. Yeah, well I did, detonated my Toku Hollow. What kind of idiot blows up themselves? Doc shouted with sharp teeth. It couldn't be helped. The zombies were immune to my negative hollow, and my mini hollow barely did any damage. Since they were zombies, they had no sense of pain. They just kept rising. I had to detonate my Toku Hollow unless I wanted to be defeated. Like I said, stupid. Isn't it obvious you need to prioritize escape in such a situation? Besides, you knew that we were coming for you. Why are the both of you in such a hurry to die? Doc asked, annoyed, all while turning his eyes to Luffy, who jumped slightly. Those eyes were just too damn scary, the kimikomsy decided. I'm sure he had a good reason, right? Shanks asked with a tight-eye smile. Once again, scary. I quote him, sorry. I'm sorry, all right, Luffy shouted. The truth is I didn't think. I barely realized when I meet Brook that Ben was going to have my head for running head straight into someone's trap. But then it was kind of too late. Besides, it's not like I could have just sit tight and just wait quietly while Perona was missing. That's understandable. Still, you rushed into a trap without any plan whatsoever. Ben said, shaking his head in a disappointed manner. Plans don't agree with me, came the cheeky reply before the 3 veteran pirates shot him an evil eye, making the teen sweat drop. I'm repenting, of course. The 3 were thoroughly questioned about the events that took place. They red-haired pirates already heard some from Brook and Perona, but it was amazing to think that the 3 of them managed to defeat an entire army. There were a few surprises too. Are you sure it was Moria? Ben asked cautiously. It is fuzzy, I was barely conscious then. But I'm sure it was him. It couldn't have been anyone else but him. She could remember somehow though. The memories and the images were fuzzy and seemed distant at best. The warlord carried her body to her. Perona could remember his boots and saw him hold her before she merged with her physical self. There were bits of the warlord talking to her, though she could barely make out what was being said as he took her back to her room. He saved your life, Luffy said with a faraway look. He couldn't help but remember the warlord's words. He said Luffy was just like he had been before he entered New World. Maybe there had been more to Moria than he had realized. He was admittedly curious and relieved at the same time. Happy that he didn't kill the warlord. I didn't make it back to my body. I didn't cross even half the distance. Plus Brook Kai said someone was outside my door like a guard. But the zombies' orders from before was to eliminate me. With Absalom and Hogback both down, the only one capable of changing given orders or overriding them is Moria. Perona explained further, and Ben had to give it to her. All those points were valid. Obviously there is something we don't know, Shanks said with a frown. He was torn. True, to be told it would be so easy if Moria would have been pure evil. Hunting him down wouldn't be such a task for them. But once again the man was an enigma. Good morning. The 3 greeted the chiefs cheerily. Both Luffy and Perona were finally released from the sickbay. A truly good way to start the day if the Nekomimi had to say so. It's been a week since they have been brought to the infirmary, and both of them were one step away from going crazy. They managed to annoy Doc enough to finally kick them out of there with a loud "Don't let me see you around here again." Morning, so you're finally up. Lucky was getting bored these days without any competition. The man shouted happily as he started stacking up food for Luffy, who smiled back innocently. Usually he and Lucky would compete over who could eat more meat at least once or twice a week. The crew started betting on who would win, and before they knew it became an event of sorts. Soon a large Luffy-sized breakfast was finally in reach, and the Nekomimi had to stop himself from drooling as he laid eyes upon all the meat. Thank you, the teen said with a shinning smile, unknowingly ing the chef behind the counter while his 2 nakama chose their breakfast. They settled at a table nearby, just so Luffy could carry all the plates there. Yes, plural, because there were multiple plates, more than his usual share. He had missed several meals after all in the last few days. Brook and Perona couldn't help but share a smile as they saw Luffy's enthusiastic reaction to the food. Itadakamasu. They started eating cheerily, though Luffy couldn't help but slowly lose his appetite whenever Perona flinched or Brook moved his bony hand gingerly as if in pain. His eyes were automatically drawn to the wounds the shadow spear left behind. He knew he'd give it away with the way he froze up. He covered it quickly with a hesitant smile, but it only made the people watching it more worried. He sighed inwardly as he returned to his breakfast. Both Perona and Brook exchanged a worried look. For once the 2 didn't know how to help. Quit worrying, Luffy said finally as he looked up from his food. I'll be fine, he reassured them, and for a small second it almost seemed like the teen was past it. Slowly more people wandered in, each and every coming to a stop at their table to greet Luffy and tell him it's good to have him back. The small Nekomimi was blushing slightly hearing all those words. He had worried them all too much once again. When Shanks returned to the ship, he was out of it and bleeding all over the place. It was not how he pictured their reunion either. As more people poured in and the buzz from their chatting grew louder, so did the boy's smile. He started to enjoy himself and his breakfast once more, laughing with the other pirates and joking happily. The red-haired pirates were very welcoming, and Brook found himself totally immersed in the atmosphere. It didn't take long for it to turn into a party to celebrate the 2 finally getting discharged. Brook soon found himself seated in front of a piano playing one of his favorite songs. Loud cheers resounded through the room, and Shanks appeared shortly. He was hung up about his own crew throwing a party without him there, but got over it pretty quickly. It was not your usual breakfast, Luffy admitted. Only Shanks and his crew, the Nekomimi mused, were capable of throwing a party even before noon. But he wouldn't have it any other way, Luffy realized. This was the crew he knew. They had been suspiciously quiet the past week, but then again he wouldn't be able to enjoy himself either if one of his nakama was stuck in the infirmary. He had missing this, Luffy thought with a small smile. The trip with Mihawk wasn't bad, but he had been missing this. The party had soon spread out to the deck. Shanks had disappeared too not so long ago after he caught the Nekomimi looking at his bandaged arm. Luffy couldn't help but feel even worse. He didn't know how much time passed, but seeing as Ben had yet to join them, he decided to search for the man. It wouldn't do for Ben to miss out their party. The man was probably on lookout, so Luffy decided to relieve him. Someone had to stay sober after all. Not to mention watching them stumble around was funny. Asap already starting boasting about his son to everyone in vicinity. The Nekomimi reckoned it won't be long until he was drunk enough to start talking to the mast. Luffy chuckled slightly as he finally stood up. As he walked out the galley, he couldn't help but raised a curious eyebrow. The large double door leading to the deck was closed. It was usually open more so when they partied to avoid unfortunate accidents. The Nekomimi decided to ignore it and quickly came to regret it. The second the Nekomimi stepped on the deck, he was drenched in water from head to toe. Someone poured water on him and then threw the bucket to get rid of the evidence. Unfortunately for the shell-shocked Nekomimi who had yet to move, said bucket fell on his head with a small thud. That someone easily give himself away though when he started laughing, more so since no one else dared to move a muscle let alone laugh. The entire party came to a stop. Dahaha, you fell for it, Shanks shouted, and everyone waited as if petrified for Luffy's reaction. Luffy spit out some water that got in his mouth and then asked slowly, "You do know what this means?" He raised his arms, dripping water everywhere to the bucket on his head. Shanks was a bit nervous since he couldn't read the brat's expression thanks to the damn bucket. "This means war," the teen said with a big grin and mischievous look in his eyes as he finally took off the bucket. The entire crew shouted, cheering and laughing merrily. In a few seconds, a poll and bets were being placed on who would win and who will lose the prank war. The red-haired captain growled annoyed when he heard Ben bet against him. And when he demanded an explanation, the first mate dryly told him that he bet on Luffy because his devil fruit give him a better chance to win. The man walked away grumbling about traitors and no faith in your own captain. The Nekomimi meanwhile smiled happily as he saw the ghost princes finally mingle with the others. Perona was taking bets she had opened up to the other while he was away. He realized the Nekomimi somehow couldn't help but think that it all went according to Ben's plans. It was unfortunate that some rookie pirates decided to show up not long after. The Nekomimi couldn't help but smirk slightly. They came just at the right moment. After spending so much time in the infirmary, he had been aching for some action. Since he was keeping watch, it was his responsibility to deal with them. He shared a look with the red-headed captain and his grin got even wider. He had been given the clear from Shanks to do as he pleased. He quickly activated Jeepo and disappeared into the sky. He didn't want to give the rookies the chance to get too close and possibly spoil the crew's fun. It didn't take long for him to get to the rookies' vessel. He landed flashily on the ship's figurehead while trying to decide what to do with them. He could let them go should the crew be amicable. "Yo," he greeted cheerfully. The rookie pirates looked at him flabbergasted. Not that he'd blame them. To them it must have looked like he just dropped from the sky. "Yo," Luffy greeted the shell-shocked pirates again, effectively snapping them out of it. "Hey," the rookies shouted. The Nekomimi smiled friendly while inquiring, "So who the hell are you guys?" "Who the hell are you?" the pirates retorted, annoyed. "Before asking for someone else's name, is proper to introduce yourself." Luffy scolded them, displeased. Yes, certainly, we are." "The hell, aren't you the one who first asked?" "Right, leaving that aside." "Don't leave it aside," the crew shouted as one. "You're pirates, right?" The boy spoke with a sunny smile behind his hoodie. "Yes, we're the Cloudy Pirates." The one in front, probably their captain, declared proudly. "Never heard of you." We're known as the Super Rookies. Our Captain Cloudy has a bounty of 70 million berry." Luffy frowned as he looked at the guy who seemed to bask in the glory. 70 million. This guy. You must be joking. He has no presence whatsoever. His face looks weird. Not to mention, what is this thing on his head? You know there is a thing called a comb. Every word seemed to cut into the pirate captain like knives. The man slumped to the floor in depression while mumbling to himself. "I can't believe this guy has a 70 million bounty. You bastard, how dare you make fun of our captain?" The crew shouted, annoyed. "You, calm down everyone. Before you decide to fight me, I have to tell you that I'm a pirate from that ship." Luffy pointed at Red Force. Not one of them recognized the flag, making Luffy wonder just what kind of idiots they were. "I'm here to inquire about your motives for approaching us." The rookies hump-fed as one while saying, "Like we'd tell you." "Steal," the idiot of the crew admitted before getting hit by his crewmates. "You idiot, you don't have to answer that." Luffy nodded to himself. "I see. Is it all right to say that you are a hostile force then? Look what you did." Now he's going to tell his captain. Divided by weight, he's just a kid. Can't we just, silence him or something? Divided by I see. Good thinking. The figures huddled together to plan how to take them down, not quite quietly enough for Luffy's sensible ears not to pick on. "I'm not going to snitch on you," Luffy explained to the ones around him. "Besides, my crewmates are busy celebrating right now. Then they won't see us coming." The pirate captain that finally got over his depression concluded, making the rest of the crew nod in agreement. That's before they realized that Luffy was in the middle of the huddle and jumped away with a scream. "Took them long enough," the Nekomimi thought with a smile. "Sorry, but I can't let you do that," Luffy said with a smile, but it was no longer friendly. It screamed psycho instead. The crew unknowingly took a step back from the dangerous Chibai. "Don't be scared now, I'm only going to hurt you a bit." After all, even though they tried to steal from them, they never intended to kill any of them. Shanks chuckled as he heard the screams coming from the rookie pirate's ship before drinking the rest of the booze in his glass in one go. He's enjoying himself, Ben said with a smile as he looked at the pretty fireworks coming from the enemy ship. Yup, should we send backup? Nah, someone already is watching his back, the red-haired pirate said as he looked at the ghost princess direction. Ben smiled in understanding before frowning slightly. You know, I would still feel better if there was a non-devil fruit user with him. Worrywart, Shanks teased, though he didn't deny the first mate's silent request to stir the ship closer to the rookie. It was way too easy to simply forgive and forget. But not to him. The injuries on his nakama taunted him endlessly. Worse yet, they forgive him all that easily. It felt like someone had been rubbing salt into his wounds. Luffy felt like he didn't deserve such great nakama. Every "it wasn't your fault" and "don't be so hard on yourself" felt like just convenient excuses he could so easily reach for, but he didn't want to. He should have been stronger. He should have been able to protect his nakama. They never should feel threatened or hurt by him in the first place. The sheer idea that he was the one who hurt them was wrong, so wrong. The fact that they were able to forgive him for that was even more so. They may have forgiven him, but he simply couldn't. This was not allowed to happen again. Never again. That's why he made a silent promise, disobeying Shanks' direct order. He knew just how dangerous this particular power of his was, but he didn't care. He knew that it could kill even himself if he ever crossed his word. But that was just what he wanted. Needless to say, Shanks was not happy when he saw the cross-like pattern on his finger. No, the man was livid. Luffy, you idiot. Why would you do that? Yes, the Yonko was seriously pissed. His haki was strong enough to make sure everyone on the ship would stay as far away from their captain as possible. A few muttered a silent prayer for whichever fool was stupid enough, Luffy of course, to make Shanks rage like that. The Nekomimi smiled tightly. He said slowly. Won't hurt my nakamas, never again. That's the red-haired captain said, annoyed. You would never hurt us on purpose. We both know that you didn't want any of that to happen. Of course, but that is not good enough. This is, think of it like it's a leash, for the Bake Nico. This time it was his loss, Luffy admitted. Hurting Shanks and scaring the two to death was all because he lost himself to his emotions. Even though he tried to keep a tight lid on them, apparently it just wasn't enough anymore. Though, not forgivable, but it was understandable that he kind of lost it after seeing two he considered nakama getting killed right in front of his eyes. Had it been not for Shanks, Luffy was sure he would have killed both Brook and Perona. Such action, on the other hand, would have killed everything that made him Luffy. It would have broken him, and all that would have been left would have been a mindless beast. Shanks didn't know it, but he had saved Luffy from himself in more ways than one. That leash of yours could end up killing you. The smile the red-haired captain received in response was one that said, I know. We have to get it off, the man said, reeking his brain for any way to undo the promise. No, what? No, why are you so stubborn? That promise will be used against you. Probably, but it's fine. I trust my nakama. And the Bake Nico wouldn't commit suicide, so he won't attack my nakama, ergo I won't die. They're infuriating. The Yonko had to give it to the boy. In a way, it was clever of him. On the other hand, this was a troublesome situation. Shanks knew Luffy did it because he wanted to protect his nakama, but he should value his own life too. To start with, this power was very annoying. More so the backslash. Just thinking about what happened that time the stupid Chibai broke his promise was enough to make him despair. Happily, it was not like it would kill the Nekomimi instantly. But Luffy was still naive. Very, very naive in his way of thinking. Listen this, you can't tell anyone else. Please Luffy, just listen this once. Shanks spoke, his voice quite tight. I know that you trust them, but there are many ways to get such information out of people. You mean torture. One of them, the other is devil fruits. Right now only the two of us know about this information. If this somehow gets out, you enemies will not hesitate to use it against you. They won't hesitate to use your nakama against you either. Words are dangerous, aren't they? Luffy's question was much more like a statement, one which Shanks agreed with. You are so much more, the red-haired captain added with a small sigh. I understand, Captain. Through I won't promise. Brett, you know I'm still pissed at you. The Nekomimi only looked at him with big, innocent yet questioning eyes. That won't help. Shanks still looked away as fast as humanly possible. He couldn't succumb to that look. You're on cleaning duty the entire week. The red-haired man shouted as he walked away from where Luffy was as quickly as he could. Somehow he could still feel and see those dangerously adorable eyes and kicked puppy, or was it kitten, expression in the back of his mind. It wasn't fair that those eyes were so powerful. He could already feel his resolve weaken, and he wasn't even near Luffy. Perona was truly angry, so she practically tore the door open. What is the meaning of this, Brook? She shouted, annoyed, and the terrified skeleton took a frightened step behind as the ghost princess stepped inside his personal space. The meaning. What? Don't try to play innocent. I hear you and Ben-san talk. You plan on leaving the ship. She shouted accusatory. You found out. Just what were you thinking? She asked, raging once again. And why didn't you tell us? Aren't we non-nakamas? She asked, embarrassed slightly. True to be told, Perona never thought that such a simple word could mean something so much and carry such a weight before meeting Luffy. And now just saying it, it sent her stomach fluttering. I know Captain asked you to join us, she added quickly. The skeleton sighed guiltily as he looked out his small window. Neither of two knew that Luffy was standing right behind the open door. He had been worried when he saw Perona rush under deck in such an agitated state. Now though he was wondering if he was perchance intruding. It seemed like a private conversation, and yet he wanted to know if what she said was true. He wanted to find out the reason for it. He had to. Brook was his nakama and he didn't want to give up on the skeleton. Brook looked, the ghost princess thought, just so sad right then. It made it even harder for her to even begin to understand. Why would someone who had been in a similar position to her, ever give up such a chance? It was 1 in a million, the skeleton surely realized. Would you please listen to my story? Don't think you can make me change my mind, Perona warned before sitting down on a chair near his bed in her usual spirited manner, and the skeleton couldn't help but smile slightly. He couldn't help but find her mannerism endearing. And so he started speaking. Luffy listened attentively to the story he already knew, and yet he couldn't help but be amazed once again. Perona was meanwhile crying a river, and Brook had to stop his story more than once to console the ghost princess. He could hardly believe it. For both Perona and Luffy to care so much, he was practically a stranger to them. They were both truly and without any doubt amazing people. Brook thought with a small smile. I was so lonely that I wanted to die, the skeleton said, sounding defeated. Brook, don't give up. Good things happen, the girl shouted with tear-filled eyes, making the skeleton chuckle slightly. I couldn't. I still have a promise left to fulfill. Luffy strained his ears now. Long ago, we left a member of our crew behind at a certain location. It was unavoidable, yet sad. When we set sail, we vehemently swore that we would return. But then we were annihilated on these seas, preventing us from keeping our promise. I believe it had been almost 50 years now since the day we died. Brook only smiled when he saw Perona gasp in something akin of horror. I know what you want to say. It had been ages ago. That there is no way he had waited for so long. But even then, what right do I have to decide whether or not he's still waiting? We swore to reunite with my crewmate at Twin Capes. Laboon, I doubt he will forgive us for irresponsibly dying on him. We made a selfish promise and died under a distant sky where our voices couldn't reach him. I'm sorry we died could never cut it. We gave our word as men that we would return. Luffy smiled from behind the door. It was moments like this when his desire to make Brook his nakama rose even higher. The skeleton was exactly the kind of person he wished to have as nakama. He had decided, no, ever since back then. Brook was his nakama and he had no desire to let him just walk away. Is that why? But if you leave now you will travel alone. The skeleton couldn't refute the ghost princess' words. Are you really fine with this decision? Won't you regret it? I'm sorry. The truth is I wish I could travel with the two of you. It is my desire, but making him wait even more. It would be cruel. Brook, I guess this is goodbye. I'm sorry for Perona. She is just hard for her, Luffy explained with a sheepish smile. Most of the pirates in Shanks' crew had quickly warmed up to Brook despite him being a skeleton. The Nekomimi suspected that it had to do with the fact that Brook was a hell of a good musician, and the red-haired pirates loved to party. I understand. Thank you very much for everything that you have done for me. I don't know how I should be ever able to repay all the kindness you bestow on me. If you ever. Luffy smirked slightly hearing that. He had planned on Brook saying that. Are you sure you want to say that? Everyone present blinked questioningly. This conversation has taken a weird turn. Not to mention the way the Nekomimi was grinning was unsettling. Yes, Brook said, trying not to sound so unsure, but he just couldn't help it. The expression the Nekomimi was wearing was slightly frightening. Shishishishi, good. I was hoping you would say that. Then join my crew. That's a raised hand stopped Brook before he could say anything else. True to be told, the skeleton wasn't sure what he himself was about to say. Luffy smiled understandingly before he continued speaking. Although I said that, I am still an apprentice. But in 2 years I will set sail on my own. I will definitely come for you. When that happens, I won't accept a refusal. Brook couldn't stop the tears that escaped his eye sockets. Even though he was a skeleton, how mysterious, Brook thought. He could still cry. The skeleton could barely believe that this was really happening. Even though he was just a skeleton. Even though he carried such a heavy past and had already refused Luffy-san previously. The Nekomimi still didn't give up on him. Why yes, I understand. Good. Horu. Isn't this great, Brook? Kai, we're nakamas now, the girl said as he jump-hugged the skeleton. Hey, Perona-san, you're here. I thought that. The young girl sneaked a look at Ben, who had scolded her lightly previously, saying you will regret letting him go like this. At least send him off with a smile and be well. As a nakama, that's what you have to do, even if it hurts. She somehow got her act together thanks to that. It was still annoying that Ben-san knew her so well. The ghost princess knew she would have regretted not saying goodbye, but she was capricious. Well, it is good that you're here, the skeleton said with an eye smile. I wanted to properly say goodbye to all of you. It's not goodbye, it's see you in 2 years, Luffy and Perona said in harmony, making the skeleton let out a loud yo ho ho ho. Yes, definitely. See you in 2 years. Luffy-san, Perona-san. Bye-bye. Divided by take care. Divided by see ya. Everyone on the ship shouted as they waved to the departing small ship. It was a small ship, and although it was hardly suitable for waters in Grand Line, it was enough for the skeleton to sail toward the nearest island where he could catch a ship toward Twin Peaks. So we're off to Sabaody then? Luffy asked as he turned black to a very annoyed-looking white-haired captain. So the man still didn't forgive him for the prank, eh? Shanks was trying not to strangle the kid every time he caught a glimpse of his hair. And no, he won't forgive him just for being so adorable. Who was he kidding? He couldn't stay mad at the chibai. Yes, he said with a long sigh. We'll be going full speed. Get there in a week or 2. Oh, I heard they have some cute shops there. Perona exclaimed excited. I can finally buy myself some new dresses, maybe a few hair products. Horo. Luffy's sweat dropped. Is that so? I'll buy some for you too. No, you don't have to. I will buy some, Perona said. It was an indisputable decision. And the dark aura surrounding her. He should have known to never mess with a girl and her shopping. See, thank you then, the Nekomimi said with a small sweat drop. She nodded happily to herself before petting Luffy's hair, who only smiled. What is Sabaody like? The Nekomimi finally asked Shanks. Shanks looked at the sea with an expression Luffy couldn't read. Both good and bad in a way. It's an archipelago and the final island in paradise. Ben, hearing their conversation, decided to add something. Though it's actually a massive mangrove forest growing out from the middle of the ocean. Since it's just a group of trees and not an actual island, it has no magnetic pull. Is that so? I knew it was a highly visited tourist stop. The Ghost Princess added with a sense of curiosity. That's not exactly wrong per se. Due to the place being close to the part of the Red Line bordering the first half of Grand Line and New World, it is a highly visited rest stop for all sorts of travelers. Ben explained. Like I said, both good and bad. There are nice shops and even an amusement park, but on the other hand there are human shops, slavery, and discrimination. Shanks said, looking at Luffy with worry. I see. The Nekomimi mumbled. More so. World nobles often visit here. Luffy, I'm sorry, but this time around you are allowed to debark only if either me or Ben accompanies you. No exceptions. Think about it like a buddy system. Luffy sighed. I knew this would happen. He finally admitted, sounding quite resigned. First mate San sure knows lots of stuff though, Perona said, and Ben smiled as he gently took her to the side, giving Luffy and Shanks a bit of space. I can feel you worry, the Nekomimi said as he and Shanks walked toward a more secluded corner of the ship. Is it because I was a slave? Luffy had after all told the Yonko. But the man such as Shanks he knew wouldn't tell his personal past to a third party, even if that third party was his crew, without the Nekomimi's approval. Although Luffy had absolute faith that they wouldn't judge him because of his past, it was somehow still a very personal information, one he didn't like sharing. But he suspected that a few already knew anyway. He was sure Doc knew he had saw after all his scars. Ben too. There was few if anything that slipped past the first mate. The red now white-haired captain tried not to flinch at the question. It might bring up painful memories. I wish it was avoidable, but we need to get our coding done, so we have no choice. I see, the Nekomimi said with a hum. Don't worry so much or your hair might stay like that, Brett. But like I said, is not just that. We have to fly under the radar. There is a marine base on Sabaody. If we make too big of a ruckus, we may be unable to get our coding done in time. Not to mention if they dispatch an admiral once again, things would get troublesome. Shanks' injury, while it was getting better, it was still not healed. Doc said that the possibility of him never regaining full function of that hand was high. Something that big of a weakness was too hard to be overlooked. If word got out, everyone would be after them, drawn like sharks to the scent of blood. Taking down a Yonko was many people's wet dream after all. Somehow Luffy seemed to understand the problem all too well for the Yonko's liking. I got it. Somehow that's not too reassuring, Shanks said, making Luffy pout slightly. It's not like it was his fault chaos gravitated around him. Shanks frowned as he looked at the 3 marine vessels standing in their way. Why are they here? Welcoming committee, the Nekomimi asked back, making the first mate smirk. Hey Anchor, the redhead started, making Luffy raise a curious eyebrow. You said Mihawk showed you a flying blade attack. The teen nodded with a knowing grin. He already know what the man was going with this. Wanna see who's better? Captain Ben started, but give up when the 2 in question turned to him with puppy eyes. Fine, do as you wish. Perona was meanwhile jumping around excited, shouting Shanks and Luffy are going to compete, and was already taking bets. The gamblers quickly gathered. They didn't want to miss out the chance. Although this time the stakes were on Shanks' favor, not that Luffy could blame them. The 2 moved to the ship's forecastle deck. The spectators cheering followed them. Yassop and Lucky were given the mission to sabotage a certain number of cannons from firing. Every round the number would decrease slightly until the winner was decided. The first cannonball, the warning shot, was cut in 2 by Luffy's flying blade attack. There was a cheer from the crew that the Nekomimi ignored expertly. Shanks clapped, but there was that infuriating smile on the man's lips that made it seem more mocking than anything else. "I'm just warming up." Luffy defended himself before the man could say anything else. "Good," the man said. "Wouldn't be a competition otherwise." That being said, the man cut 3 cannon heading toward them with one small move of his blade. It was infuriating, but the man was a genius when it came to swords. His spot as a Yonko was well deserved. Not to mention he was the rival of the world's greatest swordsman after all. Shanks' skill as a swordsman was overwhelming, even if he was currently using only one hand. Luffy knew that he was being used. He knew all of them had been walking on eggshells around the redhead. The man was annoyed that his own crew, whom should have absolute faith in their captain, was treating him like a handicapped person, and so he decided to open their eyes. Luffy felt a bit stupid for falling for such easy provocation. On the other hand, though, he is happy that he had been given the chance to show off his new attack. The Nekomimi walked forward and closed his eyes. He concentrated and let a flying Kazekiri hit and wipe out 5 cannons with only one horizontal slash. The crew shouted as one as the cannons exploded. Ben himself nodded satisfied. He knew it was a good idea to let Mihawk and Luffy meet. Shanks meanwhile couldn't help but pout. The Nekomimi was his apprentice. He should have been the one to teach Luffy the flying blade technique. It was infuriating. Muttering a low stupid hockey, Shanks cut down 10 cannonballs heading their way. Luffy couldn't help but get annoyed. His captain dared even look like it was an easy accomplishment. For him, maybe. The Nekomimi sighed. It was not like he didn't expect him to do so. Giving up? The man asked as the annoying Marines fired again. The number was 12 this time. Luffy glared back, slightly offended. No way. He let his flames out and encircle him like a warm blanket. Shanks and the crew raised a curious eyebrow seeing the Chibai do that, all while wondering what the Nekomimi was planning. The flaming Kazekiri easily overpowered the cannonballs heading their way. "I see," Ben said with a small smile while Perona cheered even louder. "Nice," Shanks said with a small teasing grin. "Your turn, Brett," the man retorted before taking on a stance. The second the Marines fired 15 cannonballs, a small slash left the red-headed captain's sword that grew larger and larger as it raced toward the incoming projectiles. All 15 with one single slash. Perona was gaping, and Luffy would have too if he wouldn't be frozen solid. "Giving up?" Luffy's answer was an amused grin. "No way, it's just getting interesting." His answer made the crew cheer along and Shanks laugh. 20 incoming, Yasopp shouted from the crow's nest. Luffy cursed him slightly in the back of his mind, but he was not backing out. Limits were meant to be pushed after all. There was something he had been meant to try out. He tried to visualize the new attack and was a bit worried what would happen if he messed up, but Ben put a calming hand on his shoulder. "Go for it," the man said with a smirk. The Nekomimi frowned, displeased with himself. He almost forgot. He had people supporting him. He was not alone. Luffy nodded back before letting a breath he didn't know he held in loose. The Nekomimi smirked as he raised his sword and brought it down in a quick slash. The ones watching raised an eyebrow, thinking it would never hit all of them. One, maybe two, but as the slash advanced toward the cannonballs, it divided. "Hey!" the crew shouted as one as the slashes hit the cannonballs and exploded. "It worked," the Nekomimi said, stupefied before a grin spread on his face as he turned to Shanks, who looked just as shocked as the rest of the pirates. "Your turn," he declared, and the red-headed captain laughed. "Dahaha. You can do that too." "Apparently. If it means anything, I didn't know I could do it either." The man couldn't help but start laughing once more. His apprentice was scary. His potential was even more so, but he had to admit it was also very motivating. Many would argue that it was cruel, but the red-headed man wanted to push Luffy to his limits. He wanted to see just how far the kid could go. 23 down, Shanks declared, turning to Luffy, who grinned. "It was getting exciting," the red-haired captain declared. "How many cannonballs do you think they have?" "Enough, I hope," the man said, making the rest of the crew chuckle. The two got to 34 before Luffy missed one. "Shit, missed one," the redhead teased before Luffy sent another slash, cutting it in two before it could get even closer. The crew started celebrating their captain victory. Meanwhile, Luffy couldn't help but let a pathetic whimper escape his lips. Perona watched worried as the Nekomimi slumped over in defeat. "I lost," Luffy said as he slowly retreated to a corner with a small cloud over his head. The crew now glared as one at the redhead, who couldn't help but feel slightly responsible. You got it in the end. You didn't lose. Right, boys?" Shanks asked the rest of the crew, who nodded along. "Never said you had to get them all with one slash." "No," the teen said with a shake of his head. "I am men enough to admit that I lost." Luffy's declaration was spoiled by the tears in his eyes. The crew couldn't help but add dryly, "No, you don't have to try that hard. Isn't it all right to just cry?" Rockstar asked before Luffy started shouting at them with sharp teeth. "Who's crying?" "I'm not crying, Captain," Ben started with a loud sigh. "What's with that disappointed look in your eyes? You shouldn't bully others, less so to make Luffy cry." "He said he's not crying." Shanks defended himself. "I'm not crying, damn it." "Negative, hollow," Perona said before Four Ghost appeared at her side. Unlike the usual funny-looking ones, this four looked like they were glaring at the Yonko. How dare you make Luffy cry? Wait, let's just calm down. Everyone wait a minute. Jayo, Wua, the pink-haired ghost princess shouted in awe. Beside her, Luffy's eyes widened considerably as he took in the sights with a small wow. They finally got to Sabaody. Bubbles were floating through the air, giving the entire place a somehow magical feeling. Perona chuckled as she turned to the small Nekomimi with a question on her lips, but decided against asking, seeing Luffy's expression. The two fluffy Nekomimi ears were facing straight forward with his tail up, and if one would look carefully they could see his pupils were dilated. All in all, Luffy looked a few seconds away from pouncing on any bubble that got too close to the ship. Perona chuckled slightly. She was curious how long it will take for her captain to give in and do just that. She didn't have to wait for long. Shanks started, but too late. The teen was already in his Nico form, attacking any and every bubbles that was in his reach, popping them and bouncing around almost crazily as he zoomed in a new target. A few crew members smiled at the scene that is before they got run over in the big chase as Nico clambered everything in sight. The small cat wasn't above using them as launching pad. The grumpy pirates didn't get to complain though, since Luffy managed to get somehow stuck inside a bubble that apparently didn't feel like popping even when pounced on by a little furry menace. The surprised look on his mug was enough to crack the company up. It seemed like poetic justice. Luffy couldn't help but blink once or twice in disbelief before a somehow aggravated expression replaced his previous playful one as the bubble continued to rise, seemingly uncaring about his passengers' outrage. The small feline looked at the tough bubble with not a small amount of annoyance, contemplating if he should try harder and use a bit of claw, but decided against it. He was curious how high he could fly. The Nico was sure that the view from up above was worth it. Is it me, or is the bubble getting further and further away? Yasop asked curiously before a loud resounding shit left the ship. Luffy, Shanks shouted loudly. Ben just sighed loudly with a small, too late. Damn it, why does this keep happening? The red-headed captain asked, seriously vexed. It's Luffy, came the unanimous response. The small cat raised himself to his hinder paws as he looked out from his confinement with an amazed expression as the bubble rose above the forest level. The view from so high up was killer in more ways than one, he realized as the bubbles around him started popping. Luffy quickly launched himself to another bubble that was still ascending, then to another, and so on until he finally touched the ground. He only realized his mistake after turning around to tell Shanks about the view and facepalm. It was a series of long yowling that led his mouth. In his mind, though, he used up his big, fancy, and colorful vocabulary regarding curses. He peeked up from under his paws carefully after taking a few moments to reorganize his thoughts. Happily, there was no one around, just an ugly rundown building in front of him. The others couldn't be too far away, right? He just had to remember which direction he had originally came from. No use. The Nico had been just jumping around and changing directions so many times to get down safely that he couldn't possibly remember which was the right direction. Maybe he could smell them out. Nope, not working. Obviously Shanks and the gang hadn't yet walked through this parts. Maybe he should just wait for them. Nah. Luffy was the best tracker on the ship. Thanks not in small amount to his devil fruit, his pride couldn't suffer letting the others find him first. No, the Nico decided he was going to find them. Luffy nodded to himself, satisfied. He had to stay positive. It wasn't all that bad. The pirate apprentice just needed to be careful and hopefully not get into any trouble. At least until he found a crewmate. After checking his surroundings, he turned into his human form. Making sure that his hoodie covered his face and his weapon, he made his way toward a random direction. Of course, being lucky enough to land in a lawless zone, he managed to attract the attention of quite a few bounty hunters in just a matter of few minutes. They, after a small workout, happily volunteered to tell him, well, pretty much everything he wanted to know, if just to make him leave. Someone from the crew was bound to pass through the tourist zone, and supposedly time spent there should be conflict-free, the Nekomimi decided. With a small smile and a happy hum, he headed with purpose toward his new destination. Rayleigh-san, Shanks cried out happily as he made his way inside the bar. The silver-haired man couldn't help but grin back. Brat. Shitsure Shimasu, most of the pirates behind Shanks called out. Shaky chuckled slightly. It was funny how polite they tried to be. No one wanted to anger the famous Silver's Rayleigh, and even so it didn't take long for the crew to settle down and start a small party. I thought I might be seeing you here soon, the man admitted. The Yonko usually made their home base in the New World. Few actually come back to Paradise, and even less would travel to the Four Blues, and even when they did, they never left for too long. The balance in the New World was precarious to maintain. But of course Shanks was the exception. The man laughed sheepishly. Well, it was a nice vacation, but it's getting quite boring, so we're heading back now. Rayleigh laughed slightly. Boring, says the man who made repeatedly front page in the newspaper for the last few months, all while giving a long glance to the man's bandaged hand. I can't believe they wrote that about me, Shanks complained with a pout as he drowned his drink. I don't mind wash kids to make them into evil pirates. Besides, Luffy is only a pirate apprentice and he is already 15. Even if he's still a midget. Shanks then started whining about his apprentice to illustrate his point. He quickly followed up with a story mixed with complaints and then another. Rayleigh couldn't help but feel like he stepped on a landmine. It was almost the same as asking Yasop about his son. Can't believe the apprentice has an apprentice. He finally inserted, making the red-haired man's smile turn slightly nostalgic. I can't wait to meet him. Come to think of, I haven't seen Ben either. Rayleigh couldn't help but add, making Shanks' slump over his drink with depression, muttering something under his breath. Are you all right? Again the man wished he wouldn't had asked that as Shanks turned toward him with big watery eyes. Why, Rayleigh-san, it's unfair. On every island the man started his complaining once more. Hey, isn't that? One of the pirate hunters asked in a low voice, looking pointedly in Ben's direction, who just entered the dinner and walked straight to the bar. The first mate was seemingly ignoring all the chatter and talked in a hushed voice with the bartender, who just shook his head. The pirate hunters gaped in disbelief. Impossible. What is a hot shot like him doing here? The man wasn't just talking about the island, but the bar Ben walked in was a well-known pirate hunter hangout. Didn't you hear? The other pirate hunter asked in somehow hushed voice. The red-haired Shanks' crew had been taking a leisure trip through the blues. His partner couldn't help but gape. Are you kidding me? Similar conversation was taking place at almost every table. Heard they even had a run-in with one of the warlords. Another one nodded along. I read it in the newspaper too. And what are the Marines doing? Another one asked in a hushed voice. Dunno, but it's hard to imagine they would let them set sail just like that. Fuck, this place will become a battlefield, won't it? Yeah, and it's all their fault. Damn Yonko. Ben walked out shortly after, ignoring all the whispers. Most pirate hunters stayed glued to their seats. Of course there are always idiots and newbies, because truly what would the world be without them? Dude, I kind of feel sorry for them, one of them said as he drowned his drink. The ones at his table couldn't help but nod along and stay glued to their chair for just a bit longer. Upon reaching said destination and only getting held up 2 more times, he even entertained the idea that maybe this day wasn't going to be that bad, and couldn't help but sweat drop just a few moments later. The Nekomimi had just jinxed himself, didn't he? Luffy raised an eyebrow at the flyer he had just been handed. Yeah, he did, unless the Revolutionary Army was giving away personalized flyers with secret safe house, base location to everyone in town. The man with the flyers was of course long gone before he could ask him anything else. Sigh, it just keeps getting better and better, the Nekomimi said as he was spotted by a Marine. He walked toward a darker alley without hurrying his steps, hoping to avoid attracting even more attention. No such luck, it would seem, as 2 other Marines with raised weapon awaited him in the alley. Hands up, pirate, one of them shouted, but Luffy never stopped moving. Instead he speed up. With a small jump he hit the first in the face, and while the Marine tried to guard himself, the Nekomimi was still faster. His buddy was attacking relentlessly afterward as if to avenge his colleague. Luffy avoided each strike easily. In a few moments the teenager managed to get behind the Marine with a feint and knock him out with a chop. It all happened in a matter of a few seconds, but every second counted. The Marines that spotted him caught up. Ben took a long drag from his cigar before he kicked one of the pirate hunters on the ground lightly, making the man let out a small whimper. You are still alive, good, the man said with a small nod. I still have some questions to ask you after all. And to think some say Shanks is hot-headed, someone said from behind. Ben almost chuckled as he turned to the informant. He studied the man slightly. He looked plain and ordinary, with ruffled brown hair and hazel eyes. Almost looked like a civilian, but there was something sharp in his eyes. I am not hot-headed, the man complained, a bit put off by the accusation. There was a reason he was here looking for Luffy and not Shanks. The man didn't know how to do anything silently. Had he been allowed to search for the pirate apprentice, he was terrified to think of what could have happened. He was sure somehow the man would get the Marines involved, worse an admiral. And while the Nekomimi was getting stronger in leaps, he was not ready yet to face an admiral alone. And given the teen's luck, better not think about that. Heard you were searching for something, the man said as he approached him. He stopped at a polite but calculated distance while sidestepping the groaning bounty hunters on the ground. While Shanks' crew were new to be easygoing, each pirate had quite a large bounty and they were each justified. For someone, Ben said sharply, instead making the man raise his hand in a pacifying manner. You know, on this island that is not a big difference, the informant said, somehow amused and yet seemed satisfied with the correction. Do you or do you not know where he is? The pirate asked, cutting through the chase. Well, I know there had been an altercation not long ago in the shopping district, the man said carefully. Apparently the Marines were chasing a boy dressed in black wearing a long hoodie with cat ears. Ben took a long drag from his cigar to calm his nerve. But you should know, you are not the only one looking for the kid. Now that was a surprising development. In truth, you are the 3rd person to ask me about the Cheshire today. It was obvious the man wasn't going to say anything unless he got paid, so Ben threw him a small bag of berry. 3rd, the man just made an agreement as he pocketed the money, not daring to count it before adding. The first was a revolutionary guy. And the other, well, I guess you'd call him a specialist. A slaver. Found you, the man more like boy shouted as Luffy dodged the gigantic scythe and got pushed into the main street. Luffy rolled to his feet swiftly, his hand reaching for the katana on his back. The Nekomimi boy could barely believe he missed that kind of monstrous presence before. His attacker reeked of blood and violence. Just his luck. He had barely got away from the small skirmish with the Marines and escaped via the roof. Luffy had been traveling carefully out of sight ever since, and yet somehow the boys still managed to track him down. His attacker jumped after him, wasting no time, and the scythe met his long katana midway. The Nekomimi studied him for a fraction of a second, all while the shockwave scarred the buildings around them. He looked a few years older than him with short white hair. He was wearing no shirt, only a loose pair of pants with combat boots. The boy's blood-colored eyes widened in pleasure as Luffy parried one strike after another. "Come, Cheshire," the albino shouted as he attacked wildly once more. The people around them had scattered already, and Luffy was sure it won't take long before the Marines arrived either. But what was more worrying was the pair of white rabbit ears and deer antlers on the boy's head. Probably another mythical Zoan, judging by the ice that just happened to materialize around them, and a crazy one by the looks of it. What a combination. Hee, that's it, the boy cheered as Luffy dodged in succession all his attacks before retaliating in kind. The Nekomimi couldn't believe the boy managed to evade him so easily. His hoodie had long since fallen off and revealing his own fluffy ears. It was quite a fast-paced fight. They were moving all the time, wasting no time between switching the roles from attacker to defender. Small wounds occasionally appearing on both of them after their clashes. "Who are you?" Luffy asked as he attacked, pressing the advantage he had in close combat to back the boy against a wall, but as his sword was coming down, the boy rolled out of the way. His sword cut into the wall, but unfortunately got stuck in the wall, so instead of stopping his momentum and letting himself get cornered, Luffy ran up the wall, barely avoiding the scythe, and then launched himself backward while dislodging his sword and dropping a kick on the boy. The rabbit maneuvered his weapon in time, so his kick met instead the snath and then tugged on it so the blade would have lodged itself in the Nekomimi's back had the boy not blocked with his sword and let himself slip smoothly from the snath, his blade landing perfectly in position to slit the rabbit's neck just as the scythe is from behind. "Drop your weapons and put your hands up," the Marines shouted as they finally surrounded them. The Nekomimi didn't dare take his eyes off his opponent. "She," the white-haired boy muttered, clearly displeased with the interference. Rayleigh smiled amused as he listened yet to another tale about Shanks's apprentice. True to be told, it felt somehow like the man was bragging. No one could make him believe otherwise, because even with all the complaining, the man still wore that fond smile while talking about the brat. True to be told, it felt a bit like karma too. Rayleigh couldn't really pity the man. Shanks was the cause of so many of his white strands. That's when the door opened and a visibly annoyed Ben walked in. "What did he do now?" Shanks asked half curiously, and with no small amount of exasperation. "Beside the fact that he somehow managed to make the entire archipelago interested in him, or his bounty, you mean?" Ben asked after greeting the people briefly and ordering a shot of whiskey and drowning it. "I mean, like the no-name pirates and bounty hunter weren't enough. For some unknown reason, the Revolutionary Army is trying to find him, and let's not forget about the slavers who were promised 100 million belly if someone managed to catch him, requested by a private collector." The man spit out the last words like venom. "Oh, and let's not forget about the Marines. They run around like headless chicken." Well, after seeing that, the man said with a serious expression. "I'm not surprised." "Seeing what?" Shanks asked in half hysterics. "What the hell happened out there in less than a day?" "A day, huh?" "By the sound of it," Rayleigh said, bringing most men's attention to himself. "This had been planned for far longer than just one day. It wouldn't been the first case a private collector would pay a hefty sum for a criminal that cashed his eyes. But the sum is worrying, and more than that. That wanted poster barely shows any of his feature. The picture is dark and full of shadows. Someone who doesn't know Luffy wouldn't find anything special about it. Which is exactly why this is so worrying." Shanks couldn't help but glare darkly at the table in front of him, and the glass in his hand cracked under the pressure as he understood what his first mate was implying. "But if it is about being recognized, you think is someone from his past?" Rayleigh stated. He could read between the lines, and more than that, he could read Shanks just as well as he did back in the days. So a kid with a complicated past. No wonder Shanks took the boy under his wing. The man had always been a softie for sob stories. But that was all right, since his apprentice had long since grown into his fame and power as a Yonko. Rayleigh pitied the fool instead that got between him and his charge. As Ben told them the entire story, so did Shanks' anger raise. "So let me see if I understood this correctly," the red-haired man asked with a small frown that spoke volume of his displeasure. "You actually meet Luffy in the middle of him fighting a possibly deranged and quite dangerous slaver that had a mythical Zoan devil fruit, who had just slaughtered numerous Marines, and yet you left him there." Ben's glare should have shut him up, but Shanks was too emotional to read the atmosphere. "Why? Because that idiot apprentice of yours is just as big-headed as you," and Ben said, and the following words felt like he was swallowing glass. "He might just pull it off." "Pull it off?" Rayleigh asked. What are you guys talking about? Shanks huffed as he sat back on the chair beside the Dark King. Rayleigh-san, have I told you about how my stupid apprentice reminds me of the worst people I had the pleasure of meeting? You know, even before setting foot on this island, he took a page outright of your playbook. Didn't you think it was strange how even though he got lost, only Ben and a few of our crew were actually actively searching for him? Rayleigh nodded. He did think it was strange, but then Shanks started taking about how the teen always end up separated from the crew. He simply assumed that the crew trusted the kid enough to find his way back in one piece. Though given how big of a mother hen the entire crew was in the boy's troubled past, no way that was going to happen unless he planned on him getting lost. Well, no, not on getting lost, on the other hand, on him getting caught, Shanks said with a sigh. Caught by who? Rayleigh asked. Slavers, Ben said coldly. It was his idea. Everyone was against it, but he somehow managed to talk us into it. Flashback to Shanks and Luffy talking on the ship. Somehow Luffy seemed to understand the problem all too well for the Yonko's liking. I got it. Somehow that's not too reassuring, Shanks said, making Luffy pout slightly. It's not like it was his fault chaos gravitated around him. The Nekomimi had a somber expression on his face. I got it. I just don't think I can do it. No, that's not entirely truth. I don't want to do it. The red-haired Yonko gaped in shock as the teen bowed deeply in front of him. I'm sorry, Captain, but this one thing I won't do, Luffy said, still not raising his head. I know I can't possibly help them all, but if there is a way I could be of help, even if to just one of them, I want to at least try. Why? There was no accusation in the question, just curiosity making the Nekomimi straighten out. It would be easier for all parties involved to just let us handle this. I told you about the time I was a slave, Luffy started. Briefly again, it was not an accusing tone. It was just the truth, plain and simple. The Nekomimi hadn't exactly gone into great details about the experience, and Shanks didn't want to make Luffy remember something that was better left forgotten. Do you know what I hated most when I was made into a slave beside the obvious of someone taking my freedom away? It was a rhetoric question, so the Yonko made no move to answer it. It was that no one lifted a finger to stop it. Dehumanization, I believe it is called. The act that undermines individuality, I believe, is quite fitting. You see, we were treated like objects. They were the ones to disavow us in every way possible, and yet it was me who could not see them as humans. That's why I do not wish to turn into one of those things. Luffy smiled. It may not be a good reason, but I guess I am not a good person, so I'll just had to settle for personal satisfaction. Shanks chuckled slightly, and to think I almost managed, but I guess you can't tell a tiger to change his stripes. Captain, the teen said suddenly in a tight voice, realizing that he had been tricked. What do you mean? You know, your dark aura is showing, the Yonko said with a sweat drop, though his only answer was a narrowing of eyes. Right answers, well, you have that bad habit of getting in trouble on every damn island. So as any self-respecting captain, he ignored the scoff he heard. I had at least tried to make you, well, not generate so much chaos as usual, he finished lamely. Getting a look that said as much, he quickly added, do you know how hard it is to clean up after the crew when they get twitchy because you go missing? In defense, you should take some responsibility. Twitchy, yes, it's disturbing. Ben was actually smiling charmingly at the ladies. So, the teen asked, not really understanding what was the trouble with the first mate getting some. No, I don't have a problem with that. No need to explain what that meant, but the fact that the girls always end up fighting over him and ignoring the others, and then they sulk. Stop. I'm sorry, I asked. Don't be so grumpy. Short. Who are you calling so small that even a bird would scoff at the idea of eating so little? Nobody said that. The Nekomimi response was a loud grrr. Really, just how did you get that from what I said? The man asked with a pout. Anyway, we need a plan. If you were to act alone, he shuddered as he remembered the way Luffy ended up last time the kid acted on his own. Nope, not happening. Still freeing the slaves. That's going to take some work. We still need to be careful, or it could all fall apart faster than I've been thinking, Luffy said, bringing the attention of Shanks back from La La Land. Do we need to do this forcefully? What are you talking about? Well, they are for sale. We could buy them. Good idea, the man said, then frowned. Only no way we could buy all of them. One or two at the most. Well, no, not with our money. Then whose? Pirates here. When do we actually pay for anything with our money? Luffy asked curiously, the Yonko who had the gall to at least look sheepish. Beside, isn't it obvious? If there are going to be slaves, there are going to be lots of money. I knew it. You're going to do it again. Do what? Cause lots and lots of chaos, the man said with a resigned sigh that turned into a toothy grin. I'm so proud of you. That still doesn't explain why he got captured, Rayleigh added. Ben nodded. Well, he wanted to snoop out the place. We planned a pincer attack from both inside and outside, the first mate explained briefly. And you agreed? The Dark King asked as he turned back to Shanks. Yes, Shanks said simply before trying to explain their reasoning. The plans relays on him sneaking away once inside, and with his devil fruit, he can do it. Plus she is covering him. She? Shaky asked now. Rayleigh thanked her silently, happy to know he wasn't the only one who felt he was missing pieces from this conversation. Although those revolutionaries could cause some trouble, I do hope they won't interfere too much. The red-haired man didn't get to finish the sentence as his first mate once again cut in. Come on, Shanks, this is Luffy we're talking about. Try to be a realist. Besides, if nothing else, at least Lucky and Yasopp will have a great time. Shaky smiled hearing that. Oh, so that's where they are. Perona's rest was not all that restful. She knew that the entire plan relied on her ability to locate Luffy. Her devil fruit was unparalleled when it came to information gathering. That said, when she was operating with such a great number of hallows, she couldn't actually split her attention evenly without being unconscious. The Ghost Princess hoped in the future with enough training she would surpass that limitation. A small smile appeared on the pink-haired sleeping girl's face. Captain, I found finally you. All the ghosts that had until then searched for Luffy dissipated in a small fading lights with the exception of the one who found her wayward captain. It remained with her captain covering his back. Meanwhile, her astral projection rose gently from her body. Just hang on a bit, Captain, I'm coming right now, she declared. It didn't take long for her to fly at the Nekomimi's location. Being intangible had its perks. Unhand my captain, you filthy mongrel, she shouted, making everyone present, including Luffy, freeze if only for a second at the loud sound. Perona, the Nekomimi asked, somehow surprised. The pink-haired girl quickly flew over to his side, ignoring everyone else. Captain, are you all right? Did any of this despicable animals hurt you? Do you want me to kill them? Luffy couldn't help but sweat drop hearing that. He was happy she worried for him, but she was sometimes just too extreme. That's fine. They didn't hurt me, he tried to explain with a small reassuring smile. Then what happened? You're all beat up. The boy looked like he had been put through the grinder, true to be told. He had cuts probably made from what had to be a large weapon with quite a sharp blade. And his clothes, though black, had quite a few suspicious wet spots. Had an unlucky encounter, the boy said, simply leaving out any specific detail. She knew that it was just a way of him telling her that he didn't trust the people in front of them to give away such information. Oh, she said simply, if you're finished, we still have some business to settle. The large man interrupted the two's reunion, making Perona glare at him heatedly. How dare the pig interrupt them? Actually, I think we are quite finished, Luffy said, stepping forward, seeing the dark aura gather around his nakama. Are you going to ignore his order? And after we saved your life? The man shouted in outrage. He was obviously not used to be ignored or worse, denied. Order? Luffy asked, his eyes flashing golden behind his ragged hoodie. You have me mistaken, the boy said with what appeared controlled anger behind his words. I am a pirate, not a soldier. I don't take orders from the Revolutionary Army, gopher, or leader. There is only one person in the world whose order I'd listen to, and that person is not him. And saved my life. How pretentious. What you did was to destroy quite a bit of meticulous planning. What are you talking about? First of all, he's your. I forfeit my name and any other connection I had to him the day I become the Cheshire. Luffy interrupted the man's words. If he, the Nekomimi said slowly, wants something from me after all this time, then he will have to come here and ask me himself. You brat, just who do you think you are? Our leader isn't someone who canter on a child's selfish wish. The little boy couldn't help but chuckle. It's funny, isn't it, you asking me that? But all that is irrelevant. Any meeting between the two us will be a meeting taking place between a pirate and a Revolutionary Army member. As such, isn't it obvious the one who wants something from the other? And I assure you that is him. Actually do come to meet me in person and asks. Perona, although had no idea what, no more like who they were talking about, still nodded along. It seemed logical to her. If the man, whoever he was, wanted to meet Luffy and ask him something, he had to come to Luffy, not the other way around, or worse, listen to these idiotic goons. Plus, she wouldn't use the word order. The Ghost Princess knew the man, no matter who he was, leader or not, would never be able to actually order the Nekomimi around. To start with, part of the Revolutionary Army or not, who the hell did they think they were, trying to order her captain around? Seeing that Perona was thinking about ways to dismember every person present side him, Luffy decided it was safe to put an end to this ridiculous charade that had gone on for far too long. Seeing as we are done, we'll take our leave, the Nekomimi said as he turned around. He ignored the shouting that turned into depressed mutterings and simply walked away. It was obvious the dumbass tried to stop him, and Perona acted upon it using her hollows. There was a reason he had turned his back to them. Obviously, it wasn't because he trusted them not to put a knife in it, but because she was here. You're a cruel and evil man, Luffy, Yasopp said as he and Lucky walked up to the Nekomimi. What do you mean? The person in question asked, tilting his head to the side cutely. Don't act all innocent, letting Perona loose on them. When did you become a sadist? The teen still looked lost. She's not going to kill them, he clarified, hoping to ease their worries. No, that's not the point, the sniper said with a sigh. Though I think some may prefer that, Lucky added unhelpfully. I still don't get it. Don't get what? Perona asked cutely from beside him. Dono, they're being weird. So what now? Yasopp asked curiously. Since the original plan fell to tiny pieces, he was sure Ben was sulking at Shaky's right now. Shanks, being the mother hen he actually was, would not let Luffy try something like this again, and true to be told, he wasn't perfectly fine and happy with that decision. From the start, they only agreed to try this because Luffy somehow managed to convince Ben that he was the perfect candidate, with his devil fruit and all, to go undercover. Plus, the Nekomimi agreed to get out of there if things turned sour. They were here to ensure an escape if needed, and because nobody really trusted Luffy's judgment when it came to danger, more specifically danger regarding his well-being. The kid had the no self-preservative instinct to speak off, and together with the fact that he had no planning skill whatsoever, made quite a lousy and destructive combination. If all this wasn't enough, he was on top of it all. Usopp wasn't sure what that meant, but he had the feeling someone long ago blessed that bloodline, saying, "May you and your family live in interesting times," in a painfully ironical way. They might be idiots, but I doubt they would fall for the same thing twice. Usopp decided not to argue and just stated, "No way, we're doing this again." "Alright then, before we go back," Luffy said with a grin, "there is a place I'd like to visit. Shitsure Shimasu. Took you long enough," Shank grumbled as Luffy and the extraction team came in. The ones who came in with Luffy grinned mysteriously. "Got a bit sidetracked. Shaky-san, nice to see you." The pirates greeted the owner cheerfully. "Hello boys. Good to see you." "Who are the two cuties?" "They are our newbies. Luffy is Shank's apprentice and Perona is his nakama, so she is our nakama by default." "Nice to meet you, ma'am," the two said at once. "None of that, just call me Shaky. What would you like to drink?" After the crew settled down a bit, Shanks reminded them they still didn't answer his question. Luffy and the extraction team shared what happened with the others in a brief manner. There was not much to say that the others didn't already know thanks to Ben. Luffy, after all, didn't really get to do anything but get attacked by a few bounty hunters before he made it to the plaza. Ben's story started from that battle. He and the rest of the extraction crew were, after all, searching for the Nekomimi. Imagine their surprise when he just showed up right in front of them from out of the blue. They shadowed him from there on, since they saw no reason to interfere in the battle. The fight between the two devil fruit users was brief thanks to the Marines' interference. The slaver made quick work on the Marines who tried to intervene. The fight between the two devil fruit users heated up after that. Luffy wasn't kind enough to take revenge for his enemies, still seeing them getting slaughtered like that left a bad taste in his mouth. The fight escalated quickly and Luffy almost won, though he suffered quite a few wounds, but the Marines showed up once more, so the two fighters ended up getting separated. His wounds, while not life-threatening, were still enough to make Ben want to cancel the mission. Luffy refused and somehow managed to convince the stern first mate to continue, which was the main reason for the first mate sulking. Then, after wandering around a bit, he let himself get captured by a bounty hunter who quickly took him to the place where his exclusive buyer was staying. They barely made it inside before Luffy was ushered to another room. The Nekomimi was sure it was the moment he'd have to fight his way out and was prepared to do so, but imagine his surprise when he was led outside and handed to a revolutionary who told him to follow. They made it to the strange abandoned building in front of which he landed. Talk about coincidences. A bit later, Perona showed up, and then we had to pick up Perona's body and let Doc fuss over me, the Nekomimi added, and making the first mate raise an eyebrow. They were not lying, Purse, but he could tell there was something they were hiding. Something that put Usopp and Lucky in an incredibly good mood and made Perona thoughtful. "Luffy, Perona, come here. There is someone I'd like you to formally introduce you to." Shanks spoke fast, ignoring the fact that they didn't really answer his question. He was just too excited. "Luffy, meet Silvers Rayleigh, also known as the Dark King, first mate and right hand of the Pirate King." "Rayleigh-san, this is my apprentice Cheshire D. Luffy and his nakama Perona." The teen was speechless. Nothing seemed out of ordinary or wrong. Rayleigh looked like your normal everyday old man in admittedly great shape. He was also wearing simple clothing, plain t-shirt, shorts and sandals with a large silver-colored hooded cloak. Again, nothing out of ordinary, but the man's presence was enough to make his fur puff up. The man just had an air around him. Luffy felt just like back in the days when he stupidly walked into a bigger and more dangerous predator's territory. The man's aura was scary in itself, and the man hadn't done anything threatening yet. Quite the opposite, he had been quite friendly. This was worrying. Somehow his instinct and this feeling seemed to become stronger and stronger for some time now. He was just hoping it didn't mean that his big Nico side was overpowering his human one. He did not want to become like that man. "Luffy, did you hear me?" Luffy said, realizing he must have been so immersed in analyzing the man he forgot his manners. "That won't do." Sorry. "Nice to meet you, Rayleigh-san." Perona mimicked Luffy's action and bowed with a quick "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too. Now I hear you had quite an interesting adventure after debarking." "About that, sorry Ben-san. Those idiots from the Revolutionary Army messed up our plan," the Nekomimi said with a sigh. The first mate just sighed and ruffled the teen's hair. "It's fine, we can make a new one. What is important is that you are fine." The Nekomimi blushed in embarrassment, slightly making Perona cry out "Kawaii" and Shanks frown. "I still don't get what's so good about Ben," the man said, pouting. Usopp looked up hearing that. "Huh, what are you talking about, Captain?" The obvious difference between the way Luffy reacts to us. I mean, should have I said that the Chibai would have flipped out? Of course, the Nekimimi cut in before anyone could try to deny and pacify the redhead. You see, the man accused. I just don't get why. And to think he used to be such a cute kid. Are you stupid? The teen asked like it was the most obvious thing in the world. It's about the intention. What? Because you say it with the intention of pissing me off. That's not true. He denied quickly before adding right. The Nekimimi raised an eyebrow in a questioning manner. Are you saying or asking me that? Saying, the redhead asked, making Luffy want to sigh in exasperation. How about a demonstration then? Shanks nodded along, furiously determined to find out the reason for the differential treatment. Ben-san, could you please help me out with this demonstration? The man looked up from his drink, unsure of what he should do. Just repeat everything Shanks says, Luffy explained before he motioned toward the Yonko to start. What am I supposed to say again? The captain asked, making the crew fall over. Just tell me what Ben said. The redhead nodded before he smiled. It's good to see you're fine, Luffy. The Nekimimi's eyebrow twitched slightly. Ben-san, please then. It's good to see you're fine, Luffy. You see, Luffy asked, making the crowd nod in agreement. Yeah, when Captain says it, it makes me want to punch him. It's like I can't believe he's such an asshole. It's not just the tone. I mean even that smile, it just pisses me off. Yeah, you guys are the assholes. Shanks pouted, and then when Ben says it, is like, what a great guy. I can't believe he worried about me. Yeah, it makes me feel happy he cares so much. What? Shanks shouted, infuriated. I can't believe you shitheads. Rayleigh-san, say something. I had to agree with them. The man said with a smile. Even you, Rayleigh-san. Oh, come on, Captain, we're just kidding. Yasop said, making Shanks smile happily, all while muttering a small bastards. The man watched the crew, or more precisely the teen, interact with the others. The Nekimimi seemed like an interesting person, to say at least. He was younger than Rayleigh would have liked him to be, with long shiny black hair, dark eyes sparkling from all the curiosity they contained, and an almost unhealthy pale complexion. All in all, he looked like a cute little thing and not at all like a hardened pirate. True to be told, even the girl seemed to have more spunk than him. The boy just seemed so delicate, almost like a kitten left out in a dark, cold, windy autumn day. The poor thing was shivering and pulling at your heartstrings, with weak mewling sounds that made it even more endearing if possible. It was impossible to ignore or dislike him. It had been really long since someone awakened such strong emotions in him, and given the short time he knew him, that was saying something. The boy just made the ones around him want to protect him, himself included. Rayleigh realized. It was no manipulation, pretense, or disguise. It was just him being himself. The teen was quite something, even if he looked like what was that word? Yes, a sissy boy. You just called me something rude. Luffy accused him with an unthreatening glare. Even if the man was dangerous, it would be rude for him to act anyhow but normal. Rayleigh-san was an ally, so he will act like it. The silver-haired man chuckled, not denying the statement or apologizing. How did you know? Just a feeling, the teen said as he asked for another drink. Or more like instinct. The Nekimimi shrugged. You based your accusation on a feeling. He might need to rethink the boy not having any spunk. To think Luffy called him out on it based on feeling or instinct. Luffy's instinct is never wrong, Perona argued. It's almost like a sixth sense. Ben added. If Ben wouldn't have injected that bit, he might have thought Perona was exaggerating. Is that so? Luffy shrugged. When it works, at least. If I could actually use it. Maybe a survival type of training. Ben said, already making plans for the future. The two teens shivering and turning blue was completely overlooked by him, but not Rayleigh, who just seemed more and more amused with the situation. The survival type of training had to wait. The crew, together with Perona, instead took time to learn, or in Luffy's case, perfect his skills in thievery. Ben didn't know if he should be proud of them or not. Luffy was very good at it. Obviously, time away from Goa didn't mean he let his skills get shady. When asked out of curiosity what he did with all the money he pickpocketed, the teen just shrugged and replied with a vague stuff. Rayleigh-san was quite adept of getting out of shackles of all kind, even Kirosuke, which in turn made both Luffy and Perona beg him shamelessly to teach them. Seeing no reason to deny their request and knowing Shanks and Ben won't mind, he happily agreed. The silver-haired man was a hard taskmaster, but the two didn't mind. They were both already used to it. Both Luffy and Perona picked up the trick to it pretty fast. Their skills in thievery were quickly put to good use. Target just left the building. Good. Team B mission is a go. You have 14 minutes till the guard comes back. Roger, Luffy responded. He slipped down from the roof. A quick knife work and the window was opened. He slipped in careful in case there was a surveillance den mushy here, but as always Perona's information was on spot. He made quick work opening the safe. It was easy since he knew the code. Bingo, the teen said with a smirk. The Horo no Mai's ability was on a level on its own when it came to spying. There was something about Luffy that seemed to bug him. Rayleigh just couldn't tell what exactly. Maybe it was just that the boy seemed all too good. Leaving aside his looks, the boy always seemed just a bit too nice, a bit too caring, a bit too humble, and if that wasn't bad enough, he was honest about it too. All in all, Luffy was way too good of a person to be a pirate even if he was a good thief, which Rayleigh was sure in no little part could be thanked to his devil fruit. Plus the teen had a poker face that he hated to admit beat maybe even his all in all he seemed too good to be true or to be a pirate. It wasn't until then, when he saw that cold mask of indifference that the boy wore like a shield crumble to dust, he realized just how jaded, how damaged, how angry, correction more like furious, and how much of a bleeding heart the Nekimimi truly was. It was not unlike any other day in Sabaody, sunny and just perfect for a walk or a day at the amusement park as it may be. A nice reward for the brats, and yes, Shanks included, for the hard work they did in the last few days. The incident was unfortunately not one he hadn't saw repeat time and time again. The two brats Shanks and Perona were chatting, cough cough, arguing happily away. Ben and Luffy were walking just a bit behind them, wearing either an amused, Rayleigh, or a resigned expression. Ben. In the excitement, the two ignored most passerby present, but not Luffy. The teen wore caution like one would a coat. His ears picked up the sound of a small commotion down the street. Rayleigh stopped just in time to see the boy freeze in his tracks and turning sharply to the right. People were either pushed aside or tried to keep their distance once they saw a slave running among their midst with an activated ticking bomb collar. She was a young woman, a bit older than Perona. The moment Luffy laid eyes on her, his ice-cold expression melted away. There was anger shimmering inside his eyes, but more importantly, protectiveness and worry. 3. He took off faster than the man ever saw him run. No doubt the kid was using Sorrow. Shanks was right behind him, not missing a step. 2. The slave's eyes caught Luffy's, and understatement seemed to pass between them. 1. Both their effort to reach the other faster redoubled if possible. 0. Shanks caught Luffy by his midsection just in time as the bomb activated. The two were just one more step away. Rayleigh thought somberly. The teen was close enough that his extended fingertips got slightly singed. Luffy felt like his breath was stuck, frozen. He tried to move to help, to do something, but a strong grip kept him still. His eyes were not able to move from her lifeless form. "It's too late," Shanks said with a hard voice. His words seemed to snap Luffy back to reality, and before the Nekimimi could tell, he was already hugged close by the red-haired pirate. "I'm sorry," Shanks said, and Luffy clenched his hand in the man's shirt in frustration, injustice, and tears. "Not another one," one of the men said in annoyance. Soon, though, more murmurs joined his. Rayleigh prepared himself, let loose a small amount of haki, but the teen beat him to it. "I'm sure she's sorry she disturbed all your mundane routine. You fucking a-hole. She just died. A human, like you like me, had just been blown to pieces, and the only thing you can think about is what a drag." The teen asked incredulously, "What is wrong with you people? A kid shouldn't talk about things you don't understand." A gutsy listener shouted, despite Rayleigh hovering shadow. "If we tried to help, we would share their fate. We'd die too." The crowd stated, whispering in agreement. "They should just stop trying to escape." "I understand," the teen said with a tight voice. "I understand more than you ever will. You are all ruled by fear. You fear grown so much that you all had become slaves to it." The man reeled back as if struck by the words. "You just keep inside your nicely constructed, comfortable cage and never even try to be free." Luffy said, his dark abyss eyes glowing poison green under his hoodies. "You all make me sick." Shanks' hand guided the kid gently back towards the bar. Perona followed them close, while Ben chose to stay behind while giving a small nod to Rayleigh. It was easy to see now what had been bothering him. The silver-haired man must in silence. He must have felt the darkness the kid hid away. Getting to know the kid, it bothered him that he couldn't see the entire picture. That rage was a deep and dark abyss, but then again so were their dark side. No human was made up from just good things. "So let me see if I understand," the man said with not small amount of annoyance. He was in his mid-20s, tall and strong-looking, with a big broad sword on his back, with orange hair and dark armor. "You basically messed up their operation and then tried to strong-arm him into doing what you want?" the man asked, looking at them like they were idiots. It wasn't far from the truth. It's no wonder he didn't listen. "We're sorry, we thought," one of them started. "He is just a brat causing trouble." The leader of their stellar plan cut into the other's words. "You," the orange-haired man shouted. "Enough," the voice commanded. "But Dragon-san." "It's fine, Leo," the man said with a shake of his head. "It's true, he is a brat." Through the intonation in his voice didn't change. The orange-haired man couldn't help but feel the pride in it. "I'll meet with him, even if I have no doubt that his answer will remain the same." "But then why?" "Because looking out for his best is my responsibility," as his father was not said, but Leo heard it all the same. After burying the nameless woman, Rayleigh overheard something truly amusing. Something that made him decide to throw in his support. Maybe, just maybe, if it was Luffy, he could do it. "One day I will become the freest man in the world. Nothing, not even fear, will stop us." The teen spoke and then turned to his companion. "On an adventure to become the Pirate King, Perona, you'll come with me, right?" The Ghost Princess smile was brightest Rayleigh had ever seen. Yes, Captain. Almost 3 weeks had passed since they arrived to Sabaody, and Luffy threw himself into training since that incident. The final date was nearing. The coding was almost done and the rest of the crew were itching to finally do something. Even Rayleigh-san decided to throw in his support and help out. Just like now, Rayleigh-san was helping Shanks train him in haki and a bit of swordsmanship. It was quite a pleasant surprise to find out his sharpened instincts could be attributed to the fact that he had already awoken his observation haki, and it wasn't thanks to the influence of the baked Nico. Admittedly, his devil fruit, more precisely his animal instincts, might have aided him get there. There still was place for improvement, of course. In the beginning he couldn't even activate it willingly. It was more like forcing it out 3 times out of 5 tries, all of course while being under duress. Now he managed to activate it 5 times out of 5 willingly, but barely keeping it up longer than a few seconds. Rayleigh-san and Shanks said it was huge, but he felt like it just wasn't good enough. Not after honing his instincts for years now. And there was armament haki, which he was even worse at. The Nekomimi had quite a bit of trouble even awakening it. Of course he got the main idea. The theory was easy. He had experience with powers that were related to will. The basics of his flame manipulation being the perfect example of it, but still, weaponizing his will in a different manner was hard. He tended to instinctually create a protective barrier instead. Ever since he first turned into the Baked Nico's 2-tailed form, his shield had been active and protecting him against everything his brain perceived as a threat. If he concentrated, he could disable it, but then he couldn't concentrate it on using his armament haki at the same time. As for Conqueror haki, at this stage it was impossible to tell if he had it or not. Ignoring the weird look Rayleigh and Shanks got when he brought it up, there had been no signs besides that one time with the Cerberus, and that could have been just killer intent spooking the dog. Somehow, though, he couldn't help but feel like he was failing instead of advancing. Like he just wasn't good enough. Of course, Shanks and Rayleigh-san told him that it would take years for people to master it, but he just felt that after receiving so much support from not one but 2 practically living legends, he should have been better at it. Like he was somehow letting them down, so he pushed himself more. What else could he do? You should go and rest some, the silver-haired man said fondly as he put away his sword. Hi, Luffy said from where he was currently sprawled on the ground while panting slightly. Rayleigh sighed slightly as he looked at Teen, who was trying to stand up with not much success. You're overworking yourself. Bad habit of mine. The teen replied with a troubled smile. Not one I'm willing to drop, though, Luffy admitted. Why not? The Pirate King's first mate asked as he offered a hand. Luffy took it with a toothy yet somehow shy smile. I suppose because I'm stubborn. I'm not a genius everyone thinks I am. The silver-haired man looked like he wanted to refute his words, but the teen continued speaking, as his gaze wandered toward the sky. I'm not a prodigy who sees a sword move and can imitate it perfectly, or read a book and recite it from memory. The Nekomimi's eyes found Rayleigh's once more. I only know this way. I work hard and harder and then even harder and just hope that is enough. That I won't fail them. That I'm strong enough to protect what's important to me. That I can become an existence they can rely on one day. I won't ever lose my Nekama. Never again. I don't want fear to become a chain that holds me back. I want to live freely. That's why, even though it's clumsy and ungraceful, this is the only way I know. The boy said without looking away once. Anyone could tell just by looking into his eyes that he was deadly serious about it. It's selfish, I know I worry them, but then again I'm a pirate. Being selfish is a must. The teenager added half jokingly. Being selfish is a must, huh? Rayleigh couldn't and didn't even want to stop the smile he gained hearing those words. Well, I think you will be just fine then. Still, I hope you're conservative enough not to give them have a heart attack. What's conservative? Luffy asked back innocently with just a bit of mischief shining through his eyes, making the man fall over anime style. Shanks' hair is going to turn white long before Ben's, Rayleigh said with a chuckle. The Nekomimi smiled cheekily. I don't know about white, but you should have seen the amount that keeps falling out. The teen joked as they started walking back to Shaky's bar when they got slightly sidetracked. The Nekomimi said as he stopped and scented the air. You can come out now. You're good. The figure dressed in a long cloak commented at both Luffy and Rayleigh, who somehow got behind him. He was cornered between the two and had no idea how it happened. Why are you following us? Luffy asked curiously. My name's Leo. I work for the Revolutionary Army, the man said with a small bow. Nice to meet you. I'm unsure if the same can be said for me, Luffy said in a monotone voice, making the speaker chuckle a bit. And the Nekomimi raised a curious eyebrow. Sorry, Leo said quickly before Luffy could take offense. It's just, you remind me of him. The Nekomimi wasn't sure how to react to that. Still, you have yet to answer his question. What does the illustrious Golden Lion want with us? Rayleigh asked pleasantly. Actually, I wanted to ask Luffy-kun if he'd agree to meet Dragon-san. I'm not opposed to the idea, but the Nekomimi said with a soft sigh. Only if my captain agrees. Understandable. The blonde nodded. Well, when you're ready, come to the warehouse under Grove 23. It's not anytime. the man said, interrupting the Nekomimi with a bright smile making Luffy's eyebrow twitch. Whatever, the pirate apprentice said with resignation as he turned to walk away. Riley offered the Leo a small smile that turned more amused. He joined the annoyed Nekomimi. That was nice of you, though a bit out of character. No, it wasn't it. I did it just so I can avoid another headache. His kind, you can't argue with. Oh, and how do you know that? Let's just say he reminds me of someone. And who would that someone be? The Nekomimi's eyebrow twitched once more in annoyance as he admitted. Myself. The two cloaked figures stopped a few paces away from each other. Both sides of the room was quiet. The 2 out of 4 people present in the room were sizing up each other up. Leo and Ben stood back, letting the two have a small privacy, but close enough to jump in should they need to. Shanks had to stay back, for obvious reasons. They didn't want to start at a pissing contest with the Revolutionary Army's leader because their captain couldn't control his temper, and having here Rayleigh could be considered a war declaration. I guess it was too much to expect you to come alone, Luffy, the taller cloaked figure said, somehow sounding resigned. That would have been foolish. I am a pirate after all. If you are who you pretend to be, I'd like you to prove it. Very well, but in exchange I'd like you to do the same, the man said before taking off his cloak. Luffy easily recognized the man from the wanted poster Ben showed him. The black spiky hair was somehow similar to his, and the tattoo on the left side of his face. The possibility of it all being a trick was still high, but his gut was telling him that the man wasn't lying. The Nekomimi mimicked the action, and Dam asked himself if Dragon was surprised he didn't show it. So you're a pirate, he continued. Yes, I admit I was surprised when I found out you joined one of the Yonko's crew. I'm not sure they are a good influence. Ben raised an eyebrow but didn't comment, while Luffy suddenly had the urge to scoff but stopped himself before he could. Just get to the point. The man frowned slightly. I admit this is not how I imagined this conversation would go. Dragon started, not sure how to actually proceed. The first conversation with his son, and he already felt out of his depth. You are more rebellious than I thought you would be, a lot younger too. That seemed to be the wrong thing to say. Luffy's eyes narrowed, and though one could practically feel his annoyance in his words, his face remained masked of indifference. Is that why you wanted to meet? To tell me I'm rebellious and young? If yes, then I have better things to do. It would be wrong to deny, Dragon stated. I had indeed come here because I feel this is a precarious place for you to be. I'd advise you just stop and turn around now. You are not ready for the new world yet. There are worse monsters out there than you could imagine. It would be in your and the red-haired pirate's best interest for you to disappear, or so to say, unless you want to become a hindrance for them. Ben did sigh, and Leo actually felt sorry for Dragon. The man was fumbling hopelessly. The more he talked, the more he seemed to mess up. It wasn't what he said. That was wrong. No, it was more like the way he said it. Is that all you want to say? Luffy asked with a neutral voice. Obviously I am worried. You are my son. Ben was sure this won't end pretty. He wasn't wrong. Stop the fuck right there. The fury in the Nekomimi's voice was explosive. You got some guts pulling a father card like that out of nowhere. What do you mean out of nowhere? The man asked, somehow stunned. Weren't they past the hole? Are you who you say you are? Business. Let me make this clear. I don't know you, don't want to know you, sure as hell don't trust you, nor do I consider you my father, the teen said with a slight agitation in his voice. As far as I am concerned, I have a family and you are not part of it. We might be genetically related, but that doesn't make you family. We have no real connection beyond a mere blood tie, and I don't care for that. That's a bit cold, but I understand if you hold some resentment. No, you don't. I think it might have been easier if I hated you, but I don't hate you, and I surely don't like you. I might slightly dislike you for earlier comment, but you're not the first person to try and put me down, insult me, or discourage me. You see, I hold no resentment toward you. No attachment, nothing. For me, you're the same as the rest of people I might pass on the street. If that's true, then why are you here? 2 reasons. 1, curiosity. I admitted I wanted to know what you have to say to me, and I was curious if it changed anything about how I feel. It didn't, by the way. Reason number 2, business. What business could a pirate have with me? Dragon asked, tilting his head to the side slightly. Gramps said, you apparently are some big shoot in the Revolutionary Army. The man nodded. You could say that. Good, because I have information that might interest you, Luffy said, giving an inviting look toward Ben, who walked closer and started explaining their plan regarding slaves. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.